Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a losing. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah.
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, you're right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My love's clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch the lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm chase. Looking for the funds.
Make a life for myself. 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 surprised we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've had enough, enough. Yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough. Yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough.
Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Be like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. There's no feeling like home, so myself and Cairo have returned for playoffs. I'm excited to dive into this one, mate. Look, how you feeling? You got a new backdrop.
Yeah, you know, I'm just diving about the place, mate. I'm loving to explore the wilderness, but yeah, it's good to be back home. It's good to be back for the playoffs as well, because these teams have been grinding through the Swiss stages, and now finally we're close to getting a completely new top 4.
That we are, 50% turnover of the teams from last time out, and that's something I think that we'll be talking about quite a lot today when we look at some of the newer faces, because it's so weird to be this late in the competition and it's only our first chance to actually get to commentate the teams ourselves, of course. We have a couple of matches coming up for you all today, of course, and we can just kick off by speaking about the first one just a little bit after the playoff bracket. We're going to bring that one up and you know, start top of show.
Yeah, you got to start from the top, you know, do a little bit of housekeeping.
I'm too excited.
Yeah, listen, mate, I'm just as excited. I'm just trying to hold it in, bottle it up. But Enterprise, Sweet and Sour go next. Bitfix, I think for me, the most surprising one, obviously, has got to be Bitfix Gaming. Came out of left field, and I've been on a bit of a run since like their impressive kind of run from Swiss stage, like in Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could say Split 1 and be talking about any year back so far as, what, like early 2024, 2023 at that point. I think it's ridiculous just to look at the development of that team in general, their commitment to a core of players. I said it when they first made it to this stage of the competition into Upper Swiss that they deserve to be here, and amongst a couple of other names as well, as you're seeing the replays of the previous matches that we had on stream. I think it's nice to have Pixel Lumina in this top cut as well, because you have to consider them being another roster which narrowly didn't make it through on the decider match last time. So many teams right at the door, but not making it to the top 8, and I think that's also kind of the reason why we're in this position where we've had to say goodbye to some of the bigger contenders early on.
Yeah, exactly. But listen, with that being said, I know there's different reasons being shown as to why other teams didn't make it. But for me, the teams that did make it, they're showing a lot of quality. And especially looking at Pixel Lumina and ESC, the quality in this game, I'm really excited for.
Yeah, well, it is a game in the lower bracket. That's the matches that we're going to be taking you through today. Of course, the first match is Pixel Lumina versus ESC, and later on we have Bonk versus Zero Tenacity. Well, a couple of those teams going home, one from each match, of course, but the rest can continue to move onwards. And then I'm pretty sure by tomorrow we've got qualification games for our top 4 for the second Challengers EMEA event of the year, which is ultimately where you want to be. It gives you an opportunity to pick up more Ascension points regardless of where it is that you stand within domestic play, and that's ultimately what we're looking to do. Open up the field for these guys and let them progress onwards.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to follow all this action that's been happening as well, there's all the socials. But Hazard, let's get into it then.
Yeah, let's. Game number 1, Pixel Lumina versus ESC. So, talking about these two teams, Cairo, and heading in straight away, we can sort of focus on Pixel Lumina, as we had already mentioned a little bit. This is a roster which had the goals to make playoffs in the first stage. They were cut short in Upper Swiss. They had a pretty decent record coming out of lowers into uppers, but this time, things have actually stuck.
Yeah, they have, and you know what? I'm really glad that they do, because like how active they are on socials, you can see that like the owner of the organisation really passionate as well. And do you know what? Like I'm really happy to see them make it this far, and like they've got some really good like old East talent back when Surge was still a thing. So the fact that they're finally starting to make inroads towards these playoffs is super exciting.
Yeah, I have this team down as the old guard, whether it is a new organization, one of the 8 invitees to the original first stage that we had in Upper Swiss last year. You already mentioned they are building as an organization. This is a salary team. I think people would immediately, maybe judge the socials a little bit and go, yeah, free agent roster, right? What are they playing for? But there is ambition here, and I think you see that with the pickup of Laser as well. BZT, removed from the roster, felt like he wasn't the right fit and they needed to assess their options moving forwards, and him jumping ships from NXT seems to have been a pretty big boon to their performance. So that's why they're here, that's why they find themselves here, coming off the back of a loss isn't going to feel great, but their opponents in a similar boat. ESC, the next team up.
Yeah, ESC has it feels like nostalgia, right? With some of the guys that are on this team, Link, Brody, you've got Beast Mode as well, and obviously like these guys have all the experience as well that we expect to be brought in towards a split like this. But obviously it's not been that great once they've got to playoffs, lost the first game, and they'll know what it's like to try and bounce back from a defeat.
Oh, absolutely. I think that was the story of Le Petit Buffon, as they were at the time in 2023. I was looking ahead to the game later on, right? The Bonk match, and seeing, we've got a UK core here. When was the last team we had that went that far where there was a UK core? And yeah, it was LPB. And so Brody and Link reunited. The Ascend IGL, former Ascend IGL, with his former substitute in the form of Beast Mode, who is the one retained player in what is a complete ESC rebuild, and I think a statement of intent when you consider how poor the first stage went for them.
Yeah, exactly, and I think like they've all worked together. I think apart from Feku, if I remember right, have all worked together in some capacity as well. Cullum obviously joined Ascend just before they departed from Valorant as well. So all in all, like it's an exciting team to see. And do you know what? Like Cullum for me as well is a player that I think just like the potential hasn't been realised yet. Right.
Yeah. He had such a tough job last year joining with Pyrol in that Ascend team, and it was just going to take a little bit more time for the development, really. He was a talent touted pretty highly, by Bo, obviously, from the Danish scene, but I feel like he has a pretty decent barometer for these kinds of things. The local circuits, the new national leagues as they are, I think are a much easier way to sort of spot that talent out, but back when Cullum was first breaking through, it's a little bit more difficult to sort of know who's who, basically. But point aside, you are looking at some newer talent on ESC versus what ultimately does feel like the old guard in Pixel Lumina. And actually, I want to talk about the history of a couple of these players here with the head-to-head that we have.
Yeah, exactly. What do you call it? Brody versus Styx has a... I mean, these two players have been going at it for a while now.
They have, right? I think we got the statistics at the bottom there as well. The Challenger League splits for both of these players. Brody, of course, having one more absence than Styx, both of them towards the latter end of last year. Styx was taking some time in grassroots with that incognito side, trying to build up a project, and that's where he now finds himself on Pixel Lumina as the new IGL with BZT's departure. And then Brody, someone who, has picked up back-to-back Challengers titles, as you see his sat right next to Styx's one, as Brody, his first stint in Challengers even, was on the the next iteration of 10 Star when Styx had just gained his first and only chip with them as a fully Polish team in East. Of course, all three of those titles in East, so there is overlap there for sure, but it does still feel like Brody kind of leads the way in terms of in-game leader and the accolades that he has in that role.
Yeah, and I think you've always got to remember about Brody's run all the way through in towards the ascension top four when they made it into that like space. People thought that Ascend roster was going to be the favourites to go and win it out, right? Like it was meant to be them versus Apex. Obviously, we don't want to remember that year. It always comes up somehow, right?
It does. We had 2 super teams, and then Gentamates ended up winning, and then the roster got nuked after a year. Look, you all know how the story goes, but Brody was the IGL of a super team, the same way that we had Enzo on Apex and all of the parallels that you draw there.
Yeah.
He was a piece of the puzzle, so key to unlocking that success and really driving a run deep into challenges. I think the one difference for me now, though, is that the landscape has changed a lot in these last
100%.
2 years. Not only the format that we have with EMEA tournaments currently and how that's going to factor in as the year goes on, but also the amount of talent that's now found its feet in VCT, whereas Brody is still on the other side of the gate just waiting to get in. And so his resurgence now as a player after spending the first split of this year, the first stage of this year as the interim coach on Metasport, I think kind of is a statement of intent in terms of, you know, him wanting to get back into the game. And you can say the same for Link as well, someone who also had retired before the stop this year.
Yeah. I remember when he retired, he's like, there's no way I'm coming back.
He's done it like twice now.
Mate, every single time. But like that's the thing though, right? I felt as if those guys got really unlucky on the LPB roster. Could have made it like on any other year, right? But unfortunately the year that they had to play in was the year that you had 2 super teams in North.
Yeah, it was sort of top-loaded, I guess you could say, right? No real easy ways about it. Now heading into the map veto process in terms of the maps that we've seen from these teams so far. For EST, you would have been looking towards Lotus, right? They played it 7 times coming into it. Really strong win percentage there as well. Only 2 losses. That gets vetoed immediately. And then their choice is to remove Ascent. That being a little bit more of an insta-ban, right? Because that's not a map that Pixel Lumina have played either.
Yeah, and I think like Haven's going to be an interesting match between these two as well, considering the strengths and the IGL department. I'm excited to see how the macro works out for both teams. Split though, I mean, like I always feel as if with Split, you can find teams like struggling on that attack, right?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at ESC's statistics there, they are one of the better teams in the league in that regard. 58% win rate on their attack side halves. But some difficult games that they've played. I mean, it was an 11-13 loss to Enterprise, which made things, not look great on the record to start things off. But then that win against Bitfix the other day, Cullum looking so confident on the operator playing the Yoru. It's definitely a highlight for me, and I'm excited to see him whip that one back out again. Pearl is where the veto finishes. That's our decider. Kara, what do you make of this one in general?
Yeah, do you know what? I think I know this sounds like really basic, but I feel as if it's going to be decided by the attack sides for most of these maps, right? You think towards Haven. I mean, like we've seen the defense start to get a little bit stronger. People obviously understanding the map better, but also on top of that, you think towards Split as well. It's becoming more and more like middle ground, right? We expect that to be a defender bias. That's no longer the case anymore, especially towards that top half. We've seen many a team get like really strong attacker sides. So I mean, this veto could easily be finished in 2.
Yeah, and as we go into Haven and look at Agent Select and we have a mirror matchup, I kind of just want to bounce off what it is that you're saying there a little bit more as well. It's less about sort of figuring out how the map plays, because Haven's been in the pool since beta, but what's your meta read look like in current times? Because I think we see that a lot, especially in VCT at the moment as well, where you have super talented players, but maybe there are questions about that team building. And looking at both of these teams having made a little bit of a roster shuffle, having players coming in, choosing a style that works for you when there are a lot of options at the moment, and here committing to both Yoru and an ISO. The Yoru for both teams actually a feature on quite a few maps, I think is a nice trait for sure.
Yeah, and I think as well, like it's about how well integrated you are with this, right? It's obviously not away from like the default, the typical, and like what are these combinations? Like we saw a few like teams at the top level starting to struggle with that, not understanding what the implementations are, the ISO nerfs as well as buffs. So yeah, I'm excited to see how both teams match up against one another.
The double duelist on this map. It doesn't play the same as the standard composition. Liquid tried it the other week. We saw that you need that macro implementation as well, as you were mentioning. You can't play the same kind of default rounds. I think it's going to be interesting to kick off with ESC on this attack side. You know, how they want to set up. Are they going to be allowing teams to play for retake? Is the utility going to be enough to stall them out in those situations? And more importantly, yeah, what do Pixel Lumina do? Defender side where they begin. And, wow, we seem to have brought some goods back from Berlin with us. So, actually, no? Yeah, okay.
At least there's no red flashing lights that are, like, overstimulating, you know?
Of course. That's, yeah, that's one way to start. But, I mean, to go back on the point that I was making, we are getting baited here.
Oh,
yeah, we are going in game.
Cool.
Focus on Pixel Lumina, especially in this round. You can see 3 players already grouped up for the mid walk down. Are ESC prepared for it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is just going to turn into a brawl. Early first kill. Easy stuff. It's just going to be scrappy for the most part. With the identification of the Cypher taking a walk, you can see ESC really want to try and capture that Cypher.
It's a nice re-aggression from Simply down mid though, and while FQ's double tap has run out, ESC managing to get garage control in the process. He'll land the next shot, and that's Almo gone. 4 versus 3, fight back in Simply trading, and his shield will last a little bit longer. Now, how much more do PLU want to investigate? There are pings towards mid, but look at the space already taken on A.
This is lovely stuff. Beast mode though, can't really go any further, wants to secure the A site after clearing it completely and secure that spike plant. At the same time though, Pixel Lumina being pretty proactive, have went and cleared that backspace.
It's a lot of damage from that shock, and now you start to expect the flank a little bit more. One of the strengths of this composition, Simply and Laser sneaking into long, but Link's on the wraparound.
Sova has the info dart and has used it early, so these players, they're going to have no idea.
It's a quick backstab from Link to find the next kill. Laser trading places, totally unexpected. Now a 2 versus 1 in favor of Pixel Lumina. Link trying to hang on from around the corner, but his work is cut out for him. And so Pixel Lumina will get on the board first. The defender side pistol round so pivotal, but they will pick it up.
I think that it's a nice idea from ESC, right, to re-wrap round and try and clear things out. But after Link only getting 1, like it just becomes isolated duels, 1v1s, right? I mean, a lot of this like round was 1 versus 1s, and people just weren't winning. Like Laser does unbelievably here to pick up the 2 kills on site to open up the spike defuse.
New face into the roster, but from conversations I've already had with players on the team, well, the main thing to take away is, you know, he's young, he's hungry, and that seems to be the right fit for them here on the Sentinel, where we kind of seen him play a bit of a flex role on NXT, and to just build on what I was saying about that earlier, he didn't have the best showing in stage 1. It was really unfortunate, of course, player sickness plaguing that team when they'd had a flawless lower run. Into this round, it's 2 Outlaws just looking to try and punish ESC while they've already picked up the first of those orbs. Or Cullum picks the next off the shoulders of Almo.
On an eco, you know, try and go on towards B, make fights get close and uncomfortable. As PLU try to hold on towards A, like which they can't do, and this spike plant, I mean, it could be lost here as Pixel Lumina comes straight back in.
Yeah, where is the plant? It's on the wrong side of the box, so this is a difficult clear, ESC.
Yeah, well, FQ from the back side is causing issues, causing carnage. Now Simply has to come up with the goods and can't quite do it. It will be an eco conversion, a thrifty round for ESC.
I mean, I would just love to go back and see whereabouts we had those Outlaws posted up. I think one of them was on Almo there, but to just look at the details and how ESC played this. The pack played together to just isolate the player's link. It's the perfect way to set it up. They get the B plant and the orb already, so it's looking quite healthy. I think as well, you know, PL, you were kind of light on that buy. There are a couple of pistols in there.
Yeah, and the thing for me as well, Hazza, is like the isolation is great from ESC, but I mean, I was worried that they were going to lose control of the spike, right, and allow like PLU to just hold on from there. As for now, though, look how aggressive Shimply's got on A long.
Yeah, it's, you know, a position which I'm a little confused. Is it Shimply on A long? You mean in sort of middle?
No, he TP'd away.
The ISO?
Ah, sugar. I meant Maniac.
All good. All good. Yeah, point being,
we're up to a flyer. We're up to a flyer.
We are. And as PLU are a little light on this, I think one of the threats that this composition can create, not just the Sheriff tucked in the close corner, is through the utility. And with the changes to ISO, that undercut is a lot more valuable, so you have to be, you know, very decisive with how you choose to use it. It's a bit of an overstep from Almo there, but as I said, undercut, still a bit of utility that they're holding onto. There's only 40 seconds left, and ESC are heading towards the C site. Laser's got to go huge. Can't do it.
Nah, can't at all. Now you just have to hold on to the smoke. I mean, at the same time, it is Maniac on the flank, not Shimply, as he's very close to hitting this trip that Link's got, and he's actually won out the fight.
It's just brilliant crosshair placement. Sometimes that's all you need with the Sheriff, and so that's another kill back. ESC will want to keep this as clean as possible, but as you can see right now, 4 bodies on the site, and this is a PLU side on defense, which, as we said before, we're kind of expecting to get a little more flank heavy. They are watching for this, but keep an eye on how many guns ESC can get out of the round, because it looks like they're fighting towards spawn.
Yeah, this is where things are going to start to become a little bit chaotic, a little bit carnage. And this is where we've got to rely upon the ESC experience. It does come through in the end. Maniac just coming through the last minute, gets taken out by the spike, but still okay damage by PLU.
It's damage which is going to make this gun round a little bit more interesting. PLU still not with the best of finances at this point in time, but decent damage. Need to start working out what these win cons are for them though, because I've liked some of the looks that they've given. They've shown a little bit of proactivity in middle at times. On the previous round, Almo got punished for it. Here it's going to be the A main fight yet again, and the dimensional drift to just chop up the angles, but Maniac's already hit the ground before they get a chance, and the combo ult is just beautiful. Oh, Fiku set up for a freebie off the information of Stick's position, and now PLU are just forced to concede.
Yeah, I mean, do you save here? Because you're going to have to come back into 5 players. It looks like it. So, yeah, brilliantly played by ESC. I mean, you sure you've got ultimates of your own? You could maybe use the kill contract to like isolate one player, but why would you waste an ultimate that could easily be used in the next round? I think right now, Pixel Lumina, the one thing they've got to start to consider now is like, do they change up how they've been playing this defense so far? Because right now, after the first 4 rounds, ESC have 3, and it looks like after the third, well, after the ESC's third, they're starting to get a pretty good read on how Pixel Lumina want to play this map.
I mentioned it a little earlier, but with this composition, the strength did tend to come from the combos in the past. But if you're going to fight so heavily for A main control, you know, without using some of that utility, and it is just Maniac trying to take a solo fight, when you don't have an operator, with this also being a player who, back in Ascension last year with Barca, was one of the best op players I think that we saw at that stage of the competition, then maybe you're not getting the full value out of the kit completely. And you sort of, as you mentioned, stylistically, I think even, you know, you never go for the A retake in that situation. Even 5 versus 5, it favors the attackers.
100%. Just like you just have to look at where the barriers are dropping, right? Like Pixel Lumina, they're having to swing onto the angle, whereas ESC immediately get A lobby control, right?
To the next of the gun rounds as PLU have saved to give themselves a foothold in this one. Maniac TPing away after info again. And this time a contact piece set up towards the sewer.
Also holding on towards B. The Omen's identified well and truly now after the paranoia used, and Link deposited for a punish if needed. As Maniac goes again for another swing. It's a lovely bait and switch play. Still though, simply keeps those numbers close.
Ice's wrapping around. Cullum going back to check for it. Oh, the knife was out. It is a horror situation. Simply can help recover this. It's such a key 1v1. But with the ISO shield broken, Brody breaks their backs. Stick the sole survivor. And you're looking at another save.
I think you're probably thinking about another timeout here, right? That's now 2 rifle rounds, plus an anti-eco that ESC have lost. And last round, like, fair enough, they kind of like got a couple of fights that seemed to go their way, but all in all, like, I still feel as if like ESC were in control, right? You're seeing the fights that PLU want to take, Pixel Lumina want to take, but every single time ESC Gaming, they just look as if they're the team that are going to come out on top after those duels.
Blink and they'll catch up.
Does feel that way. I mean, between both of these teams, it's weird when you look at their win percentages from side to side. ESC, pound for pound, are actually better on their defense, whereas Pixel Lumina are better on their attack. So if this is anything to go by early, it should be warning signs. Yeah. Both undefeated on Haven so far, but it's something that we've mentioned a couple of times already. What is your stylistic approach? Because the composition is one thing, you can implant those 5 agents. How exactly do you set up? Right now, I think there are overbearing issues with that for Pixel Lumina, hence the timeout that you hinted at.
Yeah, exactly. I think for me as well, coming into this one and thinking about how we've been seeing it so far, is that Maniac has quite a few times found himself trying to take these early duels, which I don't hate, don't think is a bad thing, but all the time though, like, we're seeing dry swings, we're not really seeing him being set up, and I think that's maybe where the issue lies for me, right? Like, you're looking at the flashes, they're on Maniac, he has to set himself up. So how Pixel Lumina change that and how they go about setting Maniac up onto these angles, onto these fights, is maybe a question and a problem that they're going to have to try and solve on this defense.
It's not since the pistol that we've seen that mid walk down. It was both the ISO and the Yoru before, but it seems like Maniac's going to be doing even more on his lonesome here. There is a spy cam to clear out grass, but not quite walked into that territory just yet, so Link could be caught. An air of caution required as ESC are scaling closer towards this Cypher setup on A.
Identified by the cam. With that being gone, 40-second cooldown. Just starting to destroy the utility on the A site and create steps, right? Now the Pixel Lumina players are starting to be pulled over. And we are going to go into a 5v5 post plan.
Back off, cutting through. My portal broke. Deep. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. Petty things. Wait until I blind them to strike.
Hello, I'm back. Not gonna lie, mate, it's a great first day back on the remote broadcast, but I may or may not have heard a single word that you said in that previous round, but I trust, in good faith,
I'm not gonna lie, mate.
all points were covered.
Yeah, all points were definitely covered, and I didn't just immediately hand it off to you and let the action ensue.
Remaining.
We have hit a little bit of a technical bump in the road in the meantime, so perhaps an opportune moment to just go over what we've seen. Big play from Beast Mode. I'm sure narrated equally well for what was a triumphant moment for him from the Hells. The Beast is loose. It's a good start for ESC. It is a really good start now. That's 6-1.
Yeah, I think in general, to be honest, how it looked across the map, I feel as if ESC on the attack just had a much better read on how to play the composition. Like, I know we said it's not all about the composition, but in terms of how you play the composition, that is what it's all about. And right now, Pixel Lumina are trying this idea. It's funky, it's cool, but it just doesn't quite fit their style, in my opinion.
No, and you're always going to see that reflected in a mirror matchup as well, because I think regardless of who either of these teams would have been playing with their current setup, it would still come back to the conversation of, what are your priorities, what are your protocols, like how much development, how well drilled are you with this setup? And I think right now Pixel Lumina just needing to take a little bit more space for themselves. I mean, even on the previous one there, the Cypher setup is so deep. Feels like Laser's being thrown into these situations a lot where he has no room to bail out. There's no support. It's not like they're set up for a flood or anything. So, left to his own devices. And for Pixel Lumina here, just the one rifle in the hands of Maniac with his ult. He's going to go searching down mid again as Laser's sight is the first on the list of objectives for ESC and might just be the last.
Oh, Laser's the one that's been identified through the kill contract, which, I mean, even if Laser was still able to survive, the ultimate would have been gone. This aggression through mid has identified Link, and right now, he's just looking to buy as much time as possible for his team.
He's already done quite a good job. Almo! Big shot! Out the Guardian, simply follows it up. Still two targets left to find, and they are quickly closing that gap behind him. This is a topsy-turvy round. Can simply get out of trouble quickly enough.
I mean, that's the question, right? If you look at the utility on ESC, they have everything that they need to get this over the line.
The drone's going to come out, the first of the tags. Simply knows of the first player, but not the second. And with that, he will make a swift exit. Vandal in hand. It's the one concession that you take away, but how many times has the story of the round been a PLU save? ESC up 6-1 and showing serious comfort with this composition.
That's it, right? Like, I think that this is what it's starting to become, is comfort. When it becomes too comfortable, there's not too much challenge. Like, you've got to ask yourself, right? Like, what was said in that timeout? What was said, like, to change things up? For me as well, like, you've got to be looking at that post plan and how ESC, or sorry, site take rather than post plan. Like, ESC had still so much utility to head into post, right? And that was always going to be an issue for Pixel, no matter how many numbers they had in their favour.
Big swing round here now with the op out for Maniac. He continues to prowl towards A, but it's these fast-paced hits that have been a problem. Combination of the ults coming through from ESC, and while the first bolt or so will land, Almo still with some safety on the site. Cullum finally closes the gap. But Laser backfilling it, getting one of his own. Pixel Lumina just trying to brawl for the space, but they go down. And so it's another situation where the work is cut out for them.
It seems like a very well-coached team. That timing's insane from Cullum, by the way. Styx must have got an idea, but at the same time, has an idea of what he wants to do with this round. Give it up, right? Doesn't want to touch it. Would rather just dip out. Point I'm making, though, everything that ESC does feels like they're the better team, and like at this moment in time, round on round, it feels as if they're getting stronger, they're getting more comfortable, like the way they're swinging, trading off each other when they hit the sites. Like, it looks like a team that has multiple challenger titles under their belt, and also has VCT experience as well, right?
Link being that player, and yeah, I mean, it's been a while. A fall from grace for him, but you sort of weren't expecting him to come back up and sing another swan song for us. So I think it's been a real pleasure to watch him in this team along the rest. And as you say, that blend of old and new besting the East Old Guard at this point in time, still holding on to 4 of those ultimates, coming up on a flush, a 5th. It's 7 rounds in a row for ESC that's proving to be the problem right now, all out of that Thrifty that they picked up. Playing fully reactive on this round.
Look how close we're starting to see Maniac get.
All the way up long. And that tag is just picture perfect for Maniac to snag away Link and maintain a lot of control on A. It's afforded a rotation for Styx as well. They can be stronger on the C side, so just when ESC think they've got a gap, they need to create a little bit more pressure before releasing this execute.
I mean, all the players, you've got to look around the B site, right? It's going to be so easy for Pixel Lumina to respond to any pressure, but look at Calm Space.
Almo still so deep, playing from the Gong as well, yet to be revealed. Only 1 kill, and ESC comes straight back through. Another ultimate ripped into the round. It Styx's this time to try and dissect the site. And look, the spikes move over to C. They've just deposited Cullum towards the backside this time. Maniac picking him off, pulling his own ult out of the bag. Heavy investment PLU. Can they convert this?
Well, I mean, at this point, if there's any round to try and go for it, it has to be this one. His beast mode is dealt with, and now it's all up to the captain, the leader, the IGL of Brody. As PLU get on to the spike, there's utility in which to work with, but it's already been halved. Brody's still not swung. It's just going to be stuck all the way. As Pixel Lumina managed to get the round, and Brody isn't able to track how much time Pixel Lumina had on that spike.
A couple more feathers in the cap for Brody, but as you put it, calling their bluff in that situation, not expecting the full stick in the 2 versus 1. This was a nice little setup at the start to actually give Maniac that little bit of extra support in finding the first pick, which is something that, you know, we talked about quite heavily. These openers have been really labored for Pixel Lumina. They're going to try more of the same towards A,
Wow, my eyes
but the threat is on C this time, and when ESC have found themselves in long, they have very quickly accelerated onto the site.
You've got to be thinking this is another big swing round as well, considering the credits, the buy.
Everyone's under 700.
And this is crazy though, the damage that ESC are constantly finding. I mean, sure, the defense is hard, right? We all know that on Haven, especially against a good macro team. As for now though, look at this A lobby presence.
Maniac just posted in the corner, a much deeper embed, this time with the Vandal in his hands. Contact not yet taken by Almo, smoke dropping in, they look to try and clear it, Maniac goes down! Almo stands his ground! A 4 versus 2 situation, Pixel Lumina with support and Laser adding to it. Link, the last player left, and it is a long road back into this round.
I mean, Link has the capability to do it, right? But you're automatically counting them out because of the bodies that were on the line. I thought for a minute that... Yeah, that's true, but look at this. 3 players here, going to be able to pick up the spike, rescue it. Knows that there's players on the other side of this smoke. That should be expected.
By now, Link could have already ran away, but he's still hanging around in main.
Checking.
It's not the best of ideas because Styx, sitting in the corner, will shut up the round for Pixel Lumina. And so with that, finding 2 consecutive, things feeling a little bit better if you're them right now. Only one more round, I think, and then all of a sudden, the narrative into that second half is almost completely changed.
And I think as well, though, I like this from Pixel Lumina. They're showing us something different. They're taking space away from ESC when they show presence at the other side of the map, because they know when ESC want to default, they're going to do a good default, right? They're going to poke and prod throughout every single lane in the map and see what they get back in their favour. See what response that Pixel Lumina give them.
And in the previous round, it was the case of ESC trying to put a big question mark towards C and maybe force the reaction from Pixel Lumina.
Look at this side.
Where previously they hadn't strong-sided sights, you know. In terms of what those protocols were, you weren't seeing them flood the space, but this time, on A, They've got both of those traps, the cam for contact, and Stick sat in the middle of it.
I mean, that's the thing though, every time that ESC have had a good ultimate, that's when they decide to hit a site.
It's you and me.
This time around, it's going to be the kill contract. So cornered is Sticks. If he can fight his way out, still likely a dead man. So he'll walk away with one, but an Almo, Laser, and all of the rest fall. Sticks is still alive, surviving from the corner and somehow walking away with a little bit more.
Comes on the ace.
Has the TP set up. Starting to walk into the site. The blind side isn't exactly the best for him. Second go at it. It is Cullum that will find 5 on the round. Getting absolutely every single one of them for ESC. And immediately returning them to form with an 8.
Yeah, I mean, to be expected, right? We kind of say that as ESC were starting to put all their bodies towards the A side, but we've seen them go back from positions before. It's the ultimates that are the clear indicator in which ESC want to do. Right now, they do have Cullum's dimensional drift after the last round and how many kills he was able to get. They've gave Beast Mode the operator, so where do they go next? What's the plan of action for ESC? Back to fighting towards E lobby.
Cullum here. Into 8. Trading places with the IGL. Information there. TP set up in lobby. And it is the kill contract again used to pull a player from this dimensional drift. But this time, it's simply that's going to go ahead and win it. And Pixel Lumina just responding in the perfect way possible. It is a team ace and a nigh on flawless round from them.
Yeah, glimpses of magic coming through from Pixel Lumina throughout this first half, but it has been glimpses. The better of the teams have been ESC. Will they be able to do good or do better than Pixel Lumina on the defence? That's what we'll find out on the next half.
Last player standing.
So a strong first half cut short as ESC can only make 8 rounds out of it. Pixel Lumina have to take the pist around, or you feel as if they will be well and truly on the back foot. It's an immediate C take off rip, or at least it's threatened, but that TP was heard by Beast Mode.
It's not only that though, you look at the positions of the players, they're not fully on the site. They are now because Link's moved out from CT, but they're just double checking long, making sure. And I think right now the lane will probably be heavier towards that A side or even B.
Yeah, Link is the only player to respond so far as Pixel Lumina back to square one in some senses, simply walking up on A. The double tap will have been heard. They'll know that there's an ISO player nearby. Just the one set of steps. And as you're starting to see Beast Mode backpedaling, yeah, he's completely given up the C site. So the plant's going to go in for Pixel Lumina. Only one player garage fighting, could get caught. Maniac escapes.
Still though, Sticks looking to try and help out, or at least was thinking about it, and now looks elsewhere. Brody and Shimply are the next to try and get in towards the kill feed, and Shimply right now is doing so well to distract ESC of the real problem, the C site, and now they have to try and make their way back in, which they do so. It's looking successful at the minute, but what does the time look like? Laser's position getting more value because it takes longer for ESC to try and clear these corners. They're missing the eyes and they're not dotting their T's. Now, Link getting onto the defuse. Sticks comes at the right time, but it's not pretty. Link's repositioned and it's easily defused in the end. ESC will find 9.
And ESC winning on the micro details in this round. It goes down to the 1v1, but you have to look at these reactions. It starts off by the defenders giving up the C site, Pixel Lumina finding some of the garage space, but then the way that they retake that together and even chase down Simply in mid was just fantastic.
Yeah.
On the other side, Pixel Lumina start to take some of the spawn space. It's just then where it feels like they didn't quite play the best capability of the hand that they were dealt.
Yeah,
and now
I
this
like
next round feels so important.
I like the reaction, but again, like, it just doesn't come through in the micro details, as you say. The issue with that garage space, or that garage attack there, still didn't destroy the Cypher trap. That passive information still up for ESC.
This Pixel Lumina team
Portal
having
closed.
a new IGL, a player who's been in the project the entirety of it, Sticks. Kind of wonder what kind of version of themselves we're going to be getting here on the attack side, because it's what you said right at the start of the day, at the top of the show, in the build-up. A lot of these maps can come down to how you play your attack side, and in terms of what we've seen from them so far, it looks like they have the right reads in some situations. It's the execution though, and that's the difference between being a leader which has led a team to the top of a Challenger League in 2022 versus a couple of years later to then take some of those titles for yourself. If you're Brody, it's decent damage on this round, but just the one player in the end that goes down as Cullum walks away with a quad.
This is the thing though, right? We were talking about it just coming into the show as well, about like how good Cullum can actually be. And right now, he's showing exactly how good he actually is, right? The ceiling in which he can rise to. Just not missing shots, whether it's a classic, whether it's an outlaw. I mean, it's a player that I'm going to be honest, I kind of forgot about, right? Because like after that Ascend stint, kind of like lost track of where he'd gone. And I'm so glad he's back in Northeast representing us.
It's the conversations we had before with the merger of Northeast, the strength of the region in total. Do we start to recover some of that domestic talent? And Cullum, one of those names, has put up a fantastic performance so far. Now the PLU purchase, starting off pretty quickly with this A offensive. Cullum fending it off with just a classic in his hands after the outlaw shots. Connected, but didn't confirm the kill. Simply down to 10 into the retake. You throw everything at this if you're ESC.
Certainly do. Have to get it over the line. Still with bodies trying to get back in. You can see ESC just looking to try and re-clear towards mid, and in the meantime they've lost another body. Link still has a rifle though.
It's one Vandal back in the hands, and as I said before, Scorched Earth policy, ESC, got to be trying to do as much damage as you can. That's at least one target set up for Link, but unable to be played in there. Flawless round execution for Pixel Lumina. And that's what we mentioned before about having that set up, the idea of the round, and then can you confirm that game plan? Can you execute it a little bit more comfortably? And I think they did a pretty good job here, all things considered.
Yeah, they did. I have to agree entirely. I think that's the thing though, right? Like, you start to lose those first initial picks. Like, when you have outlaws, etc., it's so much more difficult to try and get back in. But look at ESC. Look at how they're trying to already combo up and play for this A side.
both of the Yorus, whom we've seen played on multiple maps for both of these teams. When we speak of meta reads, have seemed to fit them pretty well. Cullum, a couple rounds prior, and now Maniac on the previous. Involved with the C-site execution, which has been forfeited by the defenders. Link looking for a spam. So much damage, whether he knows it or not. But ESC feel like 10 steps behind on this retake, whereas Styx is sat in spawn just waiting to cut off that rotation.
At the same time, though, ESC should have an idea, because this is the same position that Link played when ESC were on the attack, right?
Well, the question is, do you set it up the same or not? The dart comes in, and so Maniac's the first line of defense. Drops back, but Simply's caught in the process. The blind doing plenty of work as Brody now needs to secure the spike. This is brilliant use of the contingency wall. Yeah, it's just going to block all the damage. Is Brody going to stick this fully? Absolutely. And while Styx cuts in from the side at long last, it is too long. The sight hold doesn't last. And so ESC get 11.
Like the C-long onslaught is absolutely brilliant, yeah, but I mean, on top of that, because we saw Pixel Lumina not destroy the garage trip, like ESC know exactly what's going on, they know exactly where to look for everything, and on top of that though, right, they're still far too late, Pixel Lumina, to get that swing from garage anyway, so yeah, a lot of nice ideas, but again, it comes back to the same word that we keep saying time and time again, execution.
Beast Smoke here in the TP. Omen player himself outplayed by Almo. It's the first of the kills that they pick up, and the paranoia hell is immense. Maniac capitalizing from it fully. And ESC, down to their last two remaining players, should be inclined to make a save here, as Pixel Lumina did plenty of times. But a much more direct approach, and with players looking to defend the site, eaten up by the earth beneath their feet.
100%, nice take all in all. I think Cullum was a little bit unlucky with the A-long fight all in all, but give yourself a little bit of weaponry to work with, have a scorched earth policy, as both remaining players try and combine up with one another, but they've still got 4 players to try and get by.
And Pixel Lumina not too inclined to lead a hunt here themselves. A couple of players below 1,000 credits, but that can be remedied with a round win. And as it is confirmed,
Not enough.
the gap does thin out just a little bit, but it's still a long road to go, and you can feel it from the coach slot. Another timeout called, both in this game on the Pixel Lumina side of the server. And this is ahead of a big opportunity to make some difference, close the distance. You look at the ults that are coming up for both teams and how much that ult economy towards the end of the last half made a difference for the comeback for this Polish-Hungarian team.
I don't think it's just that though, like it's also the ultimate cycle that ESC have, right, and what they have available right now. You're looking at the combinations that will be available. The kill contract, which was one-off, can easily be used with a dimensional drift, but most importantly it's that Hunter's Fury that Brody has online.
It's always a threat, as you say. I think when you look at this comp and how it plays for both teams, the question's always going to be, yeah, like how do you play that defender's side? Are you setting up for, you know, a set retake with utility from your strat book? Is it as simple as that, a rehearsed reopening, a reprisal? Or are you looking to hold on to a little bit more control? And I think the latter is more effective than the former in the current meta that we have. I mean, you're without a Teo on both sides, really, so that is the added difficulty. I wouldn't say there's too much stopping power there, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Something that Pixel Lumina have struggled with a few times is this garage trip. This time it looks as if they're going to deal with that directly, or I thought they were, but apparently not so much.
Who's next?
No, it's dimensional drift from Maniac. Again, we've seen how potent some of these ultimate combos can be. The Hunter's Fury is available for sticks. You could chase down a target if you wanted. It's Almo instead that removes Ficku. Laser on a quick trade outside of A, late lurk if he wants it. As both players set up from either link will go down, and now it is just the man named after the position.
I think this is another save. I mean, ESC, like, they've tried to invest like bits of utility and whatnot. They've not got anything from it, and I mean, why would you waste rifles considering how low the economy is starting to get? Ficku doesn't have much. Cullum's on 50. I mean, it's getting to that worrying state where if ESC don't start to get a handle on things, this can easily snowball into Pixel Lumina comeback.
Only a gap of 4 rounds now separating the teams, so Pixel Lumina on the warpath. And I'm liking how clean some of these have been as well, Cairo. I mean, sure, you lose a body here and there trying to chase an ESC gun out of the server, so they can't strengthen the following buy, as will be the case here. It is just those 2 rifles recovered by Cullum and Link. As you're sort of seeing, they're playing a little slower at the start, looking for an opening, and then it's just cutthroat when they get to the site.
Yeah, but the thing is though, the last round was really decided upon like the ultimates that PLU were able to use. This round, they have none. Sure, kill contracts won away, but ESC has the advantage in this round when it comes to ultimates.
Oh. Cullum, I don't know what he was doing in the crosshair there.
Yeah.
Ping-ponging it.
Looks like he was agreeing with someone.
Yeah. Well, it is a disagreeable gunfight. And that's a rifle which will be lost in middle. And while Ficku's sort of entertaining the idea of going back for this peak, there's 3 players on the other side of the double door. So it's a game of timing. And that's going to be taken to his doorstep. Oh no, Ficku! He can't find the shots. And so PLU will do it for him. Cairo, it's another round where they find clean openings. And sure, it's against pistols. There is still a rifle left there for Link. But we're going to go back to another save for him, most likely. That gap now reduced down to 3.
I think as well, with Cullum being on 1k, you'd probably be happy to save 1 rifle. As for Beast Mode, he's let off the leash and could TP by this if he really wanted to. But again, though, maybe getting a little bit of information up front, like, well, this is where they're placing the trap, etc., guys. Something to think of for the next round. But I'm wondering, like, when are we going to see ESC pull these triggers on the ultimates? Because we're getting to 11-8 now. Starting to get to a kind of awful economy state, all in all, for ESC. So you're wondering, like, where do, well, not economy state, yeah, like, you know what I mean? For every one round lost, every rifle round lost, it's an equal next. So this comeback is starting to get to the point where it is really considerable for Pixel Lumina. You just have to get through this ultimate cycle.
8 rounds Pixel Lumina, 11 ESC. They're within touching distance of the finish line, and so building up those ults does seem to be the end game, the win condition. Rifle attempted to be saved by Link drop, Beast Mode picking up another, and so that affords the bit of leeway that gives Cullum the operator 4 ultimates over their heads and an A brawl ensuing early doors.
That's what you would think. Nothing really has come out of it. It's just utility trade, although
Maniac jumped the gun. He was looking for the jewel. It's Ficku's ult, which will pick up onto Laser from B. So supportive, the ISO player. And now, yeah, Cullum's getting even more action. So it's ESC fully holding the A site. Simply one back. The ult goes in. He's managed to latch onto Ficku here. The double tap is available for the ISO player. And so now we go 2-on-2, and it's advantage PLU.
look at the health though on Cullum.
Flick shot missed. 1 bullet left. 4 HP, as you say. Fake out flashes, all the supportive utility, even the ult to just try and set up Link. But he's left to his own devices and still needs to try and find a way to win these engagements. The first goes his way. Sticks split through the middle. First time spotted. second again as he drops back to long and finds himself buried in the ground. Cullum makes up for it, and ESC will get map point.
They will, Hazard. That's a big round, especially with the ultimates that went either way. I mean, the thing is though that the Pixel Lumina kill contract, as well as Shipley's like ability to try and bring that back to a winnable spot, it's unbelievable. And on top of that, right, you'd maybe favour the attackers towards the end there, considering the health pools that Link and Cullum actually had. Well, back towards A lobby, we're seeing Pixel Lumina go, as we've seen Cullum, which are taking a couple of steps towards mid once again.
I mean,
Over there.
the difference is this time he has the op in hand. You've got Fiku holding the window for him. But look at Brody. He's dropped all the way back off the A site. Has the Hunter's Fury, double shocks. Heaven is a really strong position to play from right now with his utility belt, and when you look at the position of Link down C long as well, this mid setup that I already touched on, you're feeling pretty comfortable on every area of the map, literally except for A, to then go ahead and play the retake. And unfortunately, that is where Pixel Lumina are about to ply their trade.
Very true. As for that though, you've got to be thinking, what is ESC's plan, right? Because surely they'll be thinking about, if they do go towards A, how do we retake that back in?
Right,
Hunter's Fury sitting there. You also have the Omen ultimate that maybe could grab you a couple of pings or whatnot. At the same time, ESC now come back into a 5 versus 5 retake, and Link is years away from being able to make this a 5v5.
Brody backpedaling. Recon coming in, set retake from ESC to try and bring their opponent's map pick over the line. It starts to go well, but it's stopped in its tracks. Simply 2 kills volleyed straight back, and when Link finally arrives on the scene, the site has collapsed in front of his very eyes. Brody to recollect the operator and give them something to work with into the next round, but Pixel Lumina have more fuel left in the tank as play will be extended once more.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I think I don't think we can really criticise for Link and how long he took to get over towards the seaside. Sure, maybe
No.
ESC could have taken a time. Oh, sorry, did take their time getting over, but Link was going towards mid. You could see him on B here. He's just worried about perhaps a late flank coming through and upsetting it all. But at the same time, that hasn't happened at all for ESC just yet on this A side of the map. So maybe that's where you think. As for this round, look at the players that are starting to congregate outside of mid for Pixel Lumina.
B, mid, B, it's all pretty much the same on
You
this
get
map.
the idea. Yeah.
I certainly do. Without ults in this round and most of the weaponry, Cullum's operator scaled up behind Brody, Sheriff in hand on a long. This could pose a problem for Laser. He can't get out of this corner without stepping into the operator, and so he'll walk forwards and offer up a weapon. Brody yet to go back in for it. Garage taken in the meantime. Just one player on C, that's Beast Mode. He's gone down. Link to take his timing. This could be absolutely everything, but he's given it up instead. So they will play for the numbers 4-on-4.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they will. And at the same time, they're also playing for Brody to come in from long, and he's going to go up against at least 2 players, Hazard.
Standing ahead.
It's a reveal which he ends up dispensing, giving up his position to just try and buy a distraction for the rest of the team to get in C. Wallbang Almo. And that feels to have just cut the floor out of this round, where ESC felt like they still had a chance with inferior weaponry. Fiku and Link will give this a go, but Cullum is gone with that operator.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Hazard, it's not even as if they have the ISO wall either to do what they did last time and block a lot of the spam. It's unfortunate for ESC. I like the ideas, but at the same time though, Pixel Lumina are really starting to charge down and make ESC sweat now.
Absolutely. I mean, just in the same way that we credited Maniac for calling those plays, getting set up, more well-supported in aggressive positions. You see the same for Column there, and now with that operator in play for a third consecutive round, it continues to be a threat that PLU will need to be aware of. They do have that 1-2 punch, the Dimensional Drift, the Yoru ult, and the Hunter's Fury Sova ult to try and combine together.
I'll handle this.
That looks to be how they choose to open the round. Because they know if you win here, like, ESC's money is gone, it's trashed, so...
Yeah. 100%. And Maniac has already done brilliantly to open things up, bringing an advantage to Pixel Lumina. ESC having to come and retake with a disadvantage, and them trying to go early, try and get something back, has actually cost them in the health department.
Maniac has a TP to go long, so he's got a lot of freedom with this late lurk as well through mid.
Does fake out, already identified, simply up close on logs, but a TP away, and ESC probably thinking about trying to cancel this as Pixel Lumina look to post it home and bring us to overtime. Still 1 round to go, but you look at the ESC's buy, an advantage towards Pixel Lumina.
Oh, I mean, ESC, they're up 10 rounds to 4, Cairo. They won the pistol, converted the anti-eco. But Pixel Lumina in these gun rounds have brought so many ideas to the table. The spacing of the ults has been fantastic. I mean, ESC are scrambling away from the situation as soon as they see the blue rifts on the edge of their screen. It actually just sets up for a standard play instead off Maniac. It's only the reveal that was required onto Brody, and simply will sign off on his death warrant. The captain of ESC gone, but the rest of his team flooding into this A site.
The openings from PLU have been brilliant, and I really like this, that they take a stop, look at how things are going, and wait for a reaction. And the reaction does come. Dimensional Drift used.
Pixel Lumina are aware of this, though. They know that all Cullen was doing was having a sniff around sewer and then getting back out to the site itself. They'll continue to walk this one forwards on the other side of the map.
That's the thing. I mean, ESC are trying to re-engage and perhaps get set up for A. They need to go and re-clear the space, and by the time that they realise that the spike has gone down, I mean, it's going to be far too late, and you're going into a 4 versus 5, which you have to win to try and stop overtime. There's no if, buts, or maybes. There's no more saves. You have to send it here, ESC. What do you have for us?
Well, with Pixel Lumina, a player to the good, they're not exactly looking to try and force the issue. They're playing a little bit more passive. Saying that, ult comes in, combined with the undercut. It's double damage dished out. But finally, Cullum starts to respond. Looking for a way back in. Sticks, Maniac combining, and now Link last left from long. The C site taken. It was given over for free. It's fallen yet again. And ESC's retakes have been the bane of their existence in this second half, because we're going all the way to overtime.
We are, Hazza, and I'll tell you what, it has been decided by the attack halves, right? Both teams having pretty good attacks and pretty bad defenses overall. We've seen both teams struggle with getting into these early fights and setting themselves up. I mean, Haven can be a fickle beast, right? Especially when it comes to that defense. And this is where probably we'll see decided, right? Who's going to be better on their attack and who's going to allow the defense into a round. Pixel Lumina looked as if their defense was better towards the end of the half and got an idea of how they wanted to play against ESC, whereas it was the opposite for ESC. They started well and fell away towards the latter stages.
After the pistol and anti-eco, 8 from 10 rounds for Pixel Lumina. So into the first of overtimes, ESC back onto their attack side. And in terms of what's changed for the defenders, where they had struggled, and I think that's what we've got to focus on here. It's an early utility combo on A to just command that respect. ESC looking back to mid for answers. This was a pretty consistent piece of their offensive play.
Nothing really coming off the back of it though, right? Initial engagement, cut noise. Look how far up
Maniac.
Pixel, yeah, just about to call that. All the way up C-Long on the trap, but at the same time though, that garage space has been filled, and Pixel Lumina, they'll need to be careful of it.
How does Laser look to try and play this? He's gonna hit the fake out first up. The cage goes towards Logs, but he's not looking to backfill the space. Has Maniac here, and Brody with the spike. Walking towards the smoke, goes inside it, and well, Maniac doesn't want to let loose a single bullet here. Not for the fear of potentially revealing his position. And Brody's still thinking about this, but ESC are fighting it forwards. They're taking those extra steps towards spawn. And while Cullum is going to step into the layer of sticks, he'll get shot down for his efforts. And so now they're backed up and without an open plant.
I mean, this is going to be a real problem. Although Beast Mode's back in, the players try and get through. And unfortunately, Pixel Lumina just pick up the scraps.
Such a frustrating first round of overtime to lose if you're ESC. Giving themselves control of the C site, but Pixel Lumina had late plays set up. Maniac with a huge double kill from Long. And the rest of his team holding on from more defensible positions on the CT side. It's a successful retake, but it was set up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Cullum, though, on this defence side, has brought out the glass cannon up. You can see his confidence and maybe reliance on this gun.
Revealing area.
ESC certainly need him more than ever right now for all the kills he's already found in this map. It's going to be this one onto sticks, which is most valuable in the here and now. Already, Maniac closing in. Missed shot means that the Yoru on the opposite side of the server can lead the attack towards A Link and get the spike down on B.
I mean, it's planted for this A line, but there's still two players towards A, and Maniac has got the first.
Fiku walking back in. Link jump up from Garage. Pixel Lumina closing in. Only one player left standing between them. And a audacious comeback on our first map of Haven. Their map choice and their map to make that comeback happen. Down 10 rounds to 4, they win 14-12 in overtime. That was a serious turn of events.
Yeah, it was, Hazza. It was here, there and everywhere. It seems as if we're just going to get consistent long maps. We had one of the longest the other day as well. But it's nice to see that both teams have an idea how they want to play it. Those defence sides, though, on Haven with these compositions, in my opinion, maybe need a little bit of work.
Yeah, no, I can only go ahead and agree with you there. I think one thing I do want to credit Pixel Lumina for was the way that they were able to get back into the game through using both of those timeouts where we didn't see ESC call a single break in play when they had so many tools. The war chest was full, but they just didn't make the most of it, I think is the best way to put it. Just seemingly believing they had the right read the whole time, didn't need to shift the goalposts at all. Pixel Lumina getting back into it. As much as we spoke of that conversation of the IGLs, I think it's 1-0 to sticks after Haven.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, right now though, like, how do we move in towards that next map, right? Split. That's where ESC have decided to call home. So from when you compare that though, maybe this isn't as much of a big loss, right? As you're maybe thinking. Sure, you'll be saying ESC should have done better. They should have closed it out. But that next map gets more and more exciting.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it's another one where both teams have shown us Yoru as well, so this further commitment to what their read of the meta is at this point in time, backed up by some fantastic individuals on, you know, comfort. I think Maniac and Cullum, historically, they do have a record of playing this agent a lot, but then when you speak of the record of the map specifically, Split, Pixel Lumina are actually 2-0 currently, where ESC are 1-1 after that defeat to Enterprise, so where exactly the checks and balances are, it's kind of hard to foresee for now, but that's going to be a painstaking loss to take early doors when it felt like the result was in the palm of their hands if you're ESC. They've got a little bit more time now to think about things as we are going to be heading to a break, but when we return, we'll have to see where this one goes, so don't go anywhere.
lucid your dreams. You can see you hear it. You know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you fear. Shake it thirsty beat. I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in our valley, and if we stand here a while, so don't panic. Know what better than dancing was said. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch.
Hot like 100. Hello, 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 hello. Loading, loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling, bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling, rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden, golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty trended the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling and rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Mic on, mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Icon, icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, we up the tune, just meditate. If we didn't get it by now, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling, bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling, rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Mic on, mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon, icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon, icon. Icon, icon.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We have just seen Pixel Lumina overturn a 10-4 deficit to win 14-12 on their own map pick of Haven. Now, sure, say what you want about the selection coming in. That is definitely a huge confidence builder coming into Split, Cairo.
And I think that's the key point to take away, right? There's a lot of if, buts and maybes, but the definite about that map was the fact that, they were able to overcome the deficit. They were able to show a bit of character and get that map win. Now moving on towards Split, you're maybe a bit more confident. As for the other side, ESC Gaming has it. In my opinion, I think the takeaway that they get from that map is that they were able to get into that position to win, right? They just couldn't close it out. Now in Split, they should feel a bit more confident because they are better on Split, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's another map where it was the one that they took against Bitfix when they played them yesterday. It was another 8-4 half. That time they were able to close it, of course. It's a map which, as I said before, though, they had that really close loss to Enterprise at the beginning of the playoff stage. Or, sorry, not the playoff stage, in the Upper Swiss phase, I should mention, as they've only played one playoff game so far. And it's no changes in terms of comps, but to go back to what I was saying, yeah, Pixel Lumina are undefeated here. Now, sure, it's against Wild and Eclipse in Lower and Upper Swiss, but I think at the same time, when you come off the back of such a confidence builder like that, with the narrative that you know, they are a better team, but they needed to show the same strength which they've been showing in scrims, according to, you know, people on the roster, then this is a lot of the right signs for them.
Yeah, I agree, but for me as well, though, we've got to be thinking about like that meta take, that meta read that we were talking about earlier on. And I think ESC are so much closer to what I would be expecting from Split as well. Again, though, it's all about implementation, and I can see where both teams would have issues on this map.
Absolutely. I think information gathering is going to be absolutely huge, and how exactly Laser slots in with the Sky is going to make a whole world of difference in terms of what it is that they're able to collect through those guiding lights, whereas Brody on the other side, you're looking at that stealth drone.
I think you've identified it very early. Like, there's going to be a lot of importance on Laser about re-clearing this map, and also for how they use their utility, how they manage it, right? It's no longer regenerative. It's no longer. I mean, it's not been for a long time, but like that importance of clearing question mark spaces when you have one initiator is always going to be a big struggle for the team of Pixel Lumina.
Straight into the mid fight. Simply walking down with support. ESC, Paranoia prepared! Surplus 2 requirements. In fact, the fights go worse when it's unsheathed from the utility belt of Beast Mode. But 3 kills to the good in that initial exchange has put ESC back on course.
Now, Almo's gone exploring. Beast Mode was low. Still is. As he manages to survive another fight, and yeah, 4-1. Pistol round probably secured at this point, considering the other 3 players, excluding Beast Mode, are in a pretty good spot.
I was going to say, better low than dead. He's finally put down by Sticks, but yeah, look at FQ. That's another ultimate all picked up by him, so already a, well, 4 out of 9? Oh my god, just trying to count how many slices. Like, I've never cut a pizza up that many ways, do you know what I mean? So I don't know, but no, main takeaway, sort of as you put, this is going to be the 3rd pistol round that ESC have found, so they've won every single one so far, sparing a Sticks miracle. He does have both smokes and the Paranoia.
Don't think they won the first pistol round, did they? They won the
no, you're correct actually. Yeah. It was Pixel Lumina that won it. It was that immediate 2nd round conversion, you know what I mean? Like, it counts for a pistol.
Mate, you could easily get distracted by that. I'll give you it. I'll give you the leniency,
benefit of the doubt. And look, I've bailed you out there as well. So
yeah, but listen. The point being, nice mid fight, well cross-fired, you could say.
Well contained from ESC. Because you look at the way they set up, big preparation. They were ready for it. And I think you do 100%. See that a lot with this kind of composition as well, that teams do just want to go searching for that mid info early on.
Yeah.
Another big area is Garage, and already you can see Pixel Lumina with a set piece here. I mean, what is the contact on this? We've got a nade and a flash.
Guiding light. Yeah.
Yeah, but who's
Well, they're not
peeking?
gonna go for it.
They're just going to run straight in. It was Laser by himself. That's who was peeking.
Yeah, the laser being shut off for this round. I tried to go for something there, but it still worked. At the same time, though, they've kept the nade in pocket, right? So maybe that can be combined with a snake bite or whatever utility that Pixel Lumina would like to go for in this round. But, well, I mean, considering that snake bite's on the other side of the map.
And look, the main thing I want to just zone in on really quick is that that's another orb that's been picked up by Fiku as well. So if you're counting the pizza slices, he only needs 3 more before he can, you know, get his Rolling Thunder online. There's no pun to be made there. Link has already cleared out A in terms of ramp, and he goes back to main and finds Almo as well. In Pixel Lumina in this position, you kind of just put your hands on the deck. You commit to staying on B. Always potential of the fake, but still those classics. Yeah, all hands on deck.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you said you put your hands on the deck, and I thought that very
Oh my god, man. You're so childish.
No, listen.
You're so childish.
I was going to start a greater conversation about the FPX.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know, how often are your hands on deck, man?
I've been thrown off entirely.
Oh, that is terrible. Still, though, into the bonus. I mean, ESC looking to build on what they've already started. Fiku creeping ever closer to the breach ult, but you feel as if it might be absent from this round. And oh yeah, absolutely, Maniac is clearing for it. TPing out of mail. Advantage for the attack side. Have you recovered?
Yeah, 100%. I was just about to say it's...
You bloody moron. Okay, ESC still making inroads towards B through mid.
Yeah. A Maniac hiding in the corner. Big dick energy being brought out, and it's come out on top.
Oh my lord. Yeah, PLU. Safest pair of hands. A flawless round for the defense.
Oh man. Right, listen, I'm done now. Like that's the last. I was containing my laughter because
Soon
I was
enough, dude.
I was trying to make that same joke, the big deck energy.
No, I did hear it.
About the first swing, but I started laughing at my own joke, so that's how long it took me to actually get it out. So yeah,
with Cairo's life story behind us, we go into the first rifle round. If you're on Fiku ult watch, he is still just one away.
Oh.
And with that kill from Beast Mode onto his opposite number, the B orb should be collectible here.
Maniac's just gone so aggressive, disrespecting the presence that ESC were putting in towards mid as well.
But this is the point in the round where you need to take risks.
I understand that, but this is also a point that, like, maybe we could bring it back to that first map about Maniac dry swinging things.
Oh, well, we'll look at Simply as well on the other end of the map. So, actually, it's not just one player that's gone to try and make the hero play. PLU are burning this wick at both ends, and, well, ESC are playing into it on both sides. And as that TP is about to expire, Maniac is fully committed to this position.
Yeah, needs to be careful, but, well, has an ultimate in which it can be used to get out Simply as well. I mean, excellently played. And now Beast Mode, the player who got the entry pick, can't do much about this round.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
Fiku has the ult, but everyone's dead. Like, Pixel Lumina taking risks on either end from mid and A main, but each duelist doubles up. And so it is Beast Mode left on 5 points of health that has to walk away with his head in his hands. ESC majorly misplaying their advantage there, Cairo, you feel. And that's also one of the things we got to talk about in terms of the clearing utility. How exactly are you spacing it out? Do you make the most of it there? I'm pretty sure we just got, what, like a contact peak on both angles that we saw challenged, so huge punish.
I mean, that's the thing though, right, is the fact that it's solo plays, it's hero plays, right? That's just not something that Pixel Lumina can necessarily rely upon. Like, it's nice individuals, yeah, but like I hate to be that negative guy and say like, listen, it's nice stuff, but yes, you need to get a hold of that, a grasp of it. Oh, this is things that could easily be punished, get that up, that are going to be the thorn in your side.
Oh, I like this. Quick set piece to put Beast Mode in a dangerous area. T-piece forwards, and Maniac not expecting it at all. So it's another opening pick for ESC, but this time you can see the intent is to scale.
It is. Oh, but the thing is, though, at the same time, Spike's still out on main, has her. Look at where Link is, though.
Yeah, Link out on A, but there's no going back. If you're ESC, you've got to commit to this. Spike plant going in from FQ, Sticks peeking out, finding a double, and shutting the round down in its entirety. Link's flank now should be difficult to get too much value from in case it goes overlooked. You can see Ammo is thinking about it. It was just the one rifle that they had. Things could have very quickly got out of hand, but very well managed from PLU. The salvos are forced to swing from Sticks. Now Link is in a dangerous area, and all of a sudden it's only Laser left. He's managed to find the first, and he will finish the round, but it is dangerous, dangerous stuff.
Yeah, it's topsy-turvy. That's the words that I would use. Has a far too close for comfort. I mean, the weaponry advantage is definitely like Pixel Lumina's favour, right, to push them over the edge, but the way that ESC moved around the map, the delay that kind of came out from their side as well, I mean, the fact that they were swinging together again, like that experience showing, just unfortunately the weaponry wasn't there to close it out.
Almost surprised that we actually saw Sticks go out in the open when the salvo landed at his feet there, not backpedaling deeper in the site. Nice combo! And so Beast Mode off the stun, and the TP is able to find the first of those kills towards B for a second round in a row. A third even, I should say, as Cullum adds onto it. And well, this time, it might just be third time lucky as ESC are looking to try and get the plant in, and Link's flanking again.
Big pick now. The players in towards CT gonna struggle to get out with Link's position, and now they're going to re-clear.
This is where Link should show his experience. Drop back, bit of discipline. No, it's smoke disrespected instead. Laser with some tag damage as Link finds his way out.
Spike's still not down.
Both defenders up in tower, peeking in, and Link's removed from the situation. The plant only just going down, and we weren't even standing.
Yeah, we still are 1v1 in towards CT, and Brody's not got any clue. Now it's a crunch on towards site. Veku needs to stand tall.
And right now, he doesn't seem to have any idea. Laser repositioning main, and while the angle was held, the shots do not land. Laser is sharp, and Pixel Lumina have managed to grow their advantage outside of these first few rounds to a fourth now. That one, a 2 versus 3.
I don't know about that round, Hazza. Like, this is a nice entry pick, right, from Beast Mode. But the thing for me is, he's got the pick, he's cleared out Heaven, he doesn't need to go any further. With him being lost, right, it's the smoke that you need towards CT to give you a little bit of comfortability to get that spike down. And I think Link also kind of overplays his position rather than just holding on to the Heaven cross as well. So I feel as if like these positions ever so slightly overplayed by ESC, and the fact that they're overthinking it and not just doing the simple stuff is probably what's cost them at the minute.
It's a fake TP in Garage to start the gun round, but that is all swiftly revealed by Cullum. Trying to coordinate an aggressive take, comes out of the ult, and it's a slam dunk onto Laser, but look! Pixel Lumina have found a flurry back. 2 kills. Link trying to read between the lines in mid, but it's 3 or 4 times now that he's tried it, so it's all too easy to counter. And while the site itself may have been given over by the defense, they have control this time.
Firm control. Spike can still go down. You look at the utility. Beast mode waiting for his second smoke to come up before they commit to this.
Brody his salvos.
I mean, where do you put them?
All missiles away.
It's going to be towards Spawn to just deny the possibility of a player stopping the spike from going in beast mode, just showing the top of his head as he was trying to catch a player off guard. Simply invest the showstopper because you're happy to here. That is the money broken for ESC, and Pixel Lumina just threading round after round, despite the fact that they've conceded the first blood 4 times in a row, Cairo, but they're still winning.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem though, right? That they are conceding first bloods. But, like, the problem that I'm going to bring up is ESC not making good of it, right? Like, that's the big thing for me. And it's a team full of experience. Even Cullum, right, who's had, like, a few splits in Tier 2. There's plenty of experience and quality here. They should be making good of it. The meta reads decent. I like the ideas that they're putting forward, but, I mean, this round, they're the ones that let the first blood go.
Yeah, it's back-to-back investments, ESC, as the loss bonus has hit a maximum. You're talking all 4 remaining players still on light shields. And that's where Styx' Outlaw is going to be huge here towards A.
Portal closed.
He's interacting in the info game, but not getting too greedy in this position. Pixel Lumina, for one of the first times, have that opening kill. They do not want to overplay it.
They do not. I mean, at the same time, with this Viper wall being a real issue to try and get by, and ESC running out of ideas for how it seems at the minute. And with Pixel Lumina being able to gamble on this side of the map, it makes it so much harder for ESC to try and get in.
Maniac picking off another player. This time it's Cullum, the savior of ESC on many a round. When this wall drops, all hell breaks loose. Yet again, Maniac with a triple kill from the same position that Cullum found an ace in ESC's previous series. The question being, can he pick up one of his own? And still the possibility is Simply's gone down, but it's the pit towards Vents that's completely constricted the attack.
Yeah.
They will end this round in heaven. It's a hellish scoreline, 6-2.
I think at this point as well, you're probably thinking about a timeout for ESC just to talk about things and talk about how the attack has been going in general.
Yeah. May I just remind you, they are yet to call a timeout, Cairo, since Haven.
Yeah.
So that's the question. Are they willing to use it?
The answer is no.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the problem though. Like,
to sort of open up that deeper conversation, there is no coaching staff on this team. So actually, there isn't a player to sort of take that extra perspective.
I understand. At that same time though, like, surely it's not necessarily just about calling a timeout to introduce another perspective, right? You're introducing a different, like a time in which to stop and talk about things. I mean, there's different ways that you can look about it, but just taking that breather, right, rather than consistently going through the rounds at the rate at which you're going through, it's never a good idea. But let's look towards mid and male.
Simply the one to do it. He'll go searching. 2 kills out of the Vandal. A transfer to the second player. Link, hello? Well, he found 2 kills from that position. First player, and then the second, a collateral kill.
It's not only that though, it's the rifles that are being rescued at the same time, as the observers have just noted. The Yoru getting into place on the flank. This leaves the A side of the map easily to be able to pivot to if you are ESC, and it looks like they're going that way.
The only bit of concern, and you can see the pings in red on the map as well, there is no main control, and that's the one area that makes this kind of a push such a difficulty. Pixel Lumina starting to read it as Maniac has been diligent enough to clear out the rest. The Flood isn't going to be able to make it out from screens in time, so they have to respect the spike plant.
You've also got to think about the dimensional drift that PLU have.
Maniac with the open hand, you feel, should be investing it, especially against the Pit here, 3-on-3, but he's the first player to hit the deck, and so it's the 2-on-2 that presents itself. Beast mode.
No more Sky Util.
Yeah, reposition from Heaven. I don't think the Sky utility is going to be much of an issue right now anyway. It's the spike itself that you've got to look towards. Stick first tap. Just trying to bait out Beast mode. And he'll catch him hook, line, and sinker. That's number 7. Pixel Lumina with a sincere advantage in this first half.
Yeah, I don't know. Nice ideas. ESC do well to pivot in this in this round, sorry. But I feel as if Pixel Lumina, what their decision making is just so on point. They feel like they're clearing the head, you know what I mean? Like every decision isn't like cluttered, there isn't overstacking, whereas you look towards ESC, they're trying different things and maybe overcomplicating it a little bit. Yeah, just very well played overall. I think that's just the key words to talk about. As for now, this is a clear-cut swing round, especially when you look at this attacker economy.
Yeah, I mean, a springboard perhaps, an opportunity for ESC to get back into it. I don't think there's much that Pixel Lumina can lose, at least in terms of finance. ESC have the Armageddon. FIQ one off the Rolling Thunder. I don't think ults have really been a big talking point in terms of this attack side right now because we just haven't seen them used to that much effect. Whereas you think back to Pixel Lumina, the Pit we had mid on previous rounds, maybe even just a showstopper to close.
I mean, last round the Viper's Pit was used, but I mean, 2 players walked in and came out with 2 bodies.
Simply is hearing a herd of steps on the off angle, easily cleared. Nobody goes for it though, it's Laser that has to respond. ESC are just going to flood out onto the site, they take control, it's an open plant. They've got a player main that can reap the benefit of this Brody. And it's actually Link instead with that information in tow that takes down Maniac. And ESC, they just rally off shots at the end. From player to player, they string a web of shots. Almo's gonna pick up the first of those, but so much more left to be done.
So much more, too much more. And that's exactly why we see ESC pick up that round. And I think it's a bit of like PLU being a bit overconfident, taking solo fights, but not only that, ESC finally hitting their shots and playing off one another. This is what we saw on the attack side of Haven. And this is not necessarily what we've been seeing on Split, right? A little bit disconnected, allowing allowing PLU to get multi-kills, multi-frags, and well, yeah, finally we see what we expect of ESC.
Pixel Lumina perhaps just not ready for the quick A play. It's been a lot of rounds starting off with Garage presence. That's what we're going to get here as well. As this is how they kind of set it up, right? Link just waiting on the other side of the box. Laser had used the dog previously to clear this space. Now he's going to use it over on A. That will spot out beast mode.
Oh, that flash didn't get the information.
No, it didn't.
Oh, six.
Yeah, he's just going to sit inside this smoke. His chance to go huge. Huge timing.
Oh, it goes at the wrong time. The bullet's not hitting. Rolling Thunder committed. And now the site's open for ESC.
It's beast mode that'll lead the charge. 2 from him and FIQ to finish. Looking like number 4. ESC uninterrupted in the previous couple. A disciplined default, which reaps rewards. Link continuing his roam through mid. We'll be looking perhaps to catch Maniac on the way out.
This is
Quick
doable.
switch of the weapons. It is doable, but on 10 points of health, all chances may just have evaded him here. still not going down without a fight. He knows that any damage here could be valuable. But with the majority surviving, ESC will just about get through.
I think this is a really big round to win as well because you hit 4. You give yourself a real lifeline in the next half. Even if you do lose the pistol round it, like it's not all but over. We are going to get a timeout coming through from Pixel Lumina to discuss exactly what has gone wrong in the past couple, stop the momentum that ESC has. And I guess this is also like a little signifier, right, for ESC. Look, things are starting to get better. Let's get this last round. A 7-5 half would be excellent considering how this attack side has gone.
It's also another 60 seconds for ESC. Like, these guys have been so happy to get back in the saddle round after round and not really deliberate over things. The timing here, the target which he went for, Styx, was mid-jump. It was Cullen mid-flight when he took the peek. And so actually that kind of helps out. But in terms of the macro, yeah, like ESC, they're using the same opening to get garage control early on and kind of force Pixel Lumina to invest all of those resources, the dog, the flashes from laser, to collect info, and then hitting a site late on together as a team when they know they have the signature utility, the refreshables back up, the salvo, the stun.
I mean, that's a big thing, right? But we've not, I don't think, like, off the top of my head, have we really seen... Oh, nice combination play in towards CT. Link manages to get off the back, but, I mean, he tries to play anti-flash and unfortunately ends up costing him his life.
Yeah, there was no flash, but it's such a nice rehearsed opening from Pixel Lumina, putting the pressure on with a bit of aggression. It's forced ESC to react, and so this time the B take isn't on their own terms and conditions. In fact, they're going to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The point I was trying to make was I don't think we've seen much of combination utility coming through from ESC where they've got definitive control, but in towards CT, Brody goes.
But he's gone solo, and with the support of Beast Mode right by his side, unelected for, you start to wonder, could this be the round that makes all the difference?
Oh, well, Beast Mode tries to be that difference maker, and unfortunately Pixel Lumina are the difference entirely. 8-4 the half will finish. 8-4, it feels like it should have been more.
Absolutely, Pixel Lumina doing a brilliant job throughout that half, steadfast, and when the timeout finishes, they continue to look the better team. ESC with a mountain to climb, or their playoff hopes could be over in the next few rounds. Pixel Lumina only 1/2 away from securing their spot in a qualification match for Challengers EMEA, whereas ESC on the other side, a team of veterans now looking to call upon that experience to reverse what has not been the best of starts to what could be the final map that they play in this stage.
At the same time though, ESC moving on towards this defense will feel a little bit more happier, right? I mean, you think of the combos, the breach stun, the salvos, etc. They'll be so much better on this defense. Look at Pixel Lumina though, they have got a late joker in this map, in this round.
Yeah, Almo's positioning through vents into middle could be key, but Pixel Lumina need to buy him time if this is to derive any real value. The salvos already stopping a player from getting pushed up. Laser with one. Still more time left to be bought as Pixel Lumina are looking to fight back around the pillar.
Oh, they are fighting back through Hazard, but still look, coming back in late. It's Almo in position. Does Cullum know?
Has to at this point. Trained on his position. Cullum finding 3 kills as ESC do get their 3rd pistol round of this series. A metric in which they have looked most impressive. And a necessary one this time to stop Pixel Lumina from putting themselves out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, just bringing themselves a step closer. Again, I'm still not totally convinced by the breach and takeover just yet. But at the same time, like when it comes down to these gunfights, it's looking a lot better for ESC, and it looks like they're finally getting themselves back into form. The only rogue buy, oh sorry, it's actually been cancelled, from Pixel Lumina was the Bucky. Instead, it's just going to be a Sheriff.
Yeah, probably worth it, I guess. You in terms of gap close here, well, you have Simply to satchel in perhaps, but even then it's an investment. ESC will want to try and keep this as clean as possible if they're to build up this defender's side any further. I mean, the TP timing from Maniac, unexpected, but Brody is secure enough to stop that one.
Yeah, this is just going to be, should be as easy as possible for ESC, the Outlaw, etc. Although, you're looking at the timing right now for Laser.
Last player standing.
Yeah, and Stick's actually capitalizing there. He's tapping the orb, just looking for a fight. I don't think that from the shadows goes too far in future rounds even, but it does move one step closer to it.
Maybe be used to pick up a spike late or something like that. But at the same time, will be an easy enough conversion for ESC in the end. They only lose, I believe, 1 Spectre and keep some pretty decent buys all in. So now this next round, the bonus round, looks so much more dangerous. And especially because Split can be very close range, these Spectres will be in prime form to actually contest the rifles, right?
Yeah, and both teams on their better side now coming into the gun round. You think about the stopping power that ESC have with the double controller plus the breach Teho. But Pixel Lumina's double duelist still can be such an offensive tool, and already backed up towards market. It's the defenders which take the early initiative as ESC have a wedge between them and their opponent in Garage early doors.
Still though, very slow to scale up Pixel Lumina at the minute. And because they're slow to scaling, they're not really moving ESC around the map that much.
Yeah, and there was a trade-off in utility as well, both the drone and the dog swapping places. A player yet to take the space in vent or mail. Brody just hanging on as Cullum is on this deep line. Difficult clear with the Outlaw. I mean, he opens it up a little bit more, but when the toxic screen comes through, he is again repositioned here. No TP to get out.
30 seconds left.
Oh, still not cleared though. Still sticking around. Gets the entry pick. Oh my god, hello?
Yeah, Pixel Lumina finding 2 on their way towards the A site, and now Styx is set up as a perfect backstab. While they don't have too much pressure towards Heaven to buy extra time, I don't think Styx needs it. He's managed to do this one to perfection, and actually, I'll catch Brody before the salvos even go off. So looking to see if he could have got any more. No, doesn't matter. Now ESC are all in through spawn.
Yeah, and it's so easy considering the crossfire that's basically been set up, although forcing laser out is nice from FakeU. At the same time, Spike considerably low in the time department. So Pixel Lumina look to have converted their rifle round against what was a deadly bonus. Probably looking for the last couple of ultimate orbs here, but instead it will be damage to the attack economy in the next round.
And that final kill from FakeU is absolutely huge as well, because it is just the 2 rifles. Money is still a problem if you're Pixel Lumina. In terms of this round and how they played it, it's the double dive that I was sort of mentioning, and something which ESC will need to be aware of in terms of how they choose to try and contain it. The space that you're happy to give up, and then what do you then re-challenge? I think we should have seen a higher priority towards Heaven there. The operator comes out for Cullum, and it's a garage fight that he wants to take. The nade barreling his way. Dropping back, but still in play.
Nice pick from Cullum. Really nice setup on towards FakeU as well. With the spike not committed towards anywhere, it's a nice little off angle to work from. And you're seeing right now, Pixel Lumina really struggling with getting these entry picks and setting themselves up in the early round.
That's a left-right good night. ESC aware of what the reaction would have looked like. So FakeU has the perfect position. On the other hand, Link does not. Solo vents, goes down to Styx. You look at the other player vent, and now Cullum in the tower. They are separated yet again. No TP, fully committed to this corner. Not going to take much to find the pick, but Cullum has managed to disengage brilliantly. The one and done comes up with a little bit more. So ESC are going to chase them out of play.
Oh, both players being stunned up as well. 25 seconds. You're going to call this quits. Probably thinking about saving things out. And I think that's admirable in a sense, but ESC showing how their defense works, and I like that. As you said, the left-right good night with the operator, then playing in FakeU. ESC, oh sorry, PLU, Pixel Lumina, need to be careful of Cullum's operator and the positions that he can find himself in.
I'm glad you've raised it as well, because you've got to be thinking, what tools do they have to actually take him out of position here? I mean, the dog is the only visual you get. You've got a boombot and some flashes between your Sky and Yoru player. I think the hope kind of has to be that you can dive quickly onto a site, and that's going to be enough if Cullum isn't present, and it's a call that Pixel Lumina have made pretty much perfectly here. They anticipate he's not going to double dip on B. This is where we make our opening. 4 players strong.
The only issue is they're using the Breach and the Omen to dissuade anyone from coming forward. The utility straight back in! It's just a spam! Hazard that ends up working out in ESC's favour. Maybe on for a little bit more, or maybe just try to go for too big a bite at the cherry. Pixel Lumina trying to work their way on towards the site, and they're just banging their fist against the door, and it's all ended up bloody.
That was a brilliant round from FakeU. Really starting to step into his element now. Someone who we've seen around in this scene for a very long time. You think back to his stint in 2021 with London United and Oglu thereafter. 2 splits on Desire in Italy. And after a quiet year last year, as the story can be said for quite a few of these players, into the rebuild, seems to have found his place.
30 seconds left.
I'm glad that you raised like the Oglu time and stuff like that as well. Challengers, as it was called back in the day, right? Like you've got Link, who was also up towards there. People will remember of Liquid fame. But at the same time, like these are players that are showing up when they're needed. And in this map, they are going to be needed, right? Like, Pixel Lumina aren't exactly finding their form at the minute. But when we do see them start to click into gear, we've seen a few times where they have the capabilities to fight back, right? And this ultimate cycle right now is definitely going to decide that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? It's sort of the... What's an Oglu, Grandpa? Go to bed. You know, you're not taking your meds. Yeah. Challenges, VCT, it's two different things. But they do have a star player. Man. That is Cullum, the one who finds himself holding the line here with the operator. But as we've already mentioned, everyone can step up and roll back the years if required. Cullum has been incentivized to just step a little further with a stealth drone. And so the pick-off of Maniac has just denied any kind of gap close that Pixel Lumina would really have been looking for. And, you know, the dimensional drift as well, probably your biggest counter to that operator's now missing.
Oh, the
what have we got here?
Oh, ships in the night! And one of them sunk, in fact, both in the end. Brody just looking to backfill the space that's been left by Link. At the same time, though, Pixel Lumina, their eyes are firmly set on B.
In terms of the decision making, it does feel a little bit unnecessary for Link to go searching there. However, I do like this movement from ESC. Beast mode, a little bit more aggressive. Fiku drops back knowing mid's given up, but he has to support his teammate.
Oh, and he does it. Utility not coming out. Oh, Fiku, he's going to get traded through. We're back to a 2v2. And this is doable. Players low. Oh, we're mostly on the Pixel Lumina side, and the operator, well, it only needs one bullet. Can Styx come up with a clutch here? No, he can, as Brody will come flying out of heaven and rescue the round for ESC.
Never show weakness.
Yeah, ESC
ever.
Reading the play well there, showing us proactivity on both ends. Not too sure about this solo setup from Link there, going 1-for-1, right? Invites the possibility. For Pixel Lumina, but the re-clear garage was, you know, really nice on paper. I would love to have seen Beast Mode a little bit supported. Like, we're drawing up the right ideas here, and I think someone like Link has always been really vocal in the mid-round. You know, from the different teams that he's been a part of, that's always been a feature of him as a player, that plan creation. We come back to what we were saying earlier, and I think one of the big differences between a good team and a great team at this level is the execution of those ideas, and Pixel Lumina not fully able to punish it.
They are, and I think like you bring up a good point there about the plan creation, and I like, well, we're seeing maybe Pixel Lumina a step behind ESC. I feel as if ESC aren't the full picture just yet. It has a team, a roster who shows up time and time, like, again. I mean, you get to the playoffs, right? You've got to be good enough to reach this level of play. I feel as if like they are just missing like the finer details in the rounds. And that's what's costing them from being like a kind of lower bracket run team to being like an upper bracket team, like your Enterprises, etc.
Who's next?
Both rosters with playoff goals in the previous stage. But it's stage 2 when they arrive on the scene, and as Maniac is the first player forward in this aggressive A take from Pixel Lumina, we'll go trade it. That's at the concession of the Spike plant. 4-on-4 into the retake.
I mean, for coming back in though, plenty of utility for ESC, and plenty of bodies already feeling the damage on Pixel Lumina's side.
Oh, Brody just snatching one away from Styx as the Rolling Thunder comes through. It's a flash player into the Aftershock. Brody swinging around the side. It's Link that finds the kill instead. Numbers ESC, but they dwindle. Simply in the corner. Not baited out by the fake out, and so Cullum thinks it's safe and walks straight into the jaws of defeat. Fiku in a clutch. 1 versus 2. With his position already given away, he has managed to find the first, but Almo knows all too well what he has to do here and playing his time to perfection. Fiku will find the kill, but the round still evades him. That's double digits for Pixel Lumina at long last.
It's been a while since Pixel Lumina have been able to push themselves to double digits. The timing absolutely perfect from Lumina in the clutch. And not only that, I mean, things get so spicy towards the end. They know that they're putting all their hopes and trust in towards Almo, who's playing from main, and he does so well. We do, though, head quickly into a pause. Other thing to consider here, Hazza, as we start to head through this one and towards the last couple of rounds, is this economy state for both teams is a little bit muddied, right? Like, we are going to get a bye in the next round, sure. It's not quite a swing round, but like, we're starting to find ourselves in like this muddy spot where both teams might find themselves in swing rounds soon enough.
Yeah, there's definitely the possibility for one on the horizon. I mean, I think the next round in and of itself will be, because you've just seen Pixel Lumina pick up a round win. That does reset their own loss bonus, of course. So in terms of the money that they're going to be getting in following rounds, if they end up losing again here, it favors ESC massively. They've already got credit in pocket. You can see the ops come back out for Cullum. Should that be the route that they want to go? He's looked impenetrable so far when his sight has been hit. That's sort of the guessing game that you're playing sometimes. It feels like Pixel Lumina's the blind leading the blind into these aggressive sight plays. Like, you live by the sword, you die by it. It's the double dive setup. You go flying in, all guns blazing. I don't think the ESC retakes have been, you know, particularly remarkable. But you need those numbers advantages first.
Yeah, exactly. With that being said, though, how do you find advantages? Where do you build from? I mean, for ESC gaming, right? You got to be looking at getting Brody's ultimate online if you want to find concrete ways of doing it. A Viper's Pit, if they can get Almo in towards a post plant. Seekers are probably the prime ultimate to do that. So there's ideas in which you can try and work with here if you're Pixel Lumina or ESC.
Yeah, look, man, the world's your oyster. It's Valorant. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
One thing I am happy with, though, is the fact that we're, you know, what is it? We come back home and it's not a 12-0 or an 11-1 half.
Oh,
like,
God,
we've had such competitive halves so far. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, mate. Like, we kind of like an EMEA, between like the guys who were like off stage and stuff like that, they were heralded everywhere we went. We're like, we love you guys, you're giving us short days. And we're like, bro, it's not us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, rather than oh, we love your work, it's guys, you're giving us short days. We want you more.
Hey man, that's production for you. A short day is a great day. It does not matter. I know what you mean, and I'm sure that everyone behind the scenes will be feeling that right now, as well as we're in yet another technical pause. So, of course, make sure to go and give some love to the people running the show right now. I mean, we've been away for the last couple of weeks, but everything going on here, of course, always amazing. Make sure to... Yeah, I don't know. Are we still using the CLNE hashtag? Probably, like, hashtag CLNE, or just hearts in the chat for production. Man, we've got a great team.
Hearts in the chat for production, bro.
W Glaze,
yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. There's been a lot of stuff been going on recently as well. We've also got the KO buffs that we've not really seen implemented that much yet as well.
I think that's one thing too. Like, do teams want to rip up the strat book for a change which feels minimal, I think, at this point in time, but into Toronto as being sort of a much better barometer for Vice as well, I would probably say, being a little bit more impactful in terms of her current position in the meta and how that affects her. Do people then want to change things up or not? Because right now, it's comfy enough.
I think that's the thing as well for me is like we had a chat with like JT as well and Pal at the time, and they were talking about like strat books and stuff, and they were like, well, do we rip up our strat book and introduce Teal, or do we Teal proof our already implemented strat book? You know, and I like that idea.
Column, his strat book just reads Yoru, peek with op, go kill. Doesn't pick one up this time. Or the second, and that's now an issue because Pixel Lumina are hitting this site hard, as they have done previously. It's been given over by ESC at no fault of their own, and so with the pit in play, it's a difficult retake.
Very difficult, and this is what we were talking about earlier, about finding ways to concrete your post plant and find advantages. They've done so through their ultimate, although look at ESC, they're looking at other ways to get back into this site, like main.
Oh, Maniac peeking back out the pit, Judge in play from Almo, locks down screens. 4 versus 2 situation, and if you're ESC, you're just looking for the best possible escape route. They'll cross from main, a reverse engineering of Almo's own toxic screen can bring them back to safety as Laser is hung out to dry on the way back through. Pixel Lumina with 11, Cairo. They are just a couple rounds away from realizing their position in what is the deepest run that they've made so far up the mountain.
That's it, and I mean, it has been a mountain, it has been a climb, and right now in that round, ESC, they tried to look towards main as a source of to get back into the round, right? Instead it was a source to escape. Now moving in towards the next one, they're the ones with the advantage in the ultimate cycle. How do they use them? That's a big swing round in terms of economy as well.
It's a pit in middle to start, and well, actually, that's a dead Laser. At least it should be. The ult has missed. ESC with a heavy investment to take mid control, and while they have that at the very least, Pixel Lumina retain the player advantage, and now they're grouping up for an A hit, and there's nobody home.
That's the thing.
And there isn't gonna be for a long time either.
No.
They've gambled on B.
But the thing is, though, they're taking so long to hit the A side that ESC are going to start to go like that. Well,
And
nothing's here.
Brody has the drone. So this is where you take your timing to clear out Garage and potentially react the opposite way. But no, it's like everyone's just stuck in the mud. We hit 45 seconds and finally they pull the pin on A, and that's Linked gathering the info.
Yeah, exactly. Guiding Light held. ESC can now start to pivot towards the A side, but again, Spike still taking its time to go down.
You were just wondering who was going to make the first move, but it's Pixel Lumina in post yet again.
My Potter broke.
Still waiting up for Link to come back through, and that first pick's going to go a long way for ESC.
Pixel Lumina are set up for a punish in heaven, just waiting to call that play, but with Link finding Laser, it's only Maniac left. Finally, he goes for it. Almo in support, flash round the side. Almo creeping closer, nails Fiku to the wall, and so Beast Mode 1v2 on the bench of Ascend before, joined up with players who spent their time residing on the roster. He just can't quite climb to the level, and so with that,
Enemy remaining.
it is Pixel Lumina 1 round away.
Yeah, it's now starting to get to a point where it's do or die for ESC. We said it before, the last round, it's a big swing round. The economy not in a great state, and that's come through in the form of light shields and missing utility for ESC. PLU have everything they need to send this one home.
Oh, and the TP to the corner, it's both of them burnt through by sticks, but they know that Beast Mode is engaged, and so this horror show for him so far isn't going to get that much better. Just the one kill that he walks away with. But ESC can reset this defensive line off the back of it. They are spread pretty thin though, just one player per lane as it stands.
Pixel Lumina are taking the time to come towards across to this A side of the map, and sure, Spike is there. I mean, Teo identified, but the Heroes managed to cross all the way over on ramp.
ESC make no further gamble in terms of personnel, player reinforcements. In fact, they are starting to guess over towards B again. It's another call from Brody, which seems to have missed the mark, as Pixel Lumina will find themselves in the A site uncontested for a third time in a row, and now it's only Cullum caught in the corner of ramp. Pixel Lumina player advantage and only 1 round away.
Still plenty of utility to come back in with ESC.
This is it. This is the chance. Link has got the first of those, and still they hang on to the grapevine, but it's starting to loosen that grip here and now. FIQ to face the music. 3 players in front of him. The steps of Almo are gonna be heard. These flashes don't have too much value. Time is of the essence as he gets back on the scene. Fika with the aftershock playing towards the elbow side, but there's just nothing left to work with. He can find all the players he likes. Pixel Lumina have found their spot in a qualification game. While both teams had ambitions for a playoff run, it is Pixel Lumina that find themselves furthest up the mountain.
Yeah, and on top of that, Hazza, you've got to be talking about how far this organisation of Pixel Lumina has come, right? They missed out narrowly last time round. This time round, they find themselves in a playoff spot. And it's not only that, right? It's also the fact that they've got real quality on this roster, and it's coming through at the right time.
Yeah, it's a fantastic performance from them front to back. Map number 1 started off a little bit shaky, but that fight back into the second half of Haven set us up for a split, which only seems to be going one way. I mean, ESE responding with little bits and pieces, little nuggets showing us what they're capable of, but this is still a team which very much feels like it's needing a little bit more time in the workshop to really come together as the sum of its parts, whereas Pixel Lumina, that little bit later down the line in terms of development and starting to reap the rewards of that as they move one step closer to challengers EMEA.
And I think that's a really clean point that you make, right, is the fact that maybe we do need a little bit more time in the workshop, right? Like, a lot of these splits come round and teams maybe get put together at the last minute. ESC have a very capable roster, and a roster which I think with maybe like a little bit more support, like a coach or something like that, that could really make good of how they're playing. Nice ideas in the meta read as well, just like we're not seeing maybe like the set plays that we expect from, or protocols as well that we'd expect from like that split comp or the Haven comp.
And that also always comes back to the individuals, because as good as protocols are, if you can't enact them in the moment and you've got you know, a player giving away a first death, which I think is a statistic I'd like to go and look back at retrospectively later on, Pixel Lumina will punish you, and that's been the story of this one so far. Maniac map to map, brilliant performance from him, simply also showing how good he can be on a duelist. And look, even the new pickup of Laser as well, sort of having influence, I think, with this Sky being a little bit off-piste, but sort of finding its place in this system which had the solution.
Yeah, I think we have an interview with Victorson just coming up in a minute as we get him ready though, Hazza. Is there anyone that like you'd immediately highlight as like your MVP from this series?
It's sort of hard to point the finger immediately. I was happy with Maniac, as I mentioned before, but as one to watch for the future, and maybe not this stage, but stages upcoming, is Cullum. I think he is still the star player of that ESC side. He won them so many opening kills, a lot of rounds where they went 5v4. You know, even on the attack side when it was beast mode doing it, it's just like converting from those positions. Because as I said, like, these guys have the individuals. We know the names on the team, and I think to spin back to what I was saying about Cullum, he's one for the future, and I think he just needs to find his place in a project that can remain consistent, that has clear goals for the upcoming year or so, and that there isn't any volatility around him, where Ascend was kind of like that last year with factors outside of the game. ESC here, I feel like personally wouldn't be the team I would choose if you wanted consistency at the very least. But that's at least the way I see it. We've got the interview now ready with Victorson, and we can hear it. Doing feeling pretty good after that win, I imagine.
Hello guys. Yeah.
Hello.
What's up? Nice to meet you.
You too, man. Nice to finally hear from you. You've been on board with this team for quite a while now. Coming into the stage, the goal was always playoffs. How are you feeling with how the team has done already, and how you're feeling going into, the next set of games?
I think in general today we did pretty good, to be honest. Yesterday not so good, but if we keep this form and basically we bring the fire as today, we can go far. I'm pretty sure about it.
Yeah, I mean, now you are one game off heading to Challengers EMEA. You also have a break tomorrow. Is there any team that you would want to be playing in a couple of days' time?
Not really, to be honest. We are happy to play with anyone. I didn't even check who are in, who are not in. We are just going match by match and that's it, I think that's the
Fair
mentality.
enough, yeah, and to draw on that mentality a little bit as well, I want to talk of the timeouts and your involvement with those. You called a lot of pauses. ESC didn't really call any. In terms of the advantages you're able to gain from that and the kind of things that you were talking over, was it more the macro and how you wanted to approach things generally, or just smaller details that you felt like needed refining for you to see those improvements and get back into things?
I think mostly macro, to be honest, and calling what they do usually, what has been working for us, and that's it, I would say.
Yeah, fair enough. And is there anything you guys are taking forward? Obviously, we didn't see much breach Tejo from you guys, but is there anything that from today? Is there anything that you're planning to innovate for the future? Perhaps is there anything that you've got your eyes on?
You never know, right?
Kara, you're asking a silly question to a coach there, man, asking him to open up the strat rate for you. A slightly easier one from me then, perhaps. Laser joining this team, what kind of value do you see from him as an individual, and how are you feeling about his progress so far into what was a pre-existing team, and how useful has he been in making playoffs where you failed the first time around?
I think what he brings is a little bit of more vocality, and with the progress, I would say he progresses a lot as Sentinel, both when it comes to timings, how to play off of the util, everything, to be honest, slowly. So yeah, that's it, I think.
Yeah, 100%, man. So I'll leave it up to you, mate, if you want to finish out the interview right here, yeah, we'll leave it there.
Thank you guys for the interview.
Thank you very much, man.
And have a nice day, of course.
Thank you. You
See
too,
you.
man. Have a great day. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. See you.
I think that's the longest goodbye we've ever had in an interview, but I mean, the guy was very nice. It's good to hear from Victorson, man, because you're talking about someone who has been with this project since minute one when it was announced, and you can see his influence throughout those timeouts to make the comeback happen on Haven, which ultimately set up that second map of Split, which Pixel Lumina remain undefeated on heading into their next match.
Yeah, and I think as well there's an identity within this roster, right, in terms of how they want to play, setting up their individuals, playing through that aspect, and I like that. There's a game plan, there's obviously some thought behind things, as I tried to get that out of Victorson and he decided not to tell me, but you get the idea, and that's something that really excites me.
Yeah, me too. Look, I think that's a very important thing to do, set up how it is you want to try and play, and we've seen that with Bonk. They play Zero Tenacity up next. That's our second game of this afternoon. Bonk, a team which have sort of risen from the ashes. It's an old banner flown by new players, and for Zero Tenacity, you could say the same in some ways. A slight shuffle of the deck for them seems to be paying off so far, but with both finding themselves in the lower bracket, anything can happen, and you could just be a couple of maps from going home, or maybe even qualifying for an EMEA event, one which would be a first for both of those teams. So we're going to head over to a break, but when we return, we will have that one available for you. So don't go anywhere.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast, second game of the evening for you all. I'm Hazard, joined by Cairo. We've got Bonk and Zero Tenacity ready to go at it for a spot in a second qualification match here. We've just seen Pixel Lumina take the win against ESC. Both of those new teams to the fray when it comes to our top 8. However, Zero Tenacity have some skin in the game. Bonk, one of our newbies on the block.
They are, and do you know what? Like, this is the thing that's been really interesting about the Swiss, like, kind of mountain climb that we've been seeing. A lot of new teams, a lot of new, hero runs that have been coming through. Cinderellas that have been popping left, right, and centre, but only one of those can end up with a glass slipper, and unfortunately, or it could end up being none. That's the position that we're currently in, Hazza, and that's why I'm excited for this one, because it's Zero Tenacity, who are kind of like the old guard now in terms of this region.
Yeah, look, let's skip the blah 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 and move on to talking about the teams. We're going to start it off with Bonk and go over what it is exactly that has made this team tick. How have they found themselves here from a lower Swiss run into uppers, and now with the opportunity to join what seems to be a growing list of teams which are just projects fueled by passion of players without contracts, free agents that just make these deep runs split after split, whether it's east or north. There's always one or two of them, and yeah, Bonk, the newest entrant.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of names that people might remember as well from like the Beacon circuit, like Waddles is Waddles the pig, the big one from me. I think Kosa, from what I remember, is like a,
yeah.
Why are you laughing?
The big one, the big pig, was it? Waddles the pig, the big one.
He's Waddles the pig. It's from what's the series called? The one where it's the two kids, and then the grandpa owns like a really weird mystical shop. You know what I'm talking about? Is that not the same one? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of a different one.
I don't know. Look, mate, we can go over that a little later on. We've got a pig, a Vauxhall, and a couple others. We'll see how exactly they can turn up today, if they can turn up today. I mean, look, they took a map off of Enterprise, which in terms of this second stage, when you're considering Enterprise, then taking a map off of BBL Pacific, the best team in Challengers EMEA. Well, they got to be like the third best team in the whole of EMEA, right? Like, that's how that works. No, it's an Enterprise team which has developed quite a lot. So there you go.
Yeah, no maths on broadcast, as we say, although Zero Tenacity, they have a lot of things to be excited about, right, with this roster. Ian, sorry, I'm just reading the kill feed there, sorry.
Yanto getting one MSH with a clutch, oh my god!
Yeah, but Grameki, Alexic, and the co-right, but like these are rosters, or a roster that has been around for a long while, players who you can get really excited about, the East region can be proud of, right? And this is what I like, and Pyro as well has been on an absolute storm recently.
Yeah, someone who's come in from what was Ascend last year, and most recently KPI at the beginning, the first stage of Spain. He comes in as a replacement, of course, of the Zero Tenacity roster. They said goodbye to, I can't remember who it was, Tyrex. That's the one. He's been benched. They benched him. He's not actually been removed when you look at the roster. But yeah, brilliant young talent. A little bit tough on Tyrex, but it seems like they've made some improvements. It's so hard to sort of like posture where this team goes. I think firstly out of Swiss, it's like such a red herring in general of how well you do there. And then last time they won their opening game against Enterprise. This time they lost their opening game. And well, actually, when you look at this team, I think you always have super high expectations because of the players that you just mentioned, both Pretty and Grumek. How many times have we seen them, whether it was Diamant, Zero Tenacity in the last stage or even now, be pushing for like a third place finish and, well, not even make challenges EMEA last time.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, like we think towards that play-ins run that Grumek and Pretty had, and everyone was like, well, Diamant are the team to win this play-ins, right? Against like KPI, etc. There was a lot of good teams in that play-ins, and they never even made it out their own group, right? And that's like kind of shows you that like how unlucky they've been as a whole. So yeah, I mean, for the future, like it's two players that always feel as if have deserved the flowers and never really got them.
Yeah, you sort of got to earn it at the same point, though, and maybe there is the conversation to be had of whether they have the bottle to actually break into that uppercut of teams when you divide it from it being a two-region combine now. Top 4 is essentially kind of like the top 2 that we had before in terms of that regional representation into the EMEA events. So, yeah, still not quite able to find themselves in that position other than the points which gave them play-ins last time, as you said. So, look, conversations to be had about these guys later down the line, but in terms of this game, you've got to get past a Bonk team which are in form, regardless of the result which they just had, that loss against Enterprise. Still going to be feeling pretty confident with how far they've been able to go, and knowing that they have players which individually just like can pop off. So if you can enable them, then why not?
Yeah, and I feel as if for me though, like with the Bonk roster, you sure they've been able to make it this far, but they're a bunch of like kids who are inexperienced at this level, and that feels very disingenuous and quite like talking down to them. I don't mean it in that aspect, but what I mean is that like they lost to Enterprise, right? Now they have to try and bounce back against a Zero Tenacity roster, which also looked quite good, who had like a pretty close game against Sweet and Sour in that upper bracket. So, like, fair enough, you could probably argue the best team in this lower bracket right now and probably favourites to grab one of those last spots. I'm just thinking, like, right now for Bonk, how's the bottle, right? That's the big question coming out of this point, is how good are they going to be bouncing back from that initial result against Enterprise?
And that then leads us into the map pool conversation a little bit. Now, Bonk's map pool feels somewhat inflated by the amount of reps that they've been able to get since, you know, those open qualifiers, which then lead in, you know, from East into lowers to uppers and now in playoffs. But it's a conversation that we held in the previous stage as well with other free agent teams. The main one was Shakmat before they got picked up and turned into Go Next. The fact that they were able to, you know, get a lot of good reps under their belt, looked really well drilled, looked like a roster that was able to play off of one another very comfortable, whereas you've made a player change on the Zero Tenacity side. They don't have that amount of experience as a group maybe, and while, you know, a 1-for-1 isn't as drastic as 2 or 3 players, it's still, you know, slightly concerning when you look here and, or they've only got one map with a positive win rate. That's Haven.
Yeah, that is always going to be worrying. And I think, like, the thing is, though, and again, it feels cheap to say, but, like, this is where your experience counts, right? And in the lower bracket, when times do get tough in an elimination match as well, Bonk are immediately going to pick Haven, though. And I think that's kind of a let-off for Zero Tenacity, right? They pick their opposing teams, like, best map in terms of win rate. And now as you move in towards the rest of the veto, Zero Tenacity, you immediately begin to favour them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I did forget to mention Fracture in there as well. Only played once. by Zero Tenacity, that 1-0. Bonk are going to ban that out. That one makes a lot more sense, I think. I mean, for Bonk, they're also 3-1 on Haven. Funny thing to mention is for Zero Tenacity, just at the start of this veto, they've had 3 appearances and 3 overtimes on there, winning only one of them, or winning, sorry, 2 of them, losing one against Go Next, and one of them being the longest map that we've ever seen in Northeast history as a single map. Icebox, Lotus up next. I think when I look at the back end of the veto here, Lotus, that's where I start to favor Bonk more. You know, the longer this one goes on, the more confident I feel that they can end up winning it. Whereas if Zero Tenacity start really well, they take Haven away from Bonk, like then you're way more concerned for them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing though, right? It's very easily this veto could go either way. And I think, as you said though, like we kind of started with the veto, the fact that they pick in towards Zero Tenacity's map of Haven, right? Surely they're doing well on it themselves. It does kind of lead the rest of that veto to almost favour Zero Tenacity and what they want to play. At the same time though, got to be there to win it, got to be going into that map, and it's what we said before, how's the read on the meta and how are you going to play your comp? Because at the same time, you can have all the positive win rate in the world, but if you have a clash of styles going up against one another, there might be only one style that wins.
Yeah. Look, Haven feels open plan to kick things off. Into Icebox, I am leaning towards Bonk on that. There's not too much tape. I mean, we saw that both teams played Bitfix. Zero Tenacity lost to them. Bonk were able to win that one. And, you know, Bitfix, the game that they played the other day was just ridiculous. It is then onto Lotus, where I wanted to lean more towards Bonk, but it's still kind of up in the air because that was the map which they played in the upper Swiss stage when they faced each other. Zero Tenacity winning it 13-6, which is like pretty confident, right? And then Bonk, it's a map which of the 12 times played, they've won 10 times. So they have good stocks, but just not against this opponent. Can that translate? Can those reps be made into something a little bit more reputable, we should say? So yeah, I don't know, man. Heading into the first map, I think it more than anything, is just going to be a sign of the times. Like, where are we at? Let's check back in on both of these teams after a previous series defeat and where their heads are at coming into the day.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the thing. Like, it's going to be really hard to decipher exactly how it goes, right? I think that's the big thing for me, because when you get towards this stage, I think form almost goes out the window, right? You lose your first game after a little bit of a break, then you're like, right, guys, let's get ourselves together, and it's like, where does the ball keep rolling? Are you able to stop that losing momentum? Are you able to keep yourselves in towards a positive spot? But listen, hey, we're going to get straight in towards this one. Agent select for Haven.
Yeah, both teams with their own ideas of how they want to try and play. It's Chazza back on the ISO. This is something that Bonk have done quite a lot from map to map. I remember seeing them bring it out on Lotus quite a bit as well. I think, you know, they played it 5 times. The one loss was against Zero Tenacity. So if there's anything to say from that, it would be that this is a team which sort of knows how to counter the composition, or at least has pretty preset expectations of what Bonk want to do, beginning on the attack side as well. So you want to make the most of that opportunity nice and early here if you're in their position.
I think for me, whenever I'm starting to see this ISO comp be brought out, I'm starting to worry ever so slightly, just because of, like, again, the changes to ISO and the combination of utility. You only get one undercut on ISO, which was always big for combining with like the stops in play, right? Yeah, the shot dirt, whatever you want to say. But like the point that's now down to 1. Sure, ISO's still strong, but I feel as if that application of the agent isn't really working anymore, and I would prefer to see like maybe a tail breach.
How do those fundamentals look for Bonk? What kind of a setup do they have on this map? It's against the default kind of composition that you'd get from Zero Tenacity, playing very much in the way that we expect from them on Haven. It has been a great map for both of these teams, but coming into the second round of playoffs, Zero Tenacity, the ones with higher expectations placed on them, and already 2 bullets fired out of either Ghost in a lobby. makes for an instant 4-on-4.
Yeah, but you're at the same time though, you would rather be Zero Tenacity in this point, because while both teams have lost their duelist, you've lost less utility on Tenacity's side.
Still Grummack for floating around towards A, but you can see Zero Tenacity kind of trying to figure out right now, what's the play? What move do we make here? It's two players either side of the map with the alarm bot, just making sure B isn't under threat. It is the A site where Bonk will head, and it's into Grummack. They go. Pyro in support, but 2 kills back means they were an even footing once again, and it's a long rotation to be made.
How do you get back in here? I mean, info dart to set up MSH, but at the same time though, I mean, you're going to have Pretty jump out of heaven.
I mean, Yasiek's been spotted on default. He's the only player here in this position right now, and while Chazza can support Window, that makes it only MSH. The next of the shots from him landing, looking for the last. Oh, not hitting the mark. It is Chazza with a triple kill. So the Englishman has added the pistol to Bonk's tally.
Yeah, I mean, really nice pistol overall. Like, the shots are absolutely insane. But, I mean, when we get towards this point here, where it's like 4 versus 2, both players still disconnected, and it's very easy for Bonk to fight back just a little bit. Yeah, this 2v2, I don't know how to even talk about it, but same point, Bonk convert the pistol, we move into anti-eco.
Revealing area.
Infiltrated A. A spy cam set up towards Sura as well. Bonk playing a reactive offense, just waiting to see if Zero Tenacity have any kind of aggression to bring to the table, but in terms of the setup, it's Killjoy util for mid again. Contact play on C, yet to be trapped.
Ooh.
And with Pretty, the solo anchor of the A site, you can see the defenders are starting to get restless and moves to be made, but Bonk have read this ahead of schedule.
Yeah, this is really nice calling. The fact that they pause after they get that pick and they're like, well, we know that they're probably going to try and rotate off and respond to that pressure. At the same time though, they've allowed Tenacity to doubt themselves, and they are coming back towards C.
A bit of a double fake. Both teams seemingly acutely aware of where one another stands at this point in time, but the concession for Zero Tenacity is the A site. All the while, Yasiek's been doing brilliant work at just checking what the state of play is. And speaking of, Chazza being given the spike plant means that he moves one step closer to that kill contract coming into the gun round. The bonus round, which Bonk will be hoping to bolster if they can keep this clean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can even, if you get towards a good advantage, chuck that rifle away to someone else, give Chaz a ghost and get him hunting. At the same time, still waiting for Zero Tenacity to come back in, and they're taking their time doing it. Utility that they have to is a full build on Grummack.
But even if Zero Tenacity challenged this, you can see Bonk really well set up to make sure that they respond. They had a player to shoot out the recon, one of their own to go the opposite way.
Nice.
Zero Tenacity, damage limitation. 4 players drop to the spike, no orbs given over. And so Chazza is going to have to pick up an orb or something of his own if he wants this ult to open up the first rifle round of play.
Yeah, and I think as well, this gives something for Zero Tenacity to tailor their defence to, right? And we're seeing that. Look at the breach and the jet starting to move towards C. They can contest long if Bonk decide to make that their game plan. And I like this. It's something which Bonk will need to be careful of. And I mean, at this point in time, seems as if their focus will be mid.
Setting up another punish. The question is, did Bonk walk into it? I think the calling so far has been pretty spot on from the attack side.
I think it's been decent calling from the defense as well, though, from the meantime.
That's true. Here, something to keep tabs on for now is Karu punishes Alexic. So potent in those opening duels is the Jet, but it's not the first time he's been relieved of his duties early. Zero Tenacity looking to get proactive down C long, but Karu still holding on. Can he get more? Of course he can. And with the Ghost in his hands and Grumek chasing shadows here. They are so light on this C-site defense. The Vandal doesn't land a single shot. It's onto MSH.
Bomb grenade out. Last player standing.
Yeah, I don't think Zero Tenacity will be having much to do in this round, has it? Bonk are playing this really diligently, I think is the word that I would use. Just the fact that, like, as well, they're getting picks and then immediately hitting pause, immediately pressing the brake pedal. And they're playing with the round timings, right? Like the pacing's just really nice overall, and it's like they're making sure not to get caught off guard by a reaction, by a re-aggression from Zero Tenacity. I like that. And this is why, like, when you see the attack play this slow, it can frustrate the defense, right? Now we move in towards this round, another trap play set up towards A.
Zero Tenacity trying to make a read of their own here, that this would be
My eyes are down.
a play of faster pace. Electric set up in sewers. It's the same story again. Yashek shutting it down. And look, as much as we've relied on Alexic to be the hero for Zero Tenacity in previous series, I mean, this is far from a confidence builder on the defender's side.
And I feel as if, like, sure that the gunfights are going Bonk's way, but again, like, I really want to highlight how well this Bonk side are calling right now on Haven.
It's not just that, but for Alexic personally, the defender's side is usually his best, right?
Yes.
You're building him up onto an operator, he's getting the pick, he's stashing away, it's vintage.
This is just, it's just gorgeous. Sorry, I'm seeing this, like, they're showing ISO utility, C long, using the fake out and garage to fake pressure. They've pulled Zero Tenacity over towards the C side, and now the exit comes in on A.
Paranoia catches Pretty playing from Graffiti. Can't quite litter the shots as Pyro sends one back. Z10, not in the worst of positions, but they are forced to give it up and drop all the way back. In fact, Ramek is going to hit the deck as Yesiek finds him. His hands put to the ground. As it's 3 kills from the Cypher player to shut up shop and confirm the fourth.
Well, I'll tell you something, Hazza. My hands are on the deck with, like, you know, trying to show my appreciation for Bonk and the way that they're faking towards that seaside. Honestly, though, it's really nice utility. And the fact that they're playing slow and Zero Tenacity are completely falling into it. It's just so nice. It can't work every round. We're looking for a pace change coming through, you know, looking to maybe hit towards, or just exec towards one side, yeah? Need to be careful of Alexic's op, though.
Oh man, you're really enjoying yourself. Just sitting back, watching the way that Bonk play.
Yeah.
Alexic not caught by the fake out this time. He loves the garage peek, but lets Karu come to him. And so with the first shot of the op, they'll find the first pick of the round brought into Chaz's domain. Double tap to protect him from the first shot. The classic was what was attempted. The shield supporting nicely. And just as soon as Alexic gets off the mark, he is brought swiftly back down to earth, and MSH searching garage solo. It's more of the same.
Yeah, and it's a deposit as well now that Zero Tenacity have to go and re-clear at a disadvantage, keeping the breach towards the C side. Not to, like, keep harping on, but still really nicely played by Bonk.
Look at Waddles in sewer as well. This is where the paranoia comes in, and those players that are trying to set up behind the smoke don't have the same kind of security. A little late on the play, and so Pyro posted up from the top of the box is going to be top of the pops. Pyro's popping off, and so is Purty by his side. Zero Tenacity, through a couple of players, finally have one on the board.
Yeah, and as well as that, Bonk should have had the advantage. Did have the advantage, but they should have had that site for free, right? Realistically, on numbers. But Zero Tenacity do well to set up a little trap, right? Pyro from up above. Nice shooting coming out from Pretty. Now the operator on the attack side rather than the defense.
Yeah. It's like a micro adjustment of the setup too, because if you're boosted there, then I don't think the near sight actually catches you.
No.
Standing ahead.
Unless it's up really high.
There to try and open yet another round. Cam was there to check him. It's a Hunter's Fury into the space.
Ooh.
Oh, Pretty's found a double kill.
Where's that come from?
I have no idea.
Obviously must have heard the contact being taken. Pyro on the other side. Waddles has been found. Omen versus Omen. And they've just given up the C side. Would rather just play towards the link and give up the site.
The first bolt tagged both players down to 80, and so the second was easy enough to hit.
Yeah.
Orb goes on to Chazza in the meantime. I mean, was it Chazza that picked that up? It looked... I'm not crazy. Karu... I guess they okay. If you're Bonk, you go, Karu is gonna like die, we don't win this, he gets his ult next, like it's fine. Chaz has just like got main character syndrome or something.
Hey, listen.
30
If there's
seconds left.
anybody you'd want to have main character syndrome, it's definitely your man Chaz as they start to pop the UKG utility. At the same time, no, Zero Tenacity, they've been active, they don't want to stand on their heels and looking to clear out towards spawn as well. So this is going to get really claustrophobic for Bonk as we get later in the round. It's about how they respond and how they look for a pick back in their favour.
Kara could get caught here. Needs to keep his wits about him. Nice first shot and just about gets out of dodge.
I mean, that's a dimensional draft. Chazza now knows about the position he needs to play in and wins out against Gramek. Pretty though, on fire, and now it's up to the op.
Onto the line, but a player can peek in from both sides and the boost. The smoke's just going to stop this. The defuse will come all the way through. Kara can't do anything about it. And so Zero Tenacity have doubled up.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the operator's still in play. I mean, maybe it feels like that's always going to be the plan, to play from long because of the operator. I don't know if there was a stun that came in there. Didn't quite catch it, but it was a nice play nonetheless. And yeah, that's the problem when you end up in a position like this with the operator. You think, oh, we'll play from C long, but if the Omen's still up, your priority should always be to play on site. Stokesy 101.
It's like a ghost coming back to haunt you every time.
Yeah. But in fact, you know what? I don't want to give him credit. I'm gonna call him the Shano 101.
It's funny too while we have a moment. Speaking of ghosts and Chazza and his main character energy, his messages in Mini's Discord are ghosting. You know, he posts in there like after every official, and his messages gets blocked. It says this message is from a likely spammer. Like I've actually tried to view it several times. I have to click show more to see what he's typed. So
poor Chazza. The guy's from what I can see, guy's definitely a student of the game.
Yeah, for sure, man.
For sure.
But it's a slow start here, and I mean, Bonk, they're just trying to write up a full report of what does Zero Tenacity's defense look like? Where is this operator? You saw the drone invested mid. It's now repositioned into tower.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say about this and how Bonk have been playing, like, fair enough, I've been quite complimentary of it. Yeah. But at a certain point, they're going to get caught out because they keep playing these slow rounds.
Well, the smoke has cut off one of the players, but it's set up Pyro to go nuclear. He engulfs Bonk as they try and make the play out along, and now you've just got to call it quits. The timing was crazy. Yeah. Had Corsa flying up into the sky on a broomstick as he pulled out the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that was like something out of an anime battle, right? Like you just see him come up and like rise up into the air, like with like the stuff coming out the bow, the electricity, etc. But the electricity was in Pyro's hands as he felled 3 players at the same time. But the big thing for me now, Bonk's pacing is really starting to hurt them, and that's the big thing. Like pacing is an IGL's best friend. Like playing with it, going fast, slow, making your opponents think about what you're actually going to do. And it's just like, it's now becoming very readable for Zero Tenacity, and they're taking educated risks.
That's the thing. You're only as good as your last round, and Bonk haven't seen one of those in the previous 3. Quick face checker mid. Yasiek dropping back onto the cam just for a little bit of security. Well, Gromek will send a cautionary flash in his direction. It's a recalibration of the defense on A right now, which is a good look for Zero Tenacity.
Again, though, the same thing, cut noise. And still, when they go back to re-hit, Zero Tenacity have the read spot on. How does it look in terms of the sight hit? Because right now, Bonk's utility needs to be on point. Spike still not committed, though.
Starting to make their way in from long. Chazza, first fight, goes the wrong way. Oh, Pyron again! Huge double kill with Alexic right behind it. It's a spring-loaded sight hold. One more squeeze of the trigger and the round would have been done, but Yasiek wants to hold on for a little longer. Spike on his shoulders. I mean, he's already recovered this one. He was very late in his approach. Paranoia catches, tap of the spike. Knows that he can't really give this a real go. With it all slipping away from him, there's no safety to the situation. Saying that, Yasiek could have at least confirmed the plant there, but MSH is quick. Good damage control for Bonk. Zero Tenacity have tied up the score.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember, Hazza, these two did play against one another all the way back in the upper Swiss stage, round 2, which Tenacity did come out on top of, right? That was Lotus. And yeah, like, I look at Bonk's previous matches, Exoclan, Wild, MIR, Deti Elise. I mean, maybe Deti Elise, you could argue, are like one of the top draw teams, but the only team that I would say that have like they've played with real experience is Zero Tenacity, right? And Enterprise. And both of them, I look to be as if they aren't going well, right? But entry right now is decent. The Stinger getting that for Bonk. Like, can they make good of it? Can they go and steamroll this in towards an advantage? It doesn't look like it'll be the case.
So Lexic in the ult again. He's got his pistol out again and trying to break that shield, but Chazza equal to it, and then some. Bonk into the C site. Defenders flooding to try and support, and once more it's Pyro, but his back has been caught. And so Chazza will spray away to send Bonk onto a 5th. The lead is restored.
Yeah, well, I'll happily eat my humble pie there after saying that I don't think Bonk were going to be able to steamroll that into a win after Alexic got the trade out. But nonetheless, it looked good, and as I said before, pacing is an IGL's best friend. They switch it up, pedal to the metal, get themselves down to hitting just a sight, and they catch Zero Tenacity off guard. I'd like to see more of this.
Alexic's op was finding more results in mid, but it's a Bucky and Blades. As Zero Tenacity are making a very quick set piece, caught by the trap, lands the head on the way back through the top of the threshold, and oh my god, Zero Tenacity converging on lobby with some serious destruction. Bonk crushed under their finger. A flawless 5th round.
That is absolutely lovely. Yeah, do you know what? I don't want to bring up the same thing that I said before about like pacing, right? But like the defense switching up the pacing now, starting to make Bonk sweat. Now do they sit back on their heels and wait to see if something similar comes through once again? Bonk's buy has been completely broken. And as we head in towards the last 2 rounds, with Ultimate still in the back pocket, this is going to be a spicy couple of rounds to go through.
It's just a complete tempo shift from Zero Tenacity. Not seeing anything like that now. It's Bonk's turn to take a page out the book. Chazza on the receiving end of Alexic for what feels like the first time. And so, as that Czech superstar finally starts to get the better of him, you think that Zero Tenacity are in fighting form. 4 players in C-Link. They give up the C site, but the retake is soon to be set in motion.
Zero Tenacity are now going on to just steamroll every single fight. That's exactly the case as they head in towards another flawless round. Well played by Zero Tenacity. An advantage towards them to now go in towards this final round with a chance of gaining that advantage in the next half.
Some of the pre-round calls here from Bonk, perhaps a little bit rash. I mean, you see what the idea is, but Pretty on the other side has checkmated them multiple times. And you see the players sat in spawn here. I don't know if they were looking to call another timeout. You have to do it with a bit of clearance. And yeah, it seems like they've not opted for it. Zero Tenacity starting a lot of rounds with plenty of players ready for that A-rush. The opts back out for Alexic. He's going to go searching in mid again.
And he's still not falling for that same fake out. Now Karu has to go up dry against this operator. And the barrel's been seen.
Alexic knows. Can anyone come to help dig him out of position? I mean, does Karu even realize? Not until it's too late. Alexic with another opening kill. Those jewels had been going against him for the first 5, but in the following, he's had every single one of them, it feels like. And now Zero Tenacity into this retake with the ults that they have should be set up for 7.
Yeah, they're actually just going to use the lockdown early doors to try and gain themselves a little bit of delay. Waddles, though, gets the early pick, and now they're rolling Thunder straight back in.
Oh, it's so many players bunched up in the corner, but there's no follow-up, no shocks, no damage. And so they're going to get led off the hook here, Bonk.
It's still 3v3, though. It's still workable. Onto the spike they go. Smoke to try and stop anybody getting straight on towards that angle, but they're just holding. They're just diffusing, and nobody's taking anybody off the spike. It'll be 7-5 advantage Zero Tenacity on the next half.
Case in point, the strength of the ultimates. Bonk had almost nowhere to go in terms of setting up their post plant there. Nice idea from Waddles to get aggressive into Heaven, but other than that, there was no second layer. It's been a brilliant response from Zero Tenacity on the latter end of this first half. Can they take it home on Haven? We'll find out after the break.
Out of charges.
Well, Bonk needed to make good of their attack side, and well, they had a great start, they didn't finish out so hot. Now on to the defence, we look towards mid, where an early fight could ensue.
Turret has the contact, here is the response. Alexic firing a single bullet down the mouth of middle, Kara on the receiving end. A couple of players trying to make a quick reaction towards Garage, and further fights ensue in favor of Zero Tenacity. The round goes quiet, and they're up in numbers, but that health pool is still looking a bit dangerous, especially when Corsa has both shocks.
That's it. And I think for me as well, the big thing that we'll see kind of coming in towards this round is like how good Bonk are responding towards being down players. I mean, that's what Haven's like, especially his opening engagements when you see the barriers drop. And how does the calling look against one another, right? Bonk called a decent start to the attack half. Now you're going to see what an experienced IGL can really call.
Yeah, and sort of like what those reads ended up being once Pretty had the lay of the land.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
This round is just the timing on the recon there. Corsa played it towards long, setting up on B now. Our Bonk just trying to react to wherever the setup is, wherever Zero Tenacity were looking to go, but you can't play one step behind in this situation. It was the undercut default. There was no shock thrown as far as what I can see, so we're still in the same position, but there's the second.
Truly, although identifying the omen. Let's let second player towards Sewers. And Yasiek, while he's moving himself in towards long, he's easily cleared out. And we go back to a 2v2. Pretty doing well to make it 1v1. But remember that double tap still being able to be used by Chaza. Now onto the spike he goes, MSH low, and just trying to buy time for his team. Continuously tapping the spike, trying to bake out the KG, but the KG needs to swing.
What?
And he's just holding it, not again!
Same site, same terrible end to the round. Very frustrating.
Yeah.
But if you're Bonk, I mean, it's a feeling of elation. I mean, the round as it was, a 5 versus 3, a well-called rotation by Zero Tenacity when the gap opened up on A. Corsa was saving the shocks, the undercut was just filler, I think. And then traded out. MSH has to be frustrated with this. I mean, playing on low HP, but even then.
No contact. I mean, it's just pistols up against the stinger of Karu, and they've not quite cleared them out. Now they'll know a TP out, an advantage taken.
Double kill, Yasiek, double kill, Chaza. Round done, 7-all. Bonk starting the half as they mean to go on, and not for the first time. It's a quick play from Zero Tenacity. They won't have gained all too much info on what the setup looks like. But as we mentioned before, there's plenty of tape on how Bonk play this map. They've shown it 4 times since the East qualifier. A couple of those in the upper Swiss phase as well. It's that quality of opponent conversation that we were holding though, and well, if you convert your bonus here, then you can lead the charge.
Trying to create a little bit of conditioning here already. With hitting early in towards C with a good pace. Now they start the same round and this one by showing presence of utility. And look at how many players it's pulled across, Hazza.
Yeah, Bonka sort of sitting pretty. It's another round where they're kind of just waiting to see what it is Zero Tenacity opt for, and then following that up with their own team play. Heavy focus on Garage. And Yasiek is in a poor position to anchor the B site by himself. And actually picks up and replaces that mid-trap when he hears the shot go off.
I mean, Waddle's here in this drone.
Yeah.
Now starts to give a little bit of a signature as to how the round looks, right? The Cypher setup towards the other side, a cam maybe being used for that initial contact, but still 30 seconds into the round. Bonk need to realise that there's nowhere else that Zero Tenacity can go.
I mean, the cam has the long info, but it's the short setup that you're looking at, and Yasiek's position from the sewer, headshot MSH, first player taken down, and will Waddles lost in the sight hold, now doubling up for the flank. Yasiek getting stronger minute by minute, Vandal in his hands, and just the one player away as it stands.
Yeah,
Actually,
I mean, that's...
you're sort of caught in headlights here and completely shut down by Bonkers. They come back into the retake. 3v1, Gramek playing from hell, and he has nowhere to go. So it's 3 for 3 on the defender's side.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I feel as if Zero Tenacity have completely overcooked that round. I don't know what else there is to really say about it, right? Like they're trying to like move across the map, and they do well to like poke and prod, and the reactions from Bonk are very how do you put it? Like they're very focused on the pressure that's being created. And in the end, like Zero Tenacity can't be good in what they did on the map. So leaving it to the last 30 seconds, very easy for Bonk to come through once they get that information to like react to it, right?
And the fact that Yasiek can walk down sewer solo and get that much value feels a little bit telling of the oversights that Zero Tenacity make on that round. Split play towards C this time. All eyes on long.
Yasiek, he's gone once again, a step too far. Karu at least able to get the trade off. Both Sentinels gone now. And Zero Tenacity with full control of the C site.
Dark cover does go in. TP towards platform. Kill contract hunting for a player, but Chazza can't find anyone. Alexic's waiting for his timing all the while here. Line up potentially. First shot clean! Alexic following it up. Any more? Not for now, but it's still giving Zero Tenacity a chance to push up.
Barrel being seen as well by Chazza.
Gramek is trying to get his hands on it, and he will. Vandal to be recollected, and now they know where Karu is.
Yeah, I think Karu's just trying to escape here. Doesn't even have a TP to do it. I mean, he'll have to do it with his rifle in the end. And that time's far too low. It's about a scorched earth policy for Karu, seeing what damage he can do since the economy is extremely good for Bonk on the defense at the minute. It will be a thrifty round for Zero Tenacity, and no guns given away.
Just as quickly as you do such great work to find a bonus round conversion, you step into the dojo and Alexic shows you what he's capable of with the Sheriff in his hands. Those two kills make all the difference in terms of garage control and give safety to the attacking post plant.
This goes here.
Again though, like sometimes that's the problem from the defense, right? You can really struggle to get back into a site. Once a side like, well, the composition like Zero Tenacity like do if they get set up perfectly like they want. At the same time though, while Zero Tenacity are exploring mid, the Yoru on Bonk has got all the way up towards A lobby and destroyed the alarm bot, creating a question mark which the attack will need to re-clear.
I like this, and the defenders have set up for B as well, sort of knowing the attack is boxed in and they have traps towards C. Zero Tenacity are cognizant of this fact though. They want to slow the pace all the way down and start re-clearing rather than immediately reacting off of the info of the alarm bot.
Yeah, and I think as well right now, like Zero Tenacity are worried about how far up a long Bonk are, right? So now they're just pivoting, going straight towards C and just executing.
Waddles the Pig has a paranoia. Could help cut back across for Yasiek. Stepping around the side of his cage, but Gramek has him caught. Blades out for Alexic, trying to be the hero once more. The Bucky letting off shot after shot, but caught in the back of sight. Waddles has wedged himself in between multiple players, and as Alexic falls, it's all he gets. Gramek again! 3 big kills, and Pyro following it up. Kairu still with a chance of his own, and the site players are separated. Trying to support one another, they can't. Karu confirms as Pyro trades it out. 9-8, Zero Tenacity back in front.
And do you know what, Hazza? Like, you feel as if like Zero Tenacity are forced to the C side, but they've already got an idea on how they're going to counter the flood back in, right? As you would expect Bonk to be in position. It's the Rolling Thunder, it's placed to perfection, and the site take and the site fights, how they play off one another for Zero Tenacity is unbelievable. And now moving into this round, we're seeing the attack side off being brought out by Alexic, bought by Pyro for him, and he wants to go and take that A space to stop Bonk getting that early information like they did in the last round. I like this though, and rather than taking A long, go and taking that mid space.
Yeah, deep positioning. You do have Yasiek in garage as well, who could peek off of the early contact. Bonk also getting proactive towards A long. This is a huge duel for Alexic.
Oh, and he wins it out as well. Yasiek is trying to like do good on the promise of Karu, but right now, like Zero Tenacity are just playing off one another, and they know what Bonk want to try and do. They want to try and make it scrappy, and Zero Tenacity are scrapping right back.
It's a dirty game that they're playing, but it's a very disciplined one. Just waiting to punish the overextensions. Sure, Yasiek gets one out of garage, but that's all. They'd already cleared Karu, and then with Alexic on that line, did feel like Bonk were almost trying too many things at once there, I think. Like when you have that insert in mid, you either use that as the focal point or have some kind of a setup that then is tailored to the rest, like you rotate an extra player A maybe. They're trying to capitalize in multiple areas without the setup to do so, I suppose. And Zero Tenacity just felt all too aware of it.
Cognizant, maybe is the word you could use.
Yeah, first time out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like right now it's a good time to time out and speak about things, because you do have those tools to work with in the last couple of rounds, right? The Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury, which you can combine and stuff. And I think as well, like we spoke about this in the last game with this specific composition of agents, about how the util combinations etc go. And I don't think like we've seen much of it, right? We've seen some nice plans in terms of micro taking space, etc. But all in, I've been quite underwhelmed by how Bonk have played this defense, because Zero Tenacity with their like stopping power that they have in the breach have just been that bit better in their utility usage.
You mentioned earlier the start of the half how conditioning could play an important factor. With all of that C setup, Zero Tenacity have not elected to expand upon those ambitions and take this space, but now it comes through. Alexic slips the net into garage. There's a cam there for him, but you don't expect waddles. Pyrol already on site. Chazza hanging around here. Oh, the second from the Guardian. Just as unexpected as the first, perhaps, as Zero Tenacity now taking themselves into position 2v3, 1v3. The captain last left, and with little options.
Oh, he's missed the first dart. He's missed the dart. Allowed the first ping to go off, and they know exactly where Pretty is. 50 points of health, having to clutch up is a tough ask.
Pretty knows the steps behind him are fake.
4 bullets.
Karu has TP down to mid. I mean, Pretty only with 4 bullets, as you
left.
say, but still 2 isolated Bonk players from one another, and the drop down through garage, threading his way back onto C, not heard. So a chance to get the plant in. Karu maybe choosing to use the Yoru ult here in the retake.
Oh no, and the dart's not hit right.
It's KG down to his last 2 bullets, 5 points of health. Karu still yet to invest any utility. Pretty to his own devices.
No way.
Final bullet, Pretty, and suddenly it's game on. A new lease of life with the op in his hand. But the question is, which angle does Corsa pick? The right one! Straight into the open arms of Captain Clutch. A triple kill, which has put Zero Tenacity just a couple rounds away.
That will take the air out your lungs. That was Bonk on for a win. Ridiculous, by the way, that Pretty wins that fight on 2 bullets, and then with the operator picked up, knows that he has to be swung, holds fast. If he missed the first shot anyway, he was going to die, right? So, I mean, you may as well put yourself in a position where the first bullet is going to mean a win. Bonk now move on towards A aggression, towards A lobby. There's nobody there from Zero Tenacity. They're waiting to see what the response is from Bonk.
Just using this pressure to get Karu in a deep position. But already the drone coming out through mid means that Bonk should know exactly where it is that Zero Tenacity are. In terms of the guns, I mean, what have they got to really stop them here? It is a real pick and mix, and Jasiek cut down to size. Karu spotting MSH, but there are players to support this if you're Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers towards this round, Taza, and it could end up being like a house of cards, considering the position in Chaza in a 1v1 against Gramek that he can't win. Oh, it's falling apart.
Waddle's in the middle's only got a judge as well, so the round is done. It's a flawless round for Zero Tenacity to push themselves up to 12. Map point on Bonk's pick. And with the track record of both teams, you could have said the writing was on the wall. I think, once again, we just look back. Quality of opponent. You can have a lot of reps, but not quite brushing shoulders with the best this region has to offer. Work to be done for Bonk.
Yeah, I mean, it is only map 1. Sure, we've still got Icebox still yet to come. I do just ever so worry if it is a step too far at this moment in time, because when it's come down to crunch time, Zero Tenacity do look like the experienced heads, do look like they have a real read on what's going on, and again, they switch up the pace and go slow through mid.
Bonk had made prior investments, so this one looks no better. Guardians into another B-site retake. Spike goes down. You've got a lockdown, a Hunter's Fury on top of that, and a Rolling Thunder should you need it. And Bonk, with no tools to deny any of this, are at the mercy, the beck and call of Zero Tenacity and the power they hold in this round.
Yeah. They are locked out without a key and trying to come back in. The players are in off angles, but the first fight's been won by Bonk.
Pyro playing from behind the smoke, but still 2 ults left to send in.
Well, players straight back in. Cypher, Neural Theft now. We're getting a delay coming through from the Hunter's Fury, but at the same time,
it's
the
close.
rifles come in at the right spot. Bonk have 9 and the round win. And now Zero Tenacity will have to wait another round before they're able to finish this one out.
I mean, it feels like a huge misplay. Look at the map and the positioning. Grumek was getting aggressive on B site to support when all he had to do was drop back deep and save the Rolling Thunder to stop the spike defusal. I mean, as soon as that first tap comes in, you hit 3 players. I know maybe he wasn't in the best position to actually tee someone else up to take the duel with it, and with the smoke still in play, the chance it's taken from under your nose. The positive is that they do still have it here. And grouping up to take A space, Bonk have struggled on their defense, especially in this area, but the trap setup is a perfect counter to Electric's dash.
Yeah, that's it. Shocks though, well rid of the sight of them. Although Pretty hit one himself. Now he's the one gone. A player who's very important for stopping the players come back in. How does the breach set up look as the players of Zero Tenacity look to recede out of the site?
Grumek has his ult yet again, except this time, playing from the corner of Long, he can actually set up Electric to take fights off the back of this.
Paranoia, utility being used, and first fight goes Electric's way, double tap gone, maybe the fool of Bonk will be, it says Haven will be going Zero Tenacity's way.
13-9 the end result on Haven. It was Bonk's pick, but despite the good ideas that they brought to the table in the first half and the first half of the second half, things very quickly got out of hand, didn't they, Cairo? I think that was the story. Early reads, good setup. As soon as Zero Tenacity had a chance to get a foothold and figure out what their opponent was doing, the reads made themselves. Pretty made things look so easy, and with that, we end up where we do.
Yeah, exactly. Once you get that reset, once you're able to sit and talk about how things went, I think Zero Tenacity straight away were able to show their quality. And now moving in towards the next map, right? I do worry on Icebox. Like, are we going to see one-offs from Bonk? Are they going to have a real game plan? Because if not, if they allow like Zero Tenacity to get embeds in mid or even up towards B long, and we don't see like Bonk going clearing that out, yeah, I think that could be a worrisome affair.
Absolutely. Icebox, the next map up.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not as if on Icebox you can fake on fake. At Haven, sure, you can do that a lot of the time, and I feel as if that slow playstyle from Bonk might get caught out on that map.
We'll have to think about it when we get to that point. For me right now, the star of the show is Pyro, 21 and 12 on the Omen, couple of first kill involvements as well. And I think, as I said before, there was a real difference between that first and third quarter for Zero Tenacity. Like, Bonk started both halves really well, but then as soon as Zero Tenacity had a chance to get themselves back in the game, whether it was Electric picking up momentum on defense and sort of weaving in and out with the op and finding a kill impact in the early round rather than going down, then yeah, it set them on course for a brilliant result. And look, I think this is a team as well which is looking at being in the top 4. Like, you have to win this game, whereas if Bonk lose, they made playoffs, but they're still unsigned. It's just the community's own expectations that they have of them and sort of good faith, I suppose, more than anything, whereas Zero Tenacity, they're paying the bills for a reason, you know?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Zero Tenacity are paying the bills, whereas Bonk are like this team who have made a decent run. And I think for me as well, like for Bonk right now, they still have one map to respond, and then maybe we can make these sweeping statements. But we'll see that map after a quick break.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folded. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If they didn't get it by now, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Icon.
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
glitch. Come and visit your dreams. You can see you hear it. You know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you fear. Shake it thirsty beat. I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in our valley, and you'll be standing a while, so don't panic. Know what better when dancing was said. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch,
first time I did, I paid my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. To get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know, cosigner, no co-pilot. They pimp times, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We're sorry about the tech delay, so thank you very much for sticking with us if you are still here or just tabbing back in from another window. We've got a game on our hands. It's the second map between Bonk and Zero Tenacity. With the latter now leading, having picked up Haven, they go into their own map selection of Icebox Cairo. Home turf, but how comfortable?
Yeah, that is the question, and we've also got to consider now with that lengthy break that will play a factor into how both teams are warming, how warm they are coming into this map, right? That's another thing to consider.
Yeah, it is. So we should be able to head straight into Agent Select without further delay and see what it is that we get from both. Zero Tenacity pulling out the Waylay, Electric on the Agent, and as we have seen historically, it's usually the prior Jet players that fit best on this role, and with him already having shown it a couple of times, there is some comfort on this one too.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting that Bonk are sticking with the ISO and also bringing out a Reyna. I feel as if I'm heading back to the first time that Icebox came out, with the exception of a Jet, we get an ISO. And yeah, as you said, like we were talking about decks earlier, and now we get a Waylay. So now it's going to be really good to see what Zero Tenacity bring out.
That's terrible for me. That's absolutely terrible. That required way more accent to land. So you got to thicken up there, mate. Thicken up your deck. It's not quite good enough. But anyway, there we go. It is the second map of Bonk versus Zero Tenacity, with Bonk needing to respond. Looking at this Waylay pick, I think the big thing for me, and where we saw it fail previously against other compositions in VCT, EMEA recently, was when you weren't taking enough space off the back of it. The best tools that this agent has is to gap close. With that light speed and refract, you can very quickly put yourself in danger areas and just limit tests. So I want to see Electric pushing that envelope as much as possible. On the attack side though, it's a little bit more dive heavy.
Yeah, I like the fact that the Breach is actually alongside it, because as you said, being able to close that gap. Breach has the best kind of utility to engage at long range. As for now though, both players on the Bonk side that are towards A screens are looking to try and deal damage from long range, and they're doing so pretty successfully. Ooh. Although it goes even across the board.
Brilliant rollout from Electric as well. Finds himself in rafters, picks off the back site player. Spike dropped on the ground, but can be recollected and planted. Into post, it's just one nano. Chazza has a full belt to retake.
Double tap as well being used, being decayed ever so slightly. Electric being seen, and he's taking a boatload of damage. Pyro and MSH though, they'll combine, and now it's up to Waddles to try and clutch. Reload of the Ghost, needs to try and find the Viper, but cannot do it. They'll be stung. Pistol round Zero Tenacity's way.
Huge pickup attack side, just the one player in it. And you see the movement there from Electric flying across the whole screen. Acts as a bit of a human shield, Chazza on the retake to trade off him. But then that's where you see that maybe lack of synergy between the agents in terms of the Reyna on the pistol round. You're buying really light, you're not going to have Lears, no extra utility to engage with. And while MSH could have stalled with the nano and dropped back, Zero Tenacity continue to play aggressive. Coming into the next round, I mean, already looking at 4 rifles in their hands, making sure that this can be a very strong bonus if they get there.
I mean, it seems as if Bonk have got a really nice read on towards this one as well, but they are coming from mid though, which can be an issue.
The toxic screen as well actually is really nice for the retake, so Yasiek actually going to burn through quite a bit of that fuel. Have to wait a moment again for it to re-engage, as Corsa's already taken Electric offline, but still 4 rifles left in play. Just the Ghost that was lost.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? It is the Ghost that's lost, and Pyro has found herself all the way onto danger, gets an idea and a view of one of the players, but I mean, that just identifies their position. Isolated, the rest of Bonk trying to engage and play heavier in the scrappy affair. But it has left Zero Tenacity with 2 players to the good against just a Sheriff, and they'll post that round home 2 to the good.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Vandal and Guardian, which they hang on to as well, but Zero Tenacity would have preferred a much cleaner round there. Caught in two minds as to whether they wanted to fight in front of that toxic screen or not, and take deep sight control, which can be really difficult on B at times, but I think this comp helps enable it a lot. When you look at Grimek's utility as well, you can Aftershock and stun through the wall. Electric can, you know, find himself in deep positions, as we already said. But back to B long control once more. I think this has to be, you know, a priority for this team because it's great space to explode from. Electric through middle this time. Very quickly rejoining the rest of his team.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Looking to hang around on yellow. This is a position where we see loads of Vipers play. You know, there's the molly to support, but I mean, you need more than just that, or else people will be able to swing round the other side.
Electric the first of those, and without a dash, he's just straight into Jasiek. 3 kills already collected. He'd be on for the ace if Prutti hadn't made a problem of himself. And what, Grimek by his side! The dynamic duo from the dust. Back up and standing. There's 2 on 2. It's going to go one step further. The revolution will not be televised, but Prutti and Grimek have put this round on their shoulders.
They have the Terrible 2 that have been together for the longest time. And while Chaza, he's trying to use all his utility to get this one over the line. And it looks like the double tap's gone. Grimek with all the utility that's needed.
And this is where you just play for the Aftershock, but Chaza's already got it halved. So Grimek's got to flash himself back in, and the blinds landed behind his head. Chaza hanging on and holding up the rest of Bonk.
Yeah, really well played by Chaza. The clutch, individual plays, getting yourself to 2 versus 1 though, and Zero Tenacity allowing that one to slip through their fingers. I mean, yeah, scrappy from all fronts, and this is something that I wanted to touch on as we started to get like further through the rounds, but I'll bring it up here. This Reyna pick from Karu, right? We really need to see it being like a decisive pick. We need to see it getting the value that this agent does through, and that's through getting picks right, being aggressive, and we're seeing that here.
I think Karu was potentially thinking if this was left uncontested, it was a chance to maybe grab an orb, but stunned, and with the Hunter's Fury on top, it's a brilliant combination from Zero Tenacity to open up play with the first blood. It is on the pistol player, so there is still rifles and bodies behind this A-hold. They're starting to go clearing solo waddles. That's risky, but it pays off.
Yeah, Alexi didn't think anyone on Bonk's side would go and do that, and that's the other thing, right? Like we see, is that while you're kind of forced into a way of playing Bonk with having the 2 duelists on Icebox, there's also counterplay to that. Hunter's Fury doing well. Kosa in a one and done angle with no way of getting out.
And now starting to hear the steps, so he knows that trouble is closing in. I mean, there's a toxic screen here that he could just shift behind potentially. It's only up for a second. Also on 45 HP, needing to be cleared, but at least getting one. That's pretty good from his position. But the rest of the site not held on to all too firmly. Chaza also, I mean, committed from rafters, but nobody peeks him, so he's still got this space. Pyrol finally taking the peak, and now Waddles has arrived on the fray as well. Rolling Thunder to try and clap back, and actually, both of those defenders will just surf around the corner and get out of harm's way. MSH trying to walk it in, but instead met with attrition.
Now Pyro has to step up to the plate, and no utility either.
Timing everything, but Pyrol already gives away his play. Taking a couple steps back, no spit, nothing to deny the spike defusal. And so out in the open, Chaza will claim a very well played round by Bonk.
Yeah, exactly, as you said, very well played. A couple of one and done angles, a couple of solo plays, but all in all, it works out in the end, right? But this is something that we were speaking about in the last matchup, is that these solo plays are never going to be the win con, right? But for Bonk, it kind of is. Like, you're thinking about like the Reyna, etc. Like, as the agent that is the solo play agent, the self-sufficient, don't need to go and take. Use utility to really take fights. You can do that yourself with your layers and get out with your dismiss. We are going to head back into a quick technical pause, and that is worrisome.
It is, but while you sort of have that idea about what the setup looked like on the previous round, I mean, the protocol from Bonk was to retain backside space, which is really important, and especially against this comp from Zero Tenacity as well, because if you give Electric that room, he's just going to get stronger and stronger. I think back to, you know, last year, and actually to bring North and East together, Kayak, how he was with the Yoru at times, where you can, you know, take one line and then TP back to the next defensive line of cover and keep on getting aggressive and holding back the defense. It's sort of the same thing with this Waylay, in the sense that you have that refract. It's the strongest bit of utility in the game to disengage.
Yeah.
And sort of offered free roam, and then Zero Tenacity trying to sort of get way too aggressive and then punished.
Not ready yet.
I would like
this
to
round,
see,
where you want orbs, they're not even going to be able to pick that up.
Yeah, and I like that from Bonk, right? Go and deny it, play early. I mean, you look at the like Zero Tenacity composition, you can breach, stun, and shock dart onto it, but I mean, at the same time, Pretty was on the other side of the map.
Ooh.
Early fight taken, and that's not to be advised, apparently.
Hey, that's happened a couple of times now. Gramek and Pretty, the old guard of East and of this team, taking matters in their own hands. That was a lovely combo. It was just the stun and the dash in to try and punish the drone, but yeah, Pretty looking to find space on the other end of the map, has gone punished, and now it's a slow creep into an outlaw, which Zero Tenacity find themselves in.
I mean, every single player within that one-shot range as well has a Karu, though, has gone elsewhere. It's up to the Viper.
Chasiek has not missed a beat from this position so far. Slightly blindsided by the walk-up. Pyro getting one of those. Outlaw shots missed, but Karu claiming and disengaging the dismiss back to Snowman 3v2.
Rifle in Pyro's hands, but remember, it's all about those health bars, and they're not looking so good at the minute.
One enemy remaining.
Akramek's tried to take a fight with just a Sheriff, and now you've got Pyro, who's trying to use a snake bite to delay, and has to win 3 clean fights. First one up, I mean, still taking your time, getting onto the angle, trying to delay. Yep, you can't help but favour Bonk in that scenario.
Always going to, and now they have the lead to back it up. 3 rounds to 2 as they convert the 3-on-2. Again, it is against Sheriffs, so there's a slight asterisk put on the play. You can see that Zero Tenacity are bringing ideas to the table and how they want to play this composition. The punish on the drone there looked really nice, but Alexic kind of realized that he would have been overwhelmed if he pushed back sight, and there was support there, as Bonk have a set of priorities on how they want to play this. Next round, 5 ults. The only one of Zero Tenacity's own would be, I was going to say, the conversion path, the Waylay ult, but they're not going to get it. And the pit with no drone.
Oh, mid.
This is a terrible start to the round.
It is, but I mean, there was also a fight going on in mid. Pyro engaged against the Reyna. Alexic, though, it's just going a little bit of a wonder.
There.
I mean, if you could get a nice rollout here, maybe you could get onto the Viper.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you jump in behind it, there's always a threat. And there you go! Electric lightning fast as he uses the light speed to get in. Convergent paths onto the site. Not a single player hindered, so the fallback is supported. And with Chaza already finding 3 kills from the op, Pyro the only one that is left. It's the Viper, the Lurk, very much expected at this point in the round. Bonk adding to their advantage. And this Waylay feeling like a bit of a non-starter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, there's some nice stuff that we've seen generally,
30 seconds
but nothing
left.
concrete. And Pyro has to be that foundation from which the concrete is built from. And unfortunately, Chazza's got 4 with that operator. So, with that being 4 for Chazza and 4 for Bonk, an advantage starting to be created, Zero Tenacity need to maybe think about how they're approaching these rounds.
It's just disgusting from Electric there on the zip line. Zero Tenacity need to try and find a way to turn these openers into something a little bit more dangerous, because they're putting Bonk against the wall. Bonk are responding, and they have a pretty strictly set way that they want to play this defense. We said that the story of the beginning of both halves was them coming in with good ideas, very much the same way that Zero Tenacity are trying to here. And the execution working and then falling from beneath them as the read started to come through. You can space out 4 ultimates if you're Bonk right now, coming into this timeout. But for Zero Tenacity, yeah, as I said, I think you just got to put more pressure on Bonk, force them to get uncomfortable, because right now they're just dropping to a deeper line and then re-engaging.
100%. I mean, at the moment, I think Zero Tenacity, I've got a long way to go, right? And I don't even think that, like, when they move on to the defense, the problems, like, subside. I think maybe they're more intense as well. Need to try and find a way in which they can maybe exploit Bonk's setup. I think mid's maybe a good place to go, but yeah, we're back towards A.
Very high flash to try and start things off. Drone in, it is a 5-player push. Karu, in the meantime, supported by Yasiek as always on B long, has cleared out a pretty deep line towards Garage, but the defense is yet to call a rotation on this, so they've not made the most of the setup they had at the start, and it's allowed Zero Tenacity to move into post.
Hunter's Fury to come back in, and Pretty's managed to escape. In terms of this though, you look at the map, Hazza, look how slow Bonk are into getting into position.
Yeah, it's going to be ults here that we see invested, whichever way you put it. It's 2 of them. Here comes the kill contract. Chazza wins his. The lockdown to push players back to jail, and now this is where Karu has been working since the start of the round. From the positioning B long and the detain caught onto Grumek, there won't be any stun to work with here. It's just down onto the ult now. Pyro playing around with the Spectre, first of the kills and the second in tow, down to the pistol. Pyro falls. Grumek finally unleashed from his shackles. Chazza is not in position to save the day. Zero Tenacity win. And it's Bonk that make the ultimate investment.
Exactly. I mean, what, Viper's Pit for 3 of Zero Tenacities, Hunter's Fury, Kill Contract, Lockdown, has 3 big pieces to try and push towards the middle of the field. And I don't hate the idea of using all them, right, Hazza, because at the end of the day, you're going to break your opponent's spy nonetheless, if you do win out. But that's a big if you do win out, right? And right now, well, Bonk haven't, and now they're put on the back foot as Zero Tenacity move in towards their ultimate cycle.
And that's what I was saying before about the refract and just how strong it is to get out of dodge. It's an instant cast rather than, you know, a jet dash which you have to proc, or a Yoru TP which has channeling time. Electric has found multiple kills by the skin of his teeth, and now he's ready and raring to go for another engagement, albeit on 5 HP. While Chazza tried to introduce a more aggressive op where we saw him play passive last time, it's immediately shut out of the round.
Not a lot of information. That's why Kosa gonna bring out the info dart, and it's still actually gets one. Now you're thinking to yourself, if you're Bonk, where else could players be? Is there more behind that single player that's been seen?
30 seconds left.
I mean, they were ready to call a rotation off rip, Bonk. They only just started to reinvestigate towards B, and well, having found one, doesn't look like Corsa is in for any more here, but As players start to arrive on his doorstep, the job has to be taken into Corsa's own hands for the rest of Bonk. 10 seconds for the plant to now come in, and there are already Karu walking out on rafters, dropping in to finish off Pyro. And with that, MSH, the last one left. Both Nanos alarm bot, but back behind this wall of smoke, the toxins there supporting Yasiek. Bonk can restore the advantage. A Zero Tenacity put in a position of power did nothing to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? They stalled out, and we have seen Zero Tenacity. They've already timed out and spoken about how things have been going, right? And I understand why they pause and they wait, but they just waited so long and tried to get Pretty into a position that at the end of the day, like, just did not work out whatsoever.
Yeah. It's the Sova player as well. Like, you're gonna have the dart back up. You have pretty valuable utility. It does feel like a little bit of a waste, and perhaps just the IGL deciding to take the mid-rounding into his own hands there. But ill-advised, as back on Sheriffs they sit.
Yeah, but you've got a Viper player, you know what I mean? Like, not to just go over back to
of
it.
Course. But you also have a low HP Alexic, which I think is a lot more, you know, not to be risk adverse in that situation.
Like this from Bonk though, being aggressive in towards mid, destroy the KG turret and set Chaz up for a deep lane.
One of the most recent patches we ever saw to Reyna was the adjustment of the Leer, so at long range, that's where you want to be using it. Yasiek kind of fighting solo here and stunned out of play. He'll drop back to deep cover again, but there's no one on Zero Tenacity really that can dig out that space. They're at the beck and call of where Bonk currently stand, and that's posted up with rifles in hand. Alexic tries his best, but it's a flawless finish, and so that's number 6. Zero Tenacity into yet another round, feeling a little directionless.
Yeah, and I feel as if Pretty's, well, he's got 7 kills, right? I also feel as if he's not having a great map, which is kind of counterintuitive to how the scoreboard looks, right? I feel as if a couple of rounds he's trying to like go and be that solo player, which Sova we've seen on other maps like Abyss can do and really fake out. And for the most part, he's kind of just giving away like what Zero Tenacity want to do.
You want to see him paired up with someone else. This time it's 4 other players. Into A they go. It's been a consistent point of success for Alexic, but this kind of aggression is unrelenting. Unexpected from Karu. As the undercut is thrown in yet again. I mean, it's so much damage onto Corsa, down to 52. Alexic with the opener, and he's just going to die. He sits in the snake bite and pays the ultimate price for it. Twice the numbers now, Zero Tenacity. You can't fail from this position.
Oh, and I don't think they're gonna. I mean, Bonk have just come in with 2 massive kills and just to spam through. Waddles, someone check his PC. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Viper against Sentinel, and they're right above each other. They don't know. They jump down. It's Pyro to get the kill. It will be a clutch. Yeah, that's a bit insane.
I said you don't win from that position because you shouldn't. But Waddles the Pig with some huge kill impact here. It was nice from Kara on the opener. I have no idea what Corsa is doing. I understand that the snake bite, I'm fairly certain it can't finish you off in 1. That you can sort of stand in it and tank quite a lot of the damage and then have a dangerous position late. But yeah, that just feels a little bit foolish. Straight into the next.
Yeah, 100%. Ultimates to finish out this half though, that's the big thing to look at for Zero Tenacity, and it's a lot of big ones. Once the first being used, it will be the Hunter's Fury. Corsa just getting a glimpse at one of the players on top of Belt, and I mean, that's a few pieces now being shoved forward. The space not taken, Pyro gets the entry, Alexic another.
Yeah. And now there's a safety net as well. MSH does have the lockdown here, and the more time you spend if you're Bonk, the less chance you're going to get to challenge that. It's 3 kills from Alexic, and Shazza looking to save this operator. What will be his penultimate involvement in the half?
I think as well, like you've got to look at the economy, how that looks for both teams. It's not looking too hot for Bonk in the next round, and that's why Zero Tenacity are now starting to hunt a little bit.
Yeah, they can afford to, past the first couple of players. Convergent Paths came online for Electric. MSH now with the lockdown as well, as I mentioned, and with Chazza spotted, he's running into trouble. Pyrol finishing off the round with an elimination and putting Zero Tenacity just the 1 round away.
Now coming into this last round, there is going to be a guaranteed 6 ultimates available with a potential for more. I don't see that timer ticking down, and that worries me ever so slightly. We might be heading into a tech timeout.
Yeah, you're so quick to jump on it, man. Like,
there you go.
There we go. See, yeah, but if you don't mention it, then it doesn't happen. That's just how things go, right? Bury your head in the sand.
That is a lot of nonsense.
Okay.
That's
whatever
like
you say.
That's like I don't know. That's like
I'll let you come up with your anecdote, but
okay, let me come up with a comparison. I'll come back to you, right?
In terms of the next round, though, you've got to be looking at 3 ults on either side. Yasiek's still so far off the pit. It's Pyrol's here, where you have Waddle potentially getting a natural counter. I mean, we've seen Bonk fight for this A orb control so many times, but Zero Tenacity have shown that if you wanna step up and put pressure on there, they can immediately punish you for it with the breach, with the waylay, and that's where you see that this passive hold back site being that much more valuable for them.
I agree. The Empress is...
I was going to say, sorry, quickly, it kind of reminds me of like the old Ascent meta where you sort of had to figure out, are they playing aggressive or are they just holding backside? Like, are they going to do you, as the attack side, how much utility do you dump to try and take the space, and how much can you contact? That's essentially the game that we've got here.
I agree. Do you think the same will be the case when we move on to the next half?
I think we're going to see Zero Tenacity play pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm expecting more of the same from Electric. You kind of have to on the defense, but final round of the attack here, you're going towards B, and I would like to see them use this Waylay ult to take the site control itself, because they've been without that, and they've really struggled in post because of it.
Well, first ultimate being used so far, and it is Yasiek that has been caught, but does have support in the form of Waddles. I mean, this is just going to be carnage ensuing. One of these rounds where Kadrill's name gets mentioned, and well, Pyro is one to drop. He had a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be too crazy of a round, because Electric is here and in control. Towards the snow pile now, sidestep of Chazza. He brings a player out of the action, but still Electric is on the warpath, walking forwards, finds out Karu into Kitchen. That's his third. Electric making all the moves, and with Corsa, the last player left, it's a refract back, a 360 flick. And so much time bought in the process. Zero Tenacity in this 2 versus 1, set up to tie the half.
Not only that, KG utility on Spike and another nano in pocket.
2 more shocks. It's all coming out the works for Zero Tenacity. The attack side has battled back. A story as old as the series itself. Bonk starting strong on many a map, but just incapable of following that through. Another level half, but this time it feels like Bonk really need to show us a step up, otherwise Zero Tenacity will be taking themselves to a second successive qualification match. From the first stage to the second, they've made the player change. We still don't know if they've really improved. That test is yet to come. Bonk, for now though, have to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, it's deja vu, although towards mid, a pistol round goes the way of Bonk so far with that entry pick.
With it being Grumek lost, the stun, a tool to just slow down the pace. It's Bonk walking their way over to the B site now. 4 players from long, and Lakeshik starting to look towards middle. Zero Tenacity all the while isolated in terms of player numbers.
I mean, you've now got MSH starting to cover mid as well now to cover that kitchen look.
It's a very wide jump peak from Pyro. The drone hadn't quite cleared his position just yet, so support has arrived. Zero Tenacity have bodies in red and black on the site ready to defend this.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, is walking into kitchen. He's gonna hear all of the steps. I mean, the info goes both ways. There's a backstab prepared, as Zero Tenacity themselves know that
left.
B is not the intended target, or at least for now, as the rotation is working its way back. Karu's found 3 kills from this position. The Veil is dropped, and Pyro the next. MSH last player left, and it is a very well played pistol from the attacking team.
Agreed. I mean, what's the turret realistically going to do, right? Now you've just got to hit 4 heads cleanly for MSH and won't even get 1. Yeah, really well played. And I think it comes down to this initial pick that Karu gets against Grumek.
It does open up the play a huge amount. I think Breach on Icebox is never a stereotypical pick.
Yeah.
Even when we've seen Yoyoru, for example, brought here, it doesn't play to the map's strengths in terms of those flashes. It feels like you don't get very much value from them at all. It is literally just the stun, so maybe that's the point of view that he just walks down mid and takes the fight. But
yeah,
a very well set up round from Bonk in general to just manipulate the rotation.
Look towards B long though. 4 players from Zero Tenacity looking to hang on to that one. Well, at the same time, how does Zero Tenacity force players away from A with just Pretty?
All Pretty's job is at this point in time is to just check, are Bonk heading towards this side of the map? And if so, give up the space, maybe look for one on the fadeaway and play retake, because the stack is set up for B. And that is where Bonk are heading, but Zero Tenacity, in the meantime, have decided just off of maybe a couple of footsteps. Pretty said, yeah, guys, let's group up and play here instead. The initial call was the right one.
Poison's off.
And that's the sad part. Again, though, Bonk going back to mid and showing the priority towards this side of the map, which I like. Especially on the attack. Can provide a lot of issues. Zero Tenacity, that's something they're going to have to look at later in this half.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it does feel like a really weird call to make from Pretty there, because they sort of didn't get the extra timing anyway on the rotation, and well, now B under siege with absolutely no presence on this side of the map means that you are doomed heading back in.
Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity are ready to call for orb saving at the minute. Pyro's trying to find something in terms of like any exits or whatnot, but this bonus round going to look pretty good for Bonk considering the buy that they've got. 3 rifles and an outlaw.
Bonk won't want to push those margins too much further, because as nice as it would maybe be for Karu to get an Empress here, maybe, you're not coming up on any big ults that could change the result in the next round. You want to focus on keeping those guns up, like you say. Grumek maybe trying to stun a player and halt them on the way back out, but it's not timed well enough. So Bonk have the advantage of 2 rounds right now, coming into a big one. Look, I think if they pick up number 9 here, I'm very concerned about Zero Tenacity. They've not shown too much in these opening couple, and I'm slightly concerned, yeah, as to what the identity of this defender's side is, where you usually see a lot of aggression, a lot of rollouts. Bonk sort of expecting that, and Zero Tenacity not showing it.
Once again, presence going to be shown through the Viper and mid. Yasiek, what value can he get? I mean, you've got the KG turret now on Boiler. Obviously, the Viper's all going to pay trouble to that. Grimek under pressure from below.
Just holding the stun right now. Has Electric for the contact of the cross.
I like this
just
though.
Slowly walking up B long.
Yeah, I was going to say Alexic can easily engage as well, so I like this.
The refract has not been enabled for him just yet though, and there's no real way to escape from this position, so Electric is fully committed, 10 toes down. First kill picked up. Grimek still hanging around, uses the poison clouds to get back to the safety of the site. MSH is moving forwards, as is Yasiek, out on A. Kill picked up onto Pretty, and Pyro can't trade it out either. Movement top site, brilliant reposition. Yasiek completely opening the round for the rest of Bonk. They'll head for A. While there have been trades, it's 2 on 2, and look how deep he is.
Oh, he's going to catch players in rotation as well, and he's rumbled by himself. Lovely stuff. Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity just cannot get a grip of these locks whatsoever.
I'm really not impressed with the setup at all from how they've been playing it. Like, this is fantastic from Yasiek to slip the net. But when we talk about Zero Tenacity being a team with top 4 ambitions, it's stuff like this you need to sure up on, especially on your own map pick. This is where you get the extra value from Electric being aggressive on the waylay, whether he's, you know, dashing out down B long, whether it's, you know, belt that you're going early and refracting away. Finally, we see the proactivity, but the Outlaw is there to punish.
Alexic being cleared as well. The re-engage seems nice somewhat, but again, we're not really seeing the value of the combination. Alexic pushing that forward, trying to go a little bit forward himself, and I mean, there you go, there's the answer.
Yeah, Electric still had a bit of time left on the refract, so wanted to commit to a duel and see if he could escape. I mean, once you press the button, you just go all the way back to the point of origin. Grimek still the last player left in sight. It's Raps as Bonk have found themselves double digits every single round as it passes. They are just exercising authority, Cairo.
Yeah, they are. And I think at this point, we are going to get another technical pause. But I was going to say, I thought this would have been a timeout, to be honest, just because of how bad everything's been going, right? Like, it feels as if Zero Tenacity are missing key bits of information, can't get a grip on the map. I'm not impressed by the breach pick whatsoever. Like, sure, the stun's nice, but I think, like, you highlighted the flashes as a problem. I feel as if the stun's a problem as well, because it doesn't cover like all the lanes of the map. I feel as if it's quite awkward to try and hit key points. Like, say for instance, you hit top of belt, like those players can come out and swing you from the other side of A. Like, I don't know, man. I feel as if it is such an awkward pick, and right now Zero Tenacity, their implementation hasn't been nice.
Into the rifle round. We need to see a bit more depth from Zero Tenacity. As you put it, this defender's side with the waylay often relies on set plays. But right now, that is literally just Alexic making a slow creep down garage as the rest of Zero Tenacity can support this A hold, which quite simply has to hold because Bonk are starting to close in on their opponent's map pick, and as the distance between them does sure up, it's Waddles with the trade-off of Grimek and the mid-duel, everything, MSH winning it. Zero Tenacity with numbers for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and also the first time in a long time that they've won out against the luck duel, right? But now Bonk looks to backfill the space.
MSH is cornered. He's going to collect yet another kill. But it's a 1-for-1 And as the map falls silent for the second time this round, Bonk are going back to square one, it looks like. And A execute. Grumek has utility to flood back in from
30
mid,
seconds left.
but no one on Zero Tenacity is taking this any steps further. They will react as a unit.
You have to, right? Don't want to give away individual picks. We've seen this before. Alexic slowly being pulled over as the steps being heard.
Careful here.
And that's for the attack. They've only really got 2 shocks to work with.
Not in a position to really fast flood here. The stun did have Corsa cornered, but up he jumps into the middle of the site. Shazza
No way.
taking the duel right to them. Bonk battling back. And now Pyro, the last one left. Scurrying are the steps as he walks closer towards the jail. Corsa to the side, he finds the first, and it's Chazza in his way. Down to 2 HP. And between the two players, he has to be the one that saves Bonk in this round, bails them out, but it's Pyro that will add fuel to the Zero Tenacity fire. Only embers left, but they ignite.
I know we call Electric a superstar, but Pyro has superstar rights and his own performance so far. It's just lovely stuff as well. He's a player that you can depend upon, and he's so young. Still got so much development. Zero Tenacity, I'd be surprised if you can keep on to a player for that long. But at the same time, we look towards this one. Pings coming out from Bonk on towards the A side.
And you can see here, Alexic posted up, partnered with both initiator players. This is where I want to see them take the fight to Bonk. Renewed confidence only counts for so much if you can't make something of it. And there's Alexic, lightning fast. He cracks the whip and the round opens up.
Yeah, but now we need to see Zero Tenacity do good with their advantage, right? A few times we've seen them find themselves in an advantage and let it slip. How do they hold on to this?
Well, that's the thing. Just as soon as you mention how young Pyro is as he begins to be tested on the B site, Bonk are the second youngest roster in the league. And while there is a gap of 2 years between them and Liquid, on average, it's moments like this where you start to see that come apart as yet another pick has been found. This time it's Waddles, flank security missing. Grumek locking down the middle of the map as Yasiek's right around the corner, timing everything, turn of the head. Yasiek in with a big swing and finding 2 more back, yet it's still just not enough.
I mean, that's the thing though. Alexic loses that fight, it goes to 2 versus 2. So winnable. Now Corsa has to try and do it all himself with just 2 shocks.
But there are players already here, and whether he knows it or not, it's Pyro to reveal himself. 10-8, Cairo, there is just a couple of rounds in it. Zero Tenacity starting to show us a little bit more of what this defender side can offer with guns in their hands. Alexic, Pyro, both heating up. The star players in this side are the driving force behind them right now.
Yeah. The thing that's really annoying me right now, and it's like a bugbear of mine, is how Zero Tenacity haven't done anything to stop Bonk from going and taking this mid fight every single time, or taking mid space. And Zero Tenacity aren't dealing with it whatsoever.
Only becomes a problem if they're able to do anything with it, though.
I mean, they literally got 2, nearly 3 kills off the last round because of it.
Yeah. In this round, more importantly, there is nobody there. Pyro has a very cheeky ult where there's, barely a pixel of these fumes for him to sit in. It should support pretty, but he goes down. Chazza was probably expecting the Viper player as that first point of contact, but he's still left alive, and this ult will be dropping down. Nobody caught in it. Pyro, this is feast or famine. He is committed to the corner and won't go cleared! Oh my lord, Pyro!
Lovely stuff, and MSH is there to get the advantage back, but lets it go, and now the Viper's pits down.
The fumes flood the site. Zero Tenacity make their way back in, all over the top. Alexic only 1 damage on Grumek from his own utility. even further down to 1.
30
Jasiek
No
other
way.
side. Grumek jumping up and bringing Zero Tenacity ever closer to the waterline.
Yeah, it is getting extremely scrappy. Since that, like, 4 rounds in a row, we've not had an answer back from Bonk. And again, I spoke about deja vu from the first half. That second half has been deja vu as well, with the fact that Zero Tenacity have come straight back into it. 10 to 10, ultimates to get things over the line.
So Bonk go back to B with Alexic on the top of yellow. And Grumek again here as the catalyst. Those concerns come back for you. Drone goes in. It's an ISO ult from Chazla to try and catch one of them. It's Grumek that he finds, and it should be able to pick him up here. No! Grumek will win that fight, and the Hunter's Fury follow-up onto the body was no good either, so we're at a stalemate, and once again, Zero Tenacity look like they have control, but Alexic perhaps overheating just a little bit. That's the way back in.
Yeah, and this is the lock again, activating at the right time.
Jasiek through kitchen, trying to thread the needle of timing to change the fate of Bonk on this round as Zero Tenacity have started to get themselves back in position. Grumek was holding the ult that could stop the push, but Jasiek's ready to open up the floodgates. He has still not spotted the breach player, and so the util gets let rip. Jasiek able to find one and fall away. And so that's all it is with 30 seconds.
And not only that, now you're starting to see like the space and the timing and the delay that Bonk are able to buy.
Pyro trades it out from kitchen, and so the numbers do stabilize for Bonk.
Oh,
the utility
nice.
to recommit to this sucks. I mean, you've just got the lockdown here from Bonk, and well, that's gonna stop Zero Tenacity from doing anything, and those toxins elsewhere, the stun, not a thought in Grumek's mind. This should be a save.
Yeah, I think as well, with the money being on that breadline, right? Like, the next round could be a swing round. You want to get as much money in your back pocket as you possibly can. And again, I highlighted it before, this mid-luck, every single time, is costing Zero Tenacity.
It definitely is. I know what you mean. Look, man, it's been a long day, and it could get longer if Bonk end up winning this.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing though, right? Like, what is Zero Tenacity gonna do differently to deal with this luck? Because, like, Jasiek does so well, and he buys so much time for the spike to go down, that the lockdown, when it comes in, like, gets, like, so much value. And now we're starting to push ourselves towards swing rounds as well in the economy.
Hit another slight bump in the road. Technical issue once more on the Zero Tenacity side, or at least that's the implication. Not for the first time, and it's really frustrating from their position too, because I think, like, not to make a mountain out of a molehill or anything, but this team has been on the receiving end of like tech problems since the last stage as well. If you remember back some of the key games that they ended up playing, it's not what you want to see, right? We're here to
Yeah, I agree.
See teams
I mean,
put their best foot forward when it comes to the Valorant, especially at this level where you don't have the kind of safety nets that Tier 1 does at times.
Yeah, I think as well though, like, it's your workplace, right? You've got to be prepared, and sometimes things can go wrong, but got to be with those contingency plans and whatnot. And as for now, Zero Tenacity and Bonk, what's their plan? Well, obviously they can't talk, right? But what's their plans for the future? That's the question you've got to ask. And
Yeah.
what are they thinking up
I
to
think,
deal with the problems that they've been having?
like, if we just have a moment to talk about the long-term goals for both of these teams. Zero Tenacity, as we mentioned, top 4 challenges EMEA. They want to start brushing shoulders with some of the region's best. They've not been to those events. You know, think of Alexik, for example, is one player who does have experience at an interregional level, and not just that. With Go Next, the champions of East as they were of last year, Prutty and Grumek, it's more of an intermediate outing, I think, when you consider play-ins, which we obviously don't have this year, but I guess if anything, that's sort of the EMEA level, these interregional tournaments of this year, of 2025.
Yeah,
but
I think
things have got more difficult.
Yeah, I think for me though, like as you say, like there's no play-ins, but at the same time though, like there's chances to like top 4 in Northeast, so should be there.
That's the point, right? Like, they should be playing there because we have opened it up to more, and that is sort of like the play-ins level, if you want to call it that. I think the difference is it's a brave new world, right? That ties into what we say about Bonk. Like, how many free agent teams are we seeing in recent years that have come from players that are hitting top of the leaderboards in ranked, that have, you know, their Radiant Act rank, they've gone onto a Discord, they've looked for teammates, they've put out their LFT, and in, you know, 365 days time or less, they are sort of a ready-made semi-pro player that just needs a little bit more experience in a team environment. And I think you can kind of say that for a few of the names on Bonk now, like Corsa, for example, the time that he had with NXT, I believe it was, has helped build him up as a player. You're now just hunting for offers, basically. That's it, right? You want to cement your place and turn it from like just a hobby to something that you can really chase.
Yeah, exactly. We've all
That's esports.
That is esports, finding a spot to get yourself into. We've all grinded for it, right? And sometimes those chances are fleeting. If you don't grab it with both hands, you're going to find yourself in a difficult spot.
Yeah. What is it? You know, just yeah, man. All hands on deck. Yeah, let's not get too philosophical here.
Yeah.
Before.
I mean, do you know something? I think
it's getting a little late.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we seem to be really obsessed with deckings tonight. You know, with
we do.
With a wee patio.
Snows out, deck the halls type vibe, maybe.
Deck the halls. A card deck as well was something that I quite like.
Yeah. Ant on deck. Anton Dubek. Hole in the wall.
I do like a bit of hole in the wall, I won't lie. Yeah?
Yeah, you do. Big fan of those holes in the wall, are you, Cairo? I remember when we casted that Ascent match one time.
Yeah, I do
a famous
that.
quote that you gave about the black holes and what that usually meant.
Yeah, I do remember that. It's not something that I want to repeat, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, well, you can look
not
up the
my
clip.
most favourite. Not my most favourite thing I've ever said on broadcast, though. It has to be said.
A wordsmith of his time.
Yeah, Mr. Our good friend Mitchman has probably got my favourite place.
What do you mean he's got your favourite place? Like
favourite place, like my favourite place for like he's got my he's got my top spot. Yeah.
Okay, all right. No, I like that. He's sort of jumped over. I think it is really between you two, honestly.
Yeah, probably
for
is.
some of the slip ups that we've seen.
Yeah.
Freudian slips, perhaps.
Freudian slips, yes, 100%.
Do
you know what? With that being said, Hazza, and with the conversation that we're having...
Saved by the Bell.
We're going to slip right into a break. So thank you guys for listening, and we'll see you on the other side.
And I honestly just prefer being thrown... Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, where you join us for Bonk versus Zero Tenacity, the latter picking up their opponent's pick of Haven. But now on to Icebox, it is Bonk which find themselves in front 11-9. Apologies for the tech delay yet again. Factors outside of our control, but the players are in the server. And we're ready to see what it is that Zero Tenacity can bring to this all-important round.
I like this. This is something that we've seen being a problem for Zero Tenacity as the mid space. And look at this, straight on towards Yasik, putting on an issue to him and forcing them into a 5v5 on site.
The toxic screen goes up, but there are no players behind this. Zero Tenacity have held Bonk in place. They've not got the full value out of it as they're ready to set up for the retake. MSH does have the lockdown, something you're going to be thinking about as they start to take screen control back for themselves.
Oh, nice lockdown to come straight back in. Instead, look at Zero Tenacity. Once again, they're going to have to deal with this mid lurk.
Yasiek soon to find himself in position. Waddles not getting caught by it, managing to keep himself safe for now. And this is where the Toxins play a huge factor, as they weren't saved onto by Pyro. It's just taken a little bit longer to put it back up as the diffuser is starting to come in, fighting from top of pipes. MSH needs to support as Pretty has been taken off the diffuse. Little time left. Karu buying even more of it. And MSH forced to leave the scene as 12 taken in a clutch fashion for Bonk.
Yeah, I mean, Bonk just had layers on layers in that post plant, right? They knew how to deal with the lockdown as soon as it went down. Yeah, you look at this, right? It's just lovely stuff all in. I mean, the fights look great and all that, but like the timing taken by Karu is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the setup. They go for the open plant. They can get the flank in literally just to be a backstab rather than to play for the utility in that situation when it's not set up for you. Knowing the lockdown was there. Now Zero Tenacity need to respond with 3 rounds consecutive, and that was the top of Electric's head. I don't know if Waddle saw it or not.
Nah, I definitely has seen it. Just didn't flip to it. I'll be calmed. This is where the Whaley is. And it seems as if they are going to go towards mid. I mean, Bonk have been using mid space so much. It's so important for their takes.
I mean, look at how thin the utility is on the Zero Tenacity side here. You still have some tools to delay, but really, Electric has to be the shining star of this squad. If anything is to really get going. B-long control slowly taken away. The one thing that Zero Tenacity do have is tools to delay. Snakebite, Aftershock, and the Nano in the hands of MSH. All of those in close proximity of this B play as Yasiek has been caught in transition. And with the Toxins gone, there's no safe passage to the site here.
30 seconds left.
There isn't. I mean, Spike trying to go down, but nobody's really taking the fight.
No, nobody's denied it. There were 3 players that could have. Ooh, but none of them able to. MSH on a wonky timing, walking out top of site, and well, Pyro has the lineup to come back into the retake. What is left of Zero Tenacity now?
Placing swarm grenade.
4 versus 3 situation. Yellow control has been reprised. As you mentioned, Chazza walking up the guts late on. Zero Tenacity can find these fights, but Chazza is the one that could save the round in its entirety. Now they know. Grumek holding. If Chazza takes him off the diffuse here, he's won the whole map himself, and there you have it. A clutch from Chazza, 39. We move on to our decider.
We do, Hazard. Do you know the funny thing? Before we came into this map, I said for a joke, how funny would it be if we went back into this map and we just played 2 rounds? And that's exactly what's happened.
It was hilarious, wasn't it? No, we do just go straight back in, and players extended even further, even after the tech pauses. So this one, all of a sudden, has a slightly sour note on it if you're Zero Tenacity. They were just rolling out the red carpet, getting ready to move into that qualification game for the top 4 spots, which eluded them in the first stage. And now there's a possibility that they fall even further short of the mark with the player change that they've made, trying to improve them themselves from previous performances. Tyrex leaving the squad, another young player, Pyro, coming in, and as good as he's been on Icebox even as well, that performance just wasn't up to scratch, and I think the longer it goes on, the more Bonk are feeling up for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, like, it's mental fortitude as well. Heading in towards map 3, Lotus was where these two played against one another before, and it was Zero Tenacity who ended up coming out on top. So yeah, there's also that in the back of their minds that they've got to consider. And I feel as if like the macro game for Zero Tenacity in this one was just so off.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be worked on if you're in their position, whether you expect to attend an EMEA event or not. All of that could be settled very soon in just, you know, a week or so. So
yeah.
Little time left to make the improvements, which do feel, you know, necessary at this point in time, because like Bonk have come to the races. They are here for the fight now. And looking at that from Chazza as well, 23-15, Yasiek 21-15, Waddles 19-14. Like, everyone is fragging out here pretty much, with the exception of Corsa. Sorry, Corsa.
Yeah, 100%, mate. I love you doing mental maths, or even just trying to read. Do you know what? Reading's just fun to listen to. But at the same time, yeah, Lotus beating that last map. What does that look for the macro game, the meta read? Because we've been having some interesting ones. Bonk with quite an outdated comp, realistically. Zero Tenacity with quite a new innovative comp. Whether we like it or not, it's up for debate. And then obviously Split, we had a look at that. Bonk were a little bit off for Haven, sorry, and Zero Tenacity were basically the old standards, something old, yeah. So now as we move into Lotus, what are we going to get from there?
That's what we're here to find out, and that's where we'll get the answer on the other side of this break.
Time I did, I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Westside, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Look it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant the right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, cosigner, no co-pilot. They pimp tiles, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
looking for the funds.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We are ready to go, or at least we're getting close to our deciding map here. We've got Lotus coming up between Zero Tenacity and Bonk. I'm Hazard JC, once again joined by Cairo Cast, who's absolutely full of himself heading into this one.
You know what I'm full of myself, Hazard. If you're not English, anyway, Lotus coming up next, and this is something that I'm really excited for. We played it before. Both teams are happy to end the series on there, and what better way to have a essential best of one? Basically, have a rematch of the first time that these two played each other, and a best of one.
That's what we're all about here, man. We're feeling ourselves. We've got hands on our on deck, sorry, and we're ready to go into Lotus. We have seen this one between the two teams before. We have distressed it throughout this series so far. Zero Tenacity picked up that one, 13-6, and again, it is that commitment that we're seeing from Chazza to the ISO on this map, but I think the main concern simply has to come from the macro game. At times, and especially on those 3-site maps, Zero Tenacity have looked the better team.
Yeah, they do. I would agree with that. This is now the third time that a 3-site map has been played between these two. Lotus twice, Haven once, and as you said, the macro game does look better from Zero Tenacity. On Icebox, though, Tenacity's game plan didn't look good. The Bonk looked the better team, and they were getting better value out of their lurks, right? And we saw Zero Tenacity's Whaley. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't impressed. I was expecting big Whaley energy, and we didn't get it. So I'm hoping that Alexis Euro will be better.
Yeah, that's what we want to see from him here, right? It's an agent which he's played a lot more times. I mean, if you look at the general statistics here, 80% map win percentage for Bonk with 5 times played versus Zero Tenacity, 30%, 10 times played. Kind of paints a picture generally, but as we said before, Bonk aren't used to playing this top cut of teams here, and I think that's where then you start to see the slight shift. And as we get to this watershed moment, I want to know, are Zero Tenacity ready to make the jump to top 4 yet again? Or are they going to be held back by their own mental tenacity, perhaps, pardon the pun, simply based on the fact that that was a difficult second map in this series. At times they have struggled to reset, whereas Bonk should be feeling an upward swing coming into a huge opportunity for them as a team.
Zero Tenacity putting pings on this I guess B portion of the map, right? And a couple of players are already committed by Bonk to that. It's going to be a big engagement. Zero Tenacity, they have the numbers advantage, but hesitant to make their way forward.
Stealth drone comes out. It's met by the fault line off the contact. With Pyral and Pretty already pretty far up on the A side. Corsa looks to be playing for a retake here. They have the quick rotation as B seems to be clear. Wants to get at least one and hold on to the upper space, but relieved of his duties early. Pretty opening his account on Lotus and giving Zero Tenacity free roam over A. So much control with Alexic's position as well.
Yeah, but the utility, there's not much of it. MSH is an arc rose and there's a blindside on Electric.
Combination to come back through. Grimmick wants to hold this ground. He'll be able to stand on to it for a little bit longer. Even enough time to backpedal with the salvos. Bonk not quite bringing the kind of pace to the retake that you would expect from them, and they are punished for it. It's flawless, in fact. Zero Tenacity walking into a vacant site, and the post plant, it just goes unpunished.
Yeah, it really does. Like the fact that there's cooldowns there on Zero Tenacity that Bonk allow to come back up in time as well. Like, yeah, I don't know. And then the fights as well, they just seem so awkward and lethargic by Bonk.
The setup there was from Corsa to just play deep, keep upper control, have the turret to stop a player peeking pit, and then they retake together. But the pressure that Zero Tenacity already put on B at the start of the round was so huge. And while here, they're a little bit more one-dimensional. Sure, Chazza is traded, but look how far Yasiek has already made his way up this flank.
Yeah, I mean, Pyral is holding on to it with a Marshall, as we see in the kill feed. Waddles, though, has managed to get a player through his salvos, which is interesting. Yeah. Still delayed to come through.
It's opened up the Hobbit door as well, because it's broken through. So actually, he's in a very committed position here, but you'd have to go ahead and clear him, which they haven't, and so Corsa's closing in.
This is now getting too spicy for how you'd like it to be. At the same time, Zero Tenacity managed to fight their way out of that. Towards C they will head. In terms of the post plan, there's plenty of utility to take the site and further hold it later on. I mean, Karu has managed to pick up the Marshal. A couple of players need to be careful if they get hit by one body shot.
Yeah, it's each of them without shields. It's posing a threat in that sense. The salvos for security. Wardle's not able to hit the shots which he needs to deny the spike plant. So Zero Tenacity go in, a man to the good. But Bonk in position to try and cause some damage here.
Nice swing. What the hell was that? A nice flick to come through, but Caro being so low, you'd expect this to be an easy conversion. I mean, I say easy. I mean, Bonk made Zero Tenacity sweat, and the two big purchases, the two Bulldogs, get through to the next round.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to digest if you're Zero Tenacity, because while I was complimenting the way that they played the pistol, putting that B pressure on, slowing down the rotations for the defense, tying up the ideas with the deep grass control as well, all of a sudden, then into the next round, I guess the thing is you don't want to walk into a trap in the middle of the map, and that's where they end up getting constricted quite a bit. Into the bonus, the default starts on C. It's a really nice combination, and Corsa, or Chazza I say, is only just about gonna get out, but without the double tap.
Yeah, he's lucky to survive as long as he has, but a judge, a little bit of a rogue buy by Corsa, and walks straight into Pyro's Sheriff. The buy, a rogue from both sides, but somehow we go even.
Zero Tenacity have so much control now, and Alexic's timing is everything. He's going to catch Yasiek, doesn't expect Chazza, still on the angle with the Guardian, fake out, not buying anything at all. But Alexic is able to follow up off his flash. So 4v2 situation, Alexic still on the hunt. It seems like even after the last map, it's Zero Tenacity that keep the confidence.
Yeah, and that's what you like to see, right? The fact that they are keeping their confidence, even though they had, for the most part, a pretty poor like map in general. Didn't keep a hold of how everything went.
I think the difference here is this is much more by the book, at least as far as the 2025 Valorant chapter is concerned.
And I think
seen
that's
a lot of teams play a comp similar to this. I think of G2, for example, the Tower Breach.
I think as well, though, like the wider conversation then opens up about Zero Tenacity and being able to do well on macro-heavy maps, like the three site maps, right? Like Haven and Lotus, and then struggling as we move towards like your Icebox, etc.
Yeah, I mean, Alexic, Bonk really weren't ready for the amount of space that had been taken off of that initial play, as Sand was the priority for Zero Tenacity. I think that's one area where there's a tell on both sides, but I don't know, man. Bonk have to be pretty like early and invest kind of heavy with where they want to control space on the map. You do still have Yasiek's Nova Pulse, the stun to work with remotely. It takes longer to set up. You have the undercut from Chazza. Karu has the nade. Like, you have tools to stop Zero Tenacity. I think it's just the Yoru, though, which is such a problem for the defense and how this comp actually wants to try and deal with them, though.
No, I agree. I 100% agree. I think for me, though, like, I look at Bonk, right? And I look at how they're going to fight, and it just feels... It feels like say for instance that A side, like you spoke about it earlier, like the Euro like causing problems with the flashes and stuff like that. How do you deal with it? I just feel as if like it's very one-dimensional in terms of like you lose like the A site for, or you lose the A rubble fight, you expend utility for that. I don't know, man. Like I just feel as if there's no way you can fight back after losing that initial like space taking fight. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's where you want to see Bonk create advantages for themselves in the early round. I think that was the story of the second round, where Yasiek just walks up into the corner on sand, here's the steps, and says, okay, right, we can just box them in on A here. Whereas in general, Zero Tenacity have taken B main control, taken sand, taken grass, and from that point onwards, it's kind of up to them where they want to go. That's why when you look at the comp, it's an antidote or an answer to basically what does the map require. It's something that we say often. What do the tools do to take the space, and then what do you do once you have that space? We're talking very general theory right now. As this technical pause does continue to go on.
I think that's a big thing, right? Like, do you know what's a nice way to think about it, right? And a clear-cut way to think about it would be the Navi comp, right? Remember when they brought out the Sage, the really weird Sage one?
Yeah, it sucked.
It did suck, right? And the point that I'm trying to make, though, right, is you look at how they fought, right? They would fight for the initial space, they would maybe win it out, and then as soon as the other team re-engaged, they were like, oh, we've used everything to fight them back. What do we do? Yeah. And I feel as if Bonk can really find himself in that position, right? Because, like, say for instance, you use like the salvos or the nade or whatever, and you buy a little bit of time. Like, where do we go next? There's not really like flashes to stop them coming out. The re-engage after the re-engage, I feel as if can go awry.
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about two teams which throughout this series, the question has literally been who has the reads on the other team, because Bonk dealt well with a poorly prepared Zero Tenacity Icebox, I think, at least on the defender side. Didn't feel like they had as much of an idea of how they wanted to play the Waylay. And then Haven, where Bonk sort of had an idea of how they wanted to set up in some of the rounds, how direct they wanted to be, but then Zero Tenacity read that themselves and were able to counter it quite nicely. That's what we've got to get to figuring out on Lotus. But while we're in this tech pause, there's only so much Valorant you can talk about. I think it's actually interesting. I tuned into Pyrol's stream earlier today. He was just like spamming the ranked games, literally only like half an hour before the first series went live, so an hour maybe. Yeah, I don't know if Zero Tenacity had a scrim booked or something, but that's one way of warming up.
I mean, he's just a young kid that loves to like spam the rank queues. You know what I mean? You got to respect it.
You think you see that a lot with a lot of these guys, right? Like,
yeah. I think the thing for me though, right, is like, and this is the key thing, like maybe like taking a conversation away from map and series, and we'll talk about esports in general, is that like there's only so many ranked games you can spam in a day, right? Before like and the point
we've hit Cairo's philosophical hour yet again. We're in Cairo's corner.
I know, but like the point I'm making though is like no wonder some of these kids get burnt out, you know, because they try and spam ranked, trying to like get better, and I respect it, right? Like you're getting the reps in, but at the end of the day, there's only so many
ranked games you can play in one day.
Yeah, I know, but like
at the end of it all, what is it? RR, a gum buddy, perhaps?
No, I get that, but it's more like focus on yourself.
A drop in the ocean.
Yeah.
Tech pause is over, mate.
Yippee!
Here. And Bonk don't really have all too much to offer. Karu with the Vandal. But look at this. They're starting to fight some of the space early. It was B main they were looking at. Electric has immediately taken it away.
Yeah, I like this, and the fact that you've got so many pieces of utility which you can go and clear space out with is so nice. The combinations don't quite get what they were looking for though, and you thought that they possibly could have. MSH though has managed to find himself a little pocket to work with all the way up round bend, but nobody's going to peek him.
Yeah, he's on the C site. Electric spotted 4 players on the way in, so Zero Tenacity know the defenders are stocked up here. They're looking to try and brawl them, but Karu takes the fight back. The only Vandal in this squad has come up with 2 big kills, and the rest do the lifting that they need to. That's Bonk finding their first.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel as if like the idea, like the combination with Alexi coming out with his ult and pointing to where to stun, etc. is nice, but like I feel as if you're maybe just being a bit too overeager rather than just hitting it as 5. Like you don't want to be giving away rifles to an eco buy because you don't know who's got shields and who's not. And because of that last round, oh, I thought I was going to see an operator being bought. No, it's not going to be bought out by Pyro. Oh no, it is.
Yeah, there's the aggression, holding for the double satchel. Karu gets the rubble. Zero Tenacity heading towards C. They've looked pretty good with these direct executes. It was just sort of the previous round where Electric had the info on all the numbers, where you felt like they could have pumped the brakes a little bit, to be honest, especially against the eco. So here in the full buy for both teams.
Yeah, now the other
do
aspect
actually, you know, slow it down a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, another aspect to this now is that, like, when we get towards the later stages of the round, right? If the retake with the utility bundles, is what do Bonk do differently? Are they gonna try and flank? Are they gonna try and take space away from Zero Tenacity? At the minute, no.
Cover going on.
No, it's such a passive A-hold as well. I mean,
yeah.
Cast your mind back to the pistol. Bonk playing retake. They needed someone to hold on to upper for them. Looks like it's going to be Chazza, but I mean, with this setup, yeah, you're going B. You still have MSH in main. The Armageddon cuts across. Waddle's getting 1 and finding a way out. But Zero Tenacity winning the duels themselves, 3-on-3.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 remaining players, you can see the ISO of Chazza still not committed to anywhere. Costas just walked out.
And Pyro is still hanging around from grass, so oh, there was security to it. And the security guard pretty on B. A fantastic 4-piece. And that one shutting down Bonk for 1 round because they're coming right back with another buy.
Yeah, I feel as if like the big thing for me right now, and I hate to be the guy that says it, but it does feel like a composition diff, like, and I feel as if as well as a macro diff once again.
Yeah.
Like it's back to back. Like Bonk are trying to walk out and take fights dry rather than having utility to set each other up. Like for me, I think like the big thing to change here would probably be like switching the KJ for a Vice, and maybe like one of the duelists for a Yoru.
Well, you can't do that now. You're locked into the deciding map. The final map for one of these teams that they will play in this stage of Challengers Northeast. For Zero Tenacity looking to return to the same game which dropped them out of the lower bracket last time. Just 1 step away from Challengers EMEA. And Bonk, this is the furthest that they've ever been as a group. And right now, it's an opportunity which seems to be slipping away from them. Chazza to haul them back in the right direction. That's a good start. Kill onto Grumek, a key tool in post now missing.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that Bonk are still taking their time, trying to come back in, set themselves up. You look at the utility, and realistically, they've not got much to work with here.
Pyro boosted with the op in his hands. Armageddon comes in to clear tree, but it matters not. Zero Tenacity are already set up for this, guarding the smoke. It's another double kill. Pretty getting caught around the side as Pyro has to win it 1v3. It's Corsa who claims, as Bonk are back on the board. A second for them now.
Yeah, those fights are interesting, man. Gonna be so real with you. That's the thing though, right? They get the advantage, Bonk, they trade down effectively, coming out from stairs, but like, I feel like, not to be the guy, but like I feel as if a couple of those fights could have been like 50-50s, right? Could have went the other way. Bonk, they'll at least get an operator on the defense side.
first time we're really seeing... Well, actually, no. Chazza again in Hobbit. I'm kind of expecting Kari to just satchel out here. It has the operator. Use of the salvos breaks the Hobbit door. And no, it's like a fake util dump, which they've just done on A. But both of these anchors, the Killjoy, the Astra, are set up with 2 stars and 2 nanos on the C site. And you've got 2 more players on B underneath that turret ready to call a quick rotation. Zero to Nasty have been completely red here on their execute. That's if they commit to it.
That's the big thing, right? Is if they do commit to it. They still look towards the C site. I mean, right now, like, KG utility set up. They've got the turret for contact on B. They're trying to send it in. Right now, it's traded either way. Causes Nanos getting the indirect trade. Spike's still on the ground, and will Bonk now know about this? They can probably commit numbers to it if they really want to. Cosa can't get out. The Spike now finally recollected.
Both players retaking from Waterfall. Spike not yet down, chance for a spam. It's the nade which goes in instead. MSH lucky to walk away with his life.
I mean, now the Arc Crow is going to be playing big for information later in this round. Being brought solo already. An interesting one, and as you called it very early on, it was being read into by Bonk as the players tried to come out from Zero Tenacity. I mean, it was just like reading out a page of Zero Tenacity's playbook.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think hitting C against this comp is ill-advised because that's what Bonk are going to try and do to you. When you know that they have some pretty strong combos with the ISO and the rest of the utility damage, with the Astra as well, the only area of the map you can really consistently fight for at the start of the round is A. So if you put the pressure on to Zero Tenacity and force them to react elsewhere, then that's how you get them to go into your setup. So B main control again looking to be important as Zero Tenacity have a real mix of weaponry here. One of them is a Bucky on Electric. He's fully committed out of the stun.
What?
Just 1 kill that he ends up with.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel pretty one and done with the position he ended up in, but they've got the lockdown out of Bonk, and that's a win. And the Spike committed.
Yeah, all players playing from main. MSH has a Steel Garden to go back in on. Yeah, Cosmic Divide is a serious problem, though. Pyro's on the other side of this wall. He'll have heard, and Chazza just farming them up with the Phantom. Pyro is in behind, and the spike plant is perfect for him, but he's just not read the situation at all, and so Bonk have tied us up.
I mean, I understand why Bonk maybe got a little bit worried, but it was an eco buy. And yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about that last one, if I'm being completely honest, Hazard. The commitment of the ultimates, like, fair enough, you want to get the round over the board, but I feel as if the Cosmic Divide's maybe just a bit too much, right?
Yeah, then again, it's the Astral. When are you ever going to find a decent chance to use it? B is one of the few sites where that's going to get you value. And more importantly, they've managed to shut down this eco, which could have been a serious issue. Considering the spike did go down.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but what I do know is the players are trying to head towards C once again from Tenacity. No way.
And this is a nice quick play. Pyro with the bend TP, and he can TP back across for good measure. 5 versus 4. Chazza still has this kill contract to head into the retake, and he's managed to find the spike planter of Pretty with his own Rolling Thunder. This could be a huge pickup for the defenders, and Bonk will get it.
They shall. Spike down in the meantime, and time ticking away as we go back to a 4 versus 4, which is the worrying part.
Util dump towards Bend, but still more stopping power left and available. MSH putting everyone else down to just classics. Pyro still fighting the front lines, and when the rifles come back up, it's a scary sight for him. 2-on-2 situation now from Sant. The duels do take place, but there is no time left for Chazza. He will simply escape with the towel thrown in and the operator claimed. Zero Tenacity move back in front.
They do. Back to 5-4. Advantage. I mean, that should still have been well kept. Let's be honest. They've let rounds slip, and I can't believe that they've done that.
The trades in these rounds, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just...
It's almost like jail Valorant in some way. It's like, it's one and another and one and another.
Yeah.
And
it's muddy. It's muddy.
it is very. But
I don't think both teams would be the happiest with it either.
no. If anyone is, though, it would be Bonk. I think from this defender's side right now, you're probably fairly happy. In terms of the attack, when you have all that util to dump, you can kind of just send it. I think then, though, you're talking about how a comp can be meta or not meta.
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity are sort of built for both sides, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think for me though, like if you want to talk about like the meta read and all that, I don't think it necessarily. I think we're at a point where everything can be viable, but you just have to have a well-rounded comp for the map that you're playing.
Yeah.
And at the minute, I don't feel as if Bonk have that.
Well, we'll see as it gets put to the test. Alexic has jumped onto the site early doors. The spike is getting ferried in. 2 players towards upper. Bonk given this space for one of the first times. What can they do with it?
That is the question. At the same time though, I mean, you're still waiting on Bonk coming back in. Still delay, and this is the key point, which Zero Tenacity can do at every point. Double tap being used, and soon to run out as well as the smokes to pause it. And yeah, trying to get back in's a real issue. You don't have anything to break the mold. You don't have any flashes to come through smokes. You just have to run it in dry, and that's the problem. Zero Tenacity are letting them do so, aren't doing anything to stop that. Onto the spike they go, Bonk, and the spam coming through from smokes, TPs. I mean, yeah, it's going to have to be another save, and well, it's not going to be allowed.
Zero Tenacity up to 6. And sort of, as you put it, you had that pretty instant reaction of the Rolling Thunder to slow the retake, but there was no capitalization. I mean, Bonk still retained their player positions. They were just thrust against the wall. And then the sum of their parts struggling a little bit. I love the smoke from Pyrol towards Pit to just support the rest of his team there. And now into this one. It's back to the A control that they go, but we'll have to see if the C anchors can do their job because they're less well supported this time.
Less well supported.
Yeah, well, like, there was a fake and then a rotation. This time, they're literally just here. It's just Corsa by himself. He gets one. He's not playing off his setup, and so he's dead.
Yeah, MSH though, under siege, needs to stand up and be counted. Pass pack doesn't get to go off. Waddles does though, and so does Karu. Is now we're in a 2 versus 4. Zero Tenacity feel as if they're being forced forward to fight this. And Yasik just trying to get out, which he does so successfully.
But only for a moment. Grimek should know where he is, and in fact just overlooks it for a moment, gets into Waterfall. So far ahead of the curve, and has to be, because the flank is closing in. Karu with the kill that puts Grimek in a 1 versus 3. Penultimate round of the half. We see the Annihilation invested, and with that kill, Grimek still has the salvos. Buys a little more time for himself, and with the ultimate to use, he has to win this duel onto Karu, but goes searching instead. With time against him, Bonk will win another round and keep it close enough.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That round was. We speak about Muddy and Jill Valorant. That is definitely one of the rounds of all time. I don't know, like the nice response from Bonk to kind of like react with the push and pull of the map, right? Push in towards A, but again, it's all dry. There's no utility invested to help.
Yeah, I kind of like the look from Bonk where they were just conditioning the A with the util, where they had 3 players Hobbit and they were immediately ready for C.
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity actually now looking to the middle of the map again. It just feels like rinse and repeat. It's one or the other. The ult looking to clear Hobbit has done exactly that, but there's no one here to follow it up. It is literally just Alexic into spawn. He has the TP to bail out onto the B site. But he's full centered onto A.
The map's an interesting
And,
read.
and now Karu's in the middle of this.
Yeah, I mean he has to try and find something from it, but he just walks out again. Alexic now with 3 on the round, and 2 players left on Bonk to try and stop Zero Tenacity getting an advantage into the next half, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It will be 7-5 as we move into the second.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Player standing.
Welcome back to the final half of the evening. We thank you for your patience and staying tuned throughout, as one team will be sent to the next round of the lower bracket and the other goes home empty-handed. Both will feel as if they have fallen short of their goals if that is to happen. Zero Tenacity in pursuit of a top 4 spot, and Bonk just about hanging in there against some of the region's best. The pistol starting off with a duel in the middle of the map again, and Chaza is the first to draw blood.
Karu though, coming in to go and get some more. I just saw a glimpse of Grimek's shoulder.
I think it's important here that Bonk are diligent in dealing with that Vice utility as well, and not going for the same kind of quick execs that we saw Zero Tenacity a little carefree to, because that is one agent which can put a hell of a dent in your side in those kinds of positions. They're towards Pyrol now. Paranoia in his hands, but the smoke not for another 6 seconds, so this one is given up.
Yeah, you'd rather be using that Paranoia as a tool in which to retake with, right? That's the big thing. Grimek also has the stealth drone in which they can use, although Pyro's Paranoia might not get used.
Oh, here it comes. It cuts right across. Pyro with huge value, but
Where's
still
MSH?
Zero Tenacity trail. And as you say, MSH is taking the scenic route. There's not time for that, because the only route that Bonk are taking, is giving Zero Tenacity the boot and sending themselves to a 6th round and on the course to a potential qualification match in playoffs.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the more interesting rounds, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, one of those ones. We're going to get an FPX buy from Bonk as they've brought 3 pistols this time round.
FPX, but instead of the Guardians as it was back then, we've got a Phantom, a Stinger, and a Spectre.
Yeah.
Now there's a Guardian in there too. There's not going to be the strongest of bonuses if they can get these guns through. But from the SMGs, you're expecting a quicker take, and Zero Tenacity going for the same signature utility play in B. But Bonk are just ready to punish that this time. They've seen it once, and they're not going to fall for it again.
They've placed a star towards the east side of the map, and I don't know if that would have been heard by anybody up towards, like, because you look at Zero Tenacity's positions, it's pretty far back. It's allowed them to gamble a lot easier towards the seaside, as there's two bodies here. Sheriff's though not quite hitting.
Oh! Yeah, but you forget it's Alexic in this position, and given just a moment, he can cause mayhem. 2 from Alexic, numbers, Zero Tenacity, and as he blows the whistle, the rest of his squad have filled this space in the back of sight. 4 players to just the 2 on the Bonk side, and while Alexic's work is done, he's now gone. To save them, it's Chazza with the support, of course, not required. The Phantom has come through and delivered the goods. The spike plant placed. Pyrol's gonna struggle to reclaim any weaponry here and make an attempt to this.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, where do you even begin to take this back into your own hands? Maybe wait for the smoke to come back up and bring it closer?
Look for a vision blocker. It's a hollow smoke at the end of the day, and it's still the classic which he's committed to playing with, seeing if the timing could favor him, but it's not to be. Chazza with 3, and Bonk with their equalizer. Zero Tenacity have not quite shown up to the second half just yet.
They haven't. The big thing for me though, Chazza did get the kill contract in that last round. That's the other thing to consider as a ways and a means to open up the round. And on top of that, this next round will look that bit more scarier because of the buy from the last. So Zero Tenacity have some real things to worry about moving into this one.
Early A fight. Stun set up by Pretty. Salvos as well with Alexic behind it. Here comes the kill contract, and it is the Duelist which has been collected. Oh, it's just a fake out! He threw the fake out, and it meant that he didn't get caught by the ult. You don't see that all too often, but I would love to have a replay of that, because Alexic, I mean, if that's his response and he was ready for it, such intelligent play. Player advantage, Zero Tenacity. Not quite in post yet, Bonk. Looking to move towards Waterfall and, well, potentially the C site here as well, but that's where we have Pyro. A deep deposit right at the back of sight. Karu trying to cut across the line, but Pyro's done his job.
10 seconds left.
Paranoia around the side.
Oh,
next kill onto
lovely.
Chazza. No time to plant the spike anymore. It's Pyro doing it all from the bend. He whips around the corner. One by one they fall. Bonk looking lost in a round which they needed badly.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, they still have money to come back into the next one. The kill contract was a nice way to start things up, but the transition from A to C, I'm just not considering for Pyro's position, was what ended up costing them. I mean, nice little like map management so far from Bonk and what we're seeing.
Back to the A fight. This time Bonk want to get out early. It's the contingency ISO wall, which threatens the possibility of a walkout. And well, so Zero Tenacity have given them this up completely. They are taking ground and making investments in other areas of the map. The material on C The flash for Alexic to fight. And fight he will. Just the one that he wins, though, and overstays his welcome.
Well, it truly overstays. With that being said, though, right, the loss of the key Killjoy will be much worse for Bonk than the loss of the Euro is for Zero Tenacity, because they have the breach, right? And now that flank control being lost, it can mean that Zero Tenacity can threaten this position.
I mean, Karu just goes straight out into the Razor Vines on B. And that's the site which Bonk are going to be finishing on, having taken the A space. They go in through Hobbit, but you have Pyrol to threaten the possibility of a backstab through the revolving door. Karu hunting this waterfall kill again, but facing the dirt. That's where he goes. Waddle's also moving towards upper. Bonk needs some space for themselves. This is a nice reaction, and they're going to do it together.
Big 1v1. Grimek needs to win out, and he doesn't. Having control being fought for by Bonk, and they're making it work. Massive work. And now Pyro. And a 1 versus 3, having to fight through a cosmic divide, already being noted by the Astra. As the other two players just stand and wait for the wall to drop, with time being so low though. You're probably thinking that Pyro might try and call it quits here. He is, doesn't want anything to do with it, and we go all even once more.
Cairo, I could not possibly tell you who wins this map at this point. It feels like round to round, it's one team or the other, and it looks
I feel as
like
if
so concrete. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel as if like round to round, right, we're playing like strap roulette, and not like, that sounds like maybe it's a bit more harsh than what I mean, but the fact that like both teams like are just, I don't know, like
constantly changing,
yes,
like mutating, and even Alexic here as well, as he's going to be involved in this A duel again. The previous round he was in for a fight and then, you know, in over his head, I think.
Yeah.
This time he's got his first and he's going to TP out, so huge improvement.
Yeah, he's forcing the players back. I mean, this ISO wall creates a question mark behind Drubble as to whether there's a deposit, but Zero Tenacity aren't really interested, right?
On their last legs in terms of money here. There's still two sheriffs in the setup, but Alexic running rampant with a rifle in his hands, shepherding them ever further, Bonk, towards the C site. And that's where MSH is waiting.
Needs to be able to use the utility to their favour. Instead, though, I don't think they're going to get much of a hit. I mean, sure, the stars go down, but at the end of the day, there's absolutely nothing there from Bonk.
This sort of late clear from Zero Tenacity towards B, or at least putting Grimek so close to this, is huge. He can either turn through the door and immediately threaten, or he's going to be able to go for a quick rotation towards the A site as well, and that's going to be what it ends up coming to. 30 seconds and Pretty on this jump spot should have the rest of his team over in an instant.
Well, it seems if the A site is going to be pretty much clear, although the spike is ferried onto site on its own.
Like, to 10 seconds, discount the plant, Cairo.
Yeah, then they're going to need to get this down as soon as Pretty now makes her way forward. The first fight doesn't go their way, and with Yasiek so low, he's lucky to count himself alive. Now the last remaining 4 players of Zero Tenacity look to bear on down. The last remaining 2 for Bonk. The paranoia is spot on, and now Zero Tenacity are ready to chap on this door. They're waiting for it to be open, or maybe it'll be shut closed. Up to Chaza with 10 HP, brings it far too close. Grimek pushes it over the line, and it will be 9-10. Advantage Zero Tenacity.
The pendulum continues to swing from side to side, and Zero Tenacity see the good side of it. Alexic required to dig deep and find 3 kills in that round, which ultimately was the driving force behind the round win. There was a slight chance for Grimek to deny the spike plant here, as it was a laboured rotation towards A. But in general, the setup looked pretty good, and it sort of facilitated this free roam from the duelist, which supported them so nicely.
I think for now, as we start to come into the last couple of rounds, we've got to be considering the got to be considering the ultimate state of affairs because, I mean, Bonk are 1 or 2 orbs off, like 4 of them, whereas Zero Tenacity are right in the middle of their own ultimate cycle.
Yeah. I mean, by the next round, if Bonk don't use anything, they will have a full house.
The thing for me, though, is Bonk have been really bad at spacing out their ultimates, whereas Zero Tenacity have been very good at them.
Just one round can make all of the difference. Zero Tenacity, the ults they have, great for retaking as well. As we look to head into the A side.
What's that wall?
That Vice wall, yeah, it's curious. A missed wall, most likely. The Armageddon coming in,
Oh
fully
my
blind,
God.
trading places. Karu, 2 kills with only the Stinger. And Bonk getting back on the horse. Gromek has been caught towards stairs. I mean, I don't know if Chazza has the double tap here. He does, and he will win the duel as well.
Yeah, it's another round where we go back to 9 to 9.
Who could possibly have seen this one coming? It's Chazza leading the line as the duelists are going band for band, it feels like. Alexic's got to dig his way out of trouble. Through the Hobbit door he goes. Back to the Shire.
Watched much of Lord of the Rings, has it?
I've seen The Hobbit though, so... and I've read the book as well. Flawless. It will end. Any guesses as to how many rounds separate the teams?
Yeah.
You don't get points for it. No.
No, yeah. Oh, but look at the round count. Both teams, mate. This little play here as well is so funny because Alexic gets blinded by MSH's Arcros. So, it ends up costing Alexic that initial kill onto the showstopper.
Gromek is the one with the rifle. As he finds himself in the middle of the map as Zero Tenacity don't have all too much to work with, as much as we have spoke about this checkerboard of rounds on the timeline, the back and forth. Bonker, the team expected to go in front this time and be the first to break the ice on double digits.
Portal closed.
Alexic, no TP, fully committed, best foot forward. Sheriff landing another, and will they kill him here? Or maybe they don't. You still have to find Pyro. And he's so disciplined to wait his turn. Corsa the one that he ends up on. No, it's Chazza instead. The second maybe. Just maybe. But so it's 3v2. And that rifle is still hot in Gromek's hands.
That's the big thing. And on top of that, right, you're looking at the utility to come back in on. There's still stuff to work with for Zero Tenacity, but the numbers start to dwindle.
And a huge double up and a hold of the smoke from stairs. Zero Tenacity now looking back towards tree just to open up the threat, the possibility of angles of which they could begin to reprise their role in this retake now. Stun in the hands of Gromek. Players to catch would have been pretty, but it's not a pretty sight at all. He just jumps straight out. The next Nebula drops. Gromek to find the kill. Bouncing around the corner. You got to get on towards the spike. There simply isn't time. And Yasiek has walked around a ring of rosy. Bonk will get the round that we expect them to. But Zero Tenacity had a much better chance.
I would have loved to have known how long it was for Pretty to bring up his stun. Because the combination...
It's so frustrating!
Yeah, it's just like every single time. Like, actually, here's a question. When's the last time that we saw the Breach and Tails like combined together?
In about 10 seconds on A, I think.
Yeah, but like
it's at the start of the round. You know, like the point you raise here, and the one I'm going to build on is, like, Valorant is a game played in phases, sort of 40-second stints. You've seen the first used there, and it's not until the 1 minute mark that utility comes back up, and you've sort of rightfully put it. Zero Tenacity are not pulling together in the right direction, and they have to here because this is the round which sets up Bonk to win the map.
I agree. And maybe this is why we're seeing like the mistakes that Zero Tenacity and the players on there that cost them getting higher places in other regions. Zero Lexic though does excellently to take his timing. Advantage towards the defense.
That's a huge oversight. Just on the elevation to not expect a peek over the top of the Vice wall. Lockdown's going to come in here from Corsa. And so with that set up, you have the salvos on Waddles. There's no safe way to play on site. You go for the corner, you're going to get caught. Alexic has his ult, and that's what it ends up being.
Calling everything right now from the dimensional drift as well.
This is where you then want the stun and the salvos. This is where your combo should be ready to retake C.
I mean, the stun's there. As for the salvos and where the rest of it is, no, not to be the case. I mean, we're getting ultimates invested, utility elsewhere. It's working out the better, but Yasik has dropped the Cosmic Divide and a 1 versus 5. Gets the first, can't quite get the second. He's brought down to, what is 20 points of health? And you're always going to favour Zero Tenacity in that fight. Although, we are seeing the Astra bring it close.
Close doesn't quite cut it though, Cairo. 20 rounds played, 10 all, and Zero Tenacity responding with the rifles. I mean, to give credit to them, I think Alexic realized he was out of options, had to dig deep into his pockets, bring out the ult. Nice little attempt from Yasiek on the fadeaway, but that's all it is. Fading into obscurity. Bonk don't just want to become a footnote on the bottom of the top regional representatives that we send to those EMEA events. A playoff candidate, but nothing more. It's their chance to really break into, you know, the top 6 teams akin to the Sweet and Sours, the Shakmats, the names which have existed throughout history within both of these regions combined. The Rapid Ninjas, the Chippy Chappers, the list goes on. That's what you're looking to do, to carve your name into the annals of NE.
I think this is the first time we've seen Bonk timeout in the full series, is it not?
Yeah, and that's a real test of character.
Yeah, exactly. Wanting to push it over the line. The ultimate phase of the game is essentially over, but that's what you think actually, because wait a minute, Pretty's close to their Rolling Thunder, Chaz is close to their kill contract, and yeah, this is now starting to get to a point where things are like could be decided by ultimates coming online at the right time.
I'm a little bit surprised that Bonk haven't tried to do any more with this B control, because Zero Tenacity on a lot of rounds are playing the same setup. The initial dump of utility towards A, and the Vice anchoring C. Electric still just roaming around. The stealth drone now beginning to check the center of the map from Grumek, the one tool for info gather other than that Arc Rose in Sand, which should be coming up in sort of just a moment's time actually from MSH.
Spike drop, I don't think anybody was in audible range of that at all.
No.
Which is lucky for Zero Tenacity, because there is a player's pushed really far up here.
And like, look, they have really strong positions right now. There's absolutely no reason for them to, you know, change it up much. Alexic just takes his timing as the B guy, and now finally Bonk react.
Yeah, they're trying to react. There's a little bit of stall coming through from their own utility, from the utility of Zero Tenacity. And this is just buying time for players to get into spot. 20 seconds remaining. That spike needs to go down.
It just felt like they were waiting for something to happen, but finally, with the onus on them, it's the C site they elect for. Zero Tenacity will take more time in the retake. Where is Alexic going? He's the first player out, straight into the crosshairs. Kara takes him down, and now we're at an even man count. Pretty restores it, and that's what they needed. The Rolling Thunder invested as it comes up online, tees up MSH, and into the site they go. Waddle's playing deep with the util for support, but now it's all on him to save the round and save Bonk again. He's walking up. It's a long road through enemy lines. And so Z10 will make it 11.
Yeah, they get the advantage coming into the last couple of rounds. 3 rounds of regulation left. And yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity has, this is where they've used their experience to stall out Bonk on the attack. And now the attack's buy is broken.
I've only just caught on to the fact that Alexic was trying to fake the clone on round 21.
Oh
that's the
God.
only explanation, that he just walks in, face flush and fixed to the wall. Zero Tenacity, A pressure, same setup. Finally, Bonk grouping for this B execute.
Yeah, I mean, players in. Here we go, Pyro.
You can hear the
Zero Tenacity are doing really well here. I don't know how Alexic's got that one, but they've got 2 players left to deal with. They're stopping Zero Tenacity from getting to map point and series point as we've finally reached it. Here.
Yeah, it feels like such a weird round as well, right? Bonk go for the quick play, trying to pull the wool over Zero Tenacity's eyes, but they're always going to be prepared for this. I mean, Grimek does well to get out of the gravity well after that first one. But I think this is where you want to see Bonk actually build their defaults off of the B main control, rather than it just being like a means to an end. We take this space and then we explode. I want to see, you know, Corsa inserted there late round, cutting off the rotations when you can pressure other avenues, when, you know, they're actually trying to tie up both ends of the map rather than just play one or the other. The motion of the ocean, man.
The motion of the ocean.
I ain't seeing it.
The push and pull of the map, the ebb and flow.
The tug of war.
Nice.
This one
at the same time,
splitting at the seams.
Yeah, and you know what? Alexic is also being the thorn in the side of Bonk right now, as he's got so far up. See that he's starting to tell players, right, let's be committing to this A side of the map, but instead the players are actually dropping back.
Yeah, they're just happy to give up all of this room.
It's you and me.
They have upper control that's been given to them by the Cosmic Divide. Jazza has his ult from behind it, and that's Pyro gone. Key utility missing into the retake, still there waiting for Electric to arrive.
Oh, this is the combination with the breach and the tail we're looking for, but Yasik is able to escape, and Chaz at the same time gets rid of Alexic, who was on the flag. Pretty's rifle firing off blanks, and it seems as if so was the last remaining player of Yasik's rifle. Now they're just going to start to hunt down this last remaining player of Quebec. They want rid of him.
I mean, Bonk have to be careful here, Cairo. They don't have all too much money. I mean, look, not a single player with more than 1,000 credits, and they'll only keep the last 2 rifles. I mean, still, any damage is good damage onto Zero Tenacity, because there are going to be players here that make concessions as well. So I guess, no, they did make the right call to go for the hunt. But my God, I mean, we're right down to the wire, and there's nothing left for either team.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We're going to be heading into overtime, probably, at the rate of this. I don't want to call it too early.
It's round 24, and it looks like a bloody bonus round.
Yeah, that is crazy, mate.
Orders Outlaw is here to punish, though. And now this is where Zero Tenacity take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit, and Bonk can really find the freedom on A, which they have lacked so far. You get players into grass, you can see a couple of them waiting outside of B. And this might just be the round that they call the split.
It's looking like it, but look at Spike's position. He's towards rubble. Could easily go either which way. Corsa is being spotted by the drone.
Oh. But yeah, but that kill from Karu is absolutely everything, though, because Zero Tenacity are forced with a decision to make, to head for the hills, to make the re-clear. The possibility they give up a free C site. Instead, it's A, where they'll find themselves short-handed.
Yeah, well, the 2 players towards this side need to be able to hold on. Instead, though, Pyro, he's put on the hot seat. Blast pack in, the player's spamming through, but the timing's taken. Spike denied, and Pyro being able to survive for a bit longer. Look at the time, 25 seconds, and well, the spike will just go down.
Half of that time on this spike counter will be eaten up before the salvos can come back out for Grumek. Zero Tenacity, for all intents and purposes, left to their own devices. No utility left in the belt, but MSH has the Vandal in his hands. Almost everybody's low. Corsa, Karu within range. Striking distance for Pretty, but he's run out of bullets. It's chaos again. And so Waddles will evade with the salvos that he has. Bonk taken to 12, and overtime is where we end up. It was always going to happen. We were like, what, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9?
Yeah.
Like, it was always going to happen.
Yeah, 100%, man. But again, like, I feel as if this is a similar story to Haven in the sense that Bonk, as they grew into this side, they started to get stronger and stronger, right? Like, on that second half. What are we going to see now on this defence half? Because again, we said it and we highlighted our concerns about this half.
Zero Tenacity, a team throughout their time in Northeast, not convincing me, and I think that even if they win this series in OT, there are still so many questions to be asked of them. Bonk finding themselves in this position. They've already proven that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best that this region has to offer. A top 6 team on paper. But now it's about taking yourself that next step further, and Chazza against Alexic is the one to put them in that position.
Yeah. Again, we've highlighted about the lost utility. Now Zero Tenacity, how do they pivot, right? If they go towards the C side with that deep alarm bot, it's going to be so easy for Bonk to rotate towards C.
You have this full setup here from Bonk.
I like the deposit of Grumek towards A.
Yeah, it's this late press of the door switch and tree that just slowly started to force Corsa to drift. He's still going to be here, ready to batten down the hatches of the C site. 4 players in front of it, or 3 players in front of him, has the support of Yasiek, who goes traded. Spike plant coming in, 20 seconds left to spare. 3-on-3, but a long rotation, and Zero Tenacity players ready to cut off that life support.
That's a big thing, right? You're now starting to see the layers come into effect, but that's 1 versus 1 between Pyro and Chazza. It's going to be massive, because now the kill contract comes through. It is missed. Player's not looking the right way. It's Carnage once again. Pretty switches rifle and comes through at the right time. A 2 versus 1 in which Corsa has to try and manoeuvre advanced techniques for this driver, as it seems as if it's going to be sent home. Corsa up against the world, time being the biggest enemy to him, and it's all but done. Advantage towards Zero Tenacity.
It's the terrifying 2 again, which have done it for Tenacity. Grumek and Pretty, the 3 years they've spent together, roster to roster, the narrative has always been, do they have it in them to actually close out a split, a stage, to see themselves in the top cut, and to be considered a real contender? Because so far this year in 2025, 3 years down that line, it does feel like at times Zero Tenacity are not quite good enough to make that jump. But then you see rounds like that and the synergy that they've built on for so long, and it starts to argue otherwise. They're the team which call the timeout, the first of overtime, as Bonk are on the back foot of yet another series point.
I'm wondering what's being said right now in this timeout, because from what I remember, I don't really see any. I don't remember seeing much like timeouts and the regular, regulation from Zero Tenacity.
We had 1 from Bonk, but yeah, Zero Tenacity have been so hands off, which feels crazy with the coaching staff they have as well. Like, I don't know. I don't want to point fingers or anything, but
Oh, of course.
if you don't need it, you're fine. Do feel as if you want to make the most of those opportunities when you get them, though. And so here it is just confirming that they can close. Back on the defense.
Again, with this A fight coming through, and they just deposit Alexic. Or at least that's what I thought. He's TP towards the other side of the map. Zero Tenacity have completely gambled with them winning out this A fight, and Bonk being, I guess, responsive to that.
Being respectful of it too, because Zero Tenacity, who have just played 12 rounds on the defender's side, have sort of shown us a lot of A aggression on rounds, and yeah, the Vice set up on C, so with it offering a little bit more control here, Bonk are very soon going to make the scary realization that this is something that they are yet to deal with, and actually they're not even in a position to trigger that wall, so Alexic can just walk up. This should be 2 clean targets. First of them, Corsa. Yasiek playing from around the corner, flashing back in, getting nothing. The B split's what they wanted, but where is Yasiek off to?
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity have them boxed. They're going B, but they are so ready for this.
The time's so low and the arc row's given information. Spike heard, but again, solo peak after solo peak is punishing both teams.
Pyro's in behind, and the turret, I don't know if he just broke it or if it went offline. You see the reaction from Bonk. They're starting to take the Hobbit space back. Waddle's huge duel that he's able to take on the chin, turned away at the right time. Grummick played in against Karu.
Pyro with the only bit of initiation utility being used, and well, it's gone down to fights. Bonk come out the other side, and we go round once again into overtime.
I mean, I know that while we were away, we had the longest overtime in North history. That was 23-21, but well, are we coming back here to set some records? I don't know. These guys are literally just going round for round, and honestly, I think Zero Tenacity will be kicking themselves that they couldn't close from this position.
I think for me though, like, fair enough, Pyro goes on that long lock, but the utility that was in pocket, there was nothing on the other 2 players. So to get back into sight, you were really hoping to either have a smoke from Pyro or to have a like flash, the paranoia, right? It just doesn't work out that way, and the fact that Pyro's so late to the party, like you saw Bonk's reaction to go and re-clear together.
Bonk's timeout of their own comes at the start of our second overtime. And in terms of what they want to bring to this defense, well, I think the rounds that looked better for them were when they, again, like sort of showed that A pressure early and fell off. Like, I don't think either of these teams have like fully committed to depositing a player rubble and actually having an aggressive line at any point.
I agree. And we're hoping
maybe now's the time to make that change. No, it's going to be the little Hobbit door util dump again, with Karu playing on the op. Alarm bot out in sand. It's really nice early control for Bonk.
I do agree.
But if Grummick doesn't invest the stealth drone here and they just walk into this, I'm going to slam my desk.
I'm going to say, I would have said it a different way, but I mean, you're pretty much spot on, Alexi.
What are we doing, man? What are we doing, man?
Do you know what's the most frustrating part is, like, there is expendable utility that will come back that can be used. I'm thinking MSH's Arc Rose, which has literally just come back up.
Well, it was there to stop a potential B aggression from Bonk.
Yeah.
Yeah, something which we'd not seen from them all too much, and yeah, Karu unpunished. Grummick still had the drone when he died, but he has actually just dry swung the op, so Bonk are now 5 versus 3.
The thing that I loved about this round in particular as well is that Zero Tenacity, rather than using the Arc Rose that came back up, they used the Paranoia to clear B main.
Yeah. But here we go, 20 seconds that could change it all. You know how much difference individuals can make. This is challengers after all. You're here to ply your trade on that push for the top tier, as it's pretty to lead that charge towards Waterfall. And under the pressure, Corsa will crumble. Pyro by his side, and we're at an even standing. In fact, Zero Tenacity take that next step. Screw the drone. What does that mean? Well, I can just take a fight.
Why? How have the 5 players of Bonk who weren't at any engaged or committed fights managed to lose that? Like from a 2-player advantage, right? From here, you're like, oh, they split up into 2 players. Yeah.
And so we go again, and it's Zero Tenacity with their 3rd series point. It's moments like that which ultimately cost you, and I mean, I can't exactly say that Zero Tenacity played the start of the round well. The recovery was great. I think either team sort of equally on the receiving end of making rookie mistakes there.
There's a double stack right now for Zero Tenacity on the long angle from A. As Bonk try and poke and prod this C side.
It's a very quiet start to the round, and it's a position like this where you want to see Chazza show that confidence that has been really going against the grain, the old guard of Zero Tenacity, rather than Bonk now cowering with yet another map point hanging over their heads. The weight of that, the months that they've put into this point to be present in the stage, to all fall through their fingertips. With the 5v3 in the previous round now put behind them, they're out of options. It's got to be 30 seconds to make the execution. With Electric creeping in and the rest of Zero Tenacity here, last chance saloon for Bonk.
That's it, and they need to make good of it. The Zero Tenacity's first pick will not help them whatsoever, and neither will Alexic's. Now things get worrying. As Zero Tenacity look to hunker down on what, get into a qualification match away from elimination. But not if Karu has anything to say about it. Need to delay and a smoke to burst out from. We've seen it time and time again, and no one's working on the spike from Zero Tenacity. All 3 players are playing with each other, and Karu's actually accidentally buying space. The players jump out, and finally we'll see it. Zero Tenacity will survive the elimination match.
And survive is the best way to say it, because Bonk could have, made them extinct here. It's top 6, which at the very least we're going to see Zero Tenacity confirm, but not without its issues. I think they're a roster which is very much going to need that week break between this game and that qualification match to see themselves then secure a spot in Challengers EMEA, which I believe, when you look at the upper bracket as well, is going to be hotly contested at that point in time. You'll have to see what the luck of the draw looks like as well in terms of who it is that ends up coming back down. But I think Bonk can be proud of how they played. They showed their quality individually. I think there were a couple of team rounds that we saw in there, but for the most part it's a case of time. They need more repetitions if they want to get to the kind of level they aspire to be at and challenge those signed rosters.
I think for me, like, it's a story of like success for Bonk, even though they didn't win, because they are an unsigned roster, right? They are a young roster as well who can go on and like be better in the future. But for me, like, it's a sign of dismay right now for Zero Tenacity, because again, they are the complete opposite of Bonk, right? They are a signed roster with loads of experience and a coaching staff to back it, and you're thinking to yourself, well, Zero Tenacity should have been a lot cleaner in a lot of those rounds, and they just weren't. They'll know that themselves. Gramek and Pretty, Alexic, Pyro, MSH, all of those guys will know what they did wrong, and the VOD review won't be kind to them.
No, definitely not. I mean, Alexic and Pyro, a couple of names that have stepped up massively throughout this series. 4-0 Tenacity in those big matches. I still think there are a couple other individuals on the team that need to show their best moments, especially MSH, especially like when you look at his 2024 campaign and how he was a player that really came into his own in a lot of the big games. And when you also consider the players that could have hit the chopping block for Pyro to come in, it was Tyrex that took the hit. MSH keeps his spot. And now, not to sort of put that under any further scrutiny, but just to sort of say it as it is, you want him to then prove that he can be that talent that's deserved to come onto this roster. And maybe today is just a bit of a reality check, a needed one for him and like the rest of Zero Tenacity, because as I mentioned, it was not convincing. And with the aspirations that they have, as good as Bonk have proven that they can be, these are the games where you need to show us that little bit more confidence, I think, and sort of trust in your own game plan, where we didn't really end up getting that from them.
Yeah, I think like that's the point, right? Is now as we start to head towards these later games as well, we're starting to cut away like the teams that aren't as good, right? And Zero Tenacity now fall into a bracket where they could push themselves into a Challengers EMEA spot, but they've also got some like 4 very good teams that went in that upper bracket to drop down. And again, it's about that quality versus what is a proven quality that's in that upper bracket. So yeah, I mean, maybe the exception of that has been Bitfix Gaming. I don't know if they match up against Zero Tenacity because of that bracket, but if you look at this right now, Enterprise, Sweet and Sour and Go Next all have quality that have proven themselves capable of reaching grand finals and going towards inter-regional competitions.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of who plays who, have to work that out after the stream. I certainly don't trust VLR to let me know where exactly we're at with that one. But in terms of the games that we've played today, of course, we say goodbye to Bonk and ESC, unfortunately for them. Pixel Lumina pushing on in the playoffs, as do Zero Tenacity. That one a little more laboured. But looking on to the rest of the schedule and the games that we've got tomorrow, before we take that week break, Enterprise versus Sweet and Sour, and then Go Next versus Bitfix Gaming. In that situation, you've got 2 teams who we saw in Challengers EMEA Tournament 1 and 2 teams which we didn't. So the established authority versus the teams that are trying to break into that top cut yet again. It's a conversation that we keep having in terms of what the stakes are, what it is that you've got to show to get to that level, and I think we're going to see that demonstrated tomorrow from both of the teams that end up winning. Like, that's kind of the bar that you set right now, because without Liquid Academy, I feel like a lot of that does sort of semi fall onto Go Next being the team that has been to the final, that has made it back to playoffs, and that sort of can play at that level. No Metasport either.
Yeah, exactly, no Metasport, but I feel as if like Enterprise, Sweet and Sour, you know, those guys have got that quality in which they can push the others. Again, like I feel as if the rest of it, Zero Tenacity for instance, showed us weaknesses today, and I feel as if Bitfix Gaming could be another team which will show weaknesses. Again though, we've still got games to fight to play, and we'll find that out tomorrow.
Yeah, look, as I mentioned, it's about setting that bar, I think, and that's what we want to see tomorrow. From those top teams, half of our top 4 is going to be locked in for Challengers EMEA. You know, you and I have sort of spoken about it a bit before. It feels like Northeast has a bit of depth to it, but maybe just not the same kind of skill ceiling. Like, a good floor on the whole, but not top contenders, and that's where we've really got to start building some character tomorrow, I think, and seeing where exactly we stand. But in terms of the broadcast, that is all for today. I've been Hazard JC, joined alongside Cairo Cast. It's been an absolute pleasure to guide you guys through the lower bracket. We'll be returning for those upper games tomorrow. It's the same time, same place, so we will see you then. But until then, thank you all for watching, and good night.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
Loading, loading, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling, bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling, rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden, golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tended the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Mic on, mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If he didn't get it by 9, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, loaded, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling, bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling, rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Mic on, mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon?